We don't.
Good morning, Patriot family. Happy Freedom Friday. Hope you all are having a fantastic day.
Yes.
It is wild in the Oops studio today.
In the Oops studio, all crazy things. We've got our Mogwai that we haven't named yet, so maybe you can help us name him. This is what we hope they stay as furry little creatures. They don't turn into gremlins that take internet out, because we don't need gremlins in the studio. Welcome to Out of
He
Pocket.
actually broke our Lego phone, so I don't know.
Our Lego phone, which was the hotline we give liberals
Yes.
to call.
Yeah, and when we call him too, but Senate Leader Thune, because why haven't you passed the Save America Act yet? I have no idea.
Lord.
The excuses that they've been giving are just astronomical.
I mean, as much as we want peace throughout the world, this is the one nuke I would advocate for, is nuke the filibuster.
That part.
Well, we're glad you guys joined us on Friday. It's so great. I'm grateful to be in the studio with you. There's just a different energy when I get to be with my bestie. We've got a lot to cover today. We're going to be talking about NATO 3.0, which I love this, Allie, because accountability isn't just here on our soil. It's also when you look at how we move around the globe and what we require of other countries. So we'll talk about that. Tulsi Gabbard on a complete mic drop as she leaves office.
She just grenade. It was pull pin, throw. That's what it was. That's frag out. Yes.
And for the love of all things red, white, and blue, can we just nuke the filibuster already?
Amen. All right. Let's open that mic and see how out of pocket we can get this Friday.
Two queens, no filter, say what they feel. Allie and Michelle keep it way too real. Politics, family, yeah, we go there. If it's out of line, we don't care. It's out of pocket. It's out of pocket.
To find our stream. So there we go.
Nice.
All right. Sharing. Sharing is caring, y'all.
Unless you're sharing your opinion in our DMs, and then it's creepy is what it is. No, I'm just kidding. Allie, we were talking just a little bit before we went on today, and I didn't on the agenda to talk about, but some harsh words being said just because I don't know, because of who you support for a certain race, whether it be for governor or for our local house races. I don't understand. In the Republican mindset, when you are in the Republican Party, do you think that everybody's just going to go along to get along? Are we not allowed to have a differing of? I mean, you and I don't even have the same opinion sometimes.
Sis, you know what I think is crazy about what you're saying? Like, I love what you're saying, and I know that you set this up perfectly just for me to go off on a tangent. And but this is what I think is interesting, is like, we can agree to disagree on who we support. Like, we all don't have to support the same person. That is the amazing thing about being in a democratic republic, right? Like, I don't have to support the same guy that you support for the same reasons that you support him. Like, that's just not, I mean, we have freedom of thought and freedom of speech. Well, and if you don't like it, you don't have to comment. You could just scroll on by.
Just scroll. Or you could, didn't we go through this whole women's suffrage thing so that we could have an opinion and vote and not just be on the coattails of whatever male is in our life? Like, that is, so the fact that you're a strong, opinionated woman and have an opinion, I think it's like and they throw race in it all the time.
Man. So now you want to know what the latest I'm calling slur?
Tell me.
The latest slur now is sellout.
That's
like, I haven't already been called that already.
Try a new term. And like, it bothers you. Like, who do you think?
I'm not bothered.
Somebody thinks somebody's misinformed out there to think that Allie's sitting out on her back porch at night rocking herself to sleep because somebody called us.
I've been called a domestic terrorist.
I was an extremist in a debate yesterday.
White supremacist and blackface. Uncle Tom.
She was sitting 2 inches from me, extremist. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
But you don't know what a woman is. Okay, sure. But I'm extreme. When the truth gets extreme, I'm fine. You call me whatever you want. But Allie, this is also extreme. So people are now not just threatening our president and not just threatening Erica Kirk and other people. There's been threats to the Lincoln Memorial, which is obviously beautiful. It's iconic. It's historic. It's a landmark. It's a monument. You've seen that Trump has been out there beautifying Washington, D.C. Nick Sorter posted this. He says, now the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool is under increased National Guard and Park Police patrol after leftists threatened to sabotage the pool. Take a look at this video. I don't think it's got any audio, but take a look.
Yeah, protesting algae is peak TDS.
Can you imagine having your panties in a wad over J6, but you're going to make them guard a pool? Like, tell me you need mental help without telling me that you are a far left socialist Democrat. I don't understand this.
Marxist. Like, this is all Marxism. When you want to make things beautiful, things that are beautiful, not beautiful. Quite
honestly, they do it to themselves too. Like they try to be the most like not visibly appealing ever. And whatever, you know what? Call it art. I don't know. But it says here, American workers are pushing around the clock to finish the pool by July 4th. But liberals have a vested interest in destroying it for some reason. It's not enough for them to piss in their own pool. They want to do it in the Lincoln Memorial pool. It says it's a shame. He said it's a shame, and it's an embarrassment. It's just disgusting. It's really, it is an embarrassment. Why? It's an embarrassment. Why would you want to do this? This is the city where dignitaries come, where families travel from across the nation, even the world. People want to come and see what Washington, D.C. looks like. Yeah. And this is what you want to offer them. He made it beautiful. Beautiful. And did you see that it wasn't that long ago? I don't know, 2 days ago, 3 days ago or so, people were they made arrests in it, dumping algae into the pool. Protesting algae. That's what I said. But they were dumping algae into, this isn't Boston Harbor with tea. I don't know. It's at peak TDS. Because if it was anybody else, if it was anybody else that did this, it wouldn't be a problem. But because it's President Trump, it's an issue. Well, Allie, and we were just talking before the show. We were sharing some things that have been happening on our social media, and I made a comment or a post as a school board candidate about my opponent, something with 8647, and people are in the comments actually saying, "Don't they know that all of those attempts on Trump's life were all staged?" Prove it. Are you kidding me? Like, prove it. I'm so tired of people talking out the side of their ass. Like, prove it. And how do you think that Trump's assassination attempts are staged, but you can't see what the Southern Poverty Law Center has been doing with all your funds? You've been funding the KKK, lefties. But now you're going to put your tinfoil hat on when it comes to assassination attempts? And again, you are not privy to the information that is given to the Secret Service or to their higher ups, right? So you don't know what you're talking about. Which would be nice if we had some leadership in the Democrat Party actually coming out and telling the people on your side of the aisle that, you know what, guys, let's cut out that rhetoric because it's dangerous. I mean, that would be actually... The only person is John Fetterman, and at this point, he's a Republican. When John Fetterman is making sense, you all just fell off the left cliff. There's no helping you. What is in the coffee? I don't know. It's not the coffee. Oh my gosh. Here, Zach, we need a third microphone for Zach. In our ear, Zach just said, the smartest Democrat has brain damage. Not my words. I'm just repeating them. Well, that's not the only threat out there, apparently. I don't know if you guys heard, we reported on it a couple days ago, but there was a huge, possibly a couple of huge terrorist plots during the UFC event, which I know we were both like, wow, that's like really out in the open, Trump. Like, there's not a big enough bulletproof shield to put around you. Him and his beautiful wife, Melania, sitting there ringside. So here's an update on the terror threat and who they found. Take a look.
DHS confirming the suspected ringleader accused in a plot to carry out a mass casualty attack at the UFC event at the White House on Sunday is an illegal immigrant.
Our colleagues over at Fox Digital report the alleged ringleader of this incident, Abraham Alvarez, was in the country illegally from Mexico, but also may have been granted DACA status, allowed to stay back in the Obama administration. He was arrested back in Omaha, Nebraska, and we expect to learn more about his background as the head of the UFC says security was certainly top of mind.
What do you call it when somebody from a foreign country comes into your country to try to kill Americans?
Terrorism.
An act of freaking war.
That part.
Okay.
But if you're going,
now we can deport every person that's here illegally. Don't give me this criminal crap. You cross the border illegally, that is criminal. So in the vested interest of every American, red-blooded American walking the streets, and every dignitary everybody that's been elected to office, in the spirit of you just acted in war, I think. Like, that's crazy.
Now, what do you call it when your government allows it to happen?
Treason.
Oh. What?
These are big words. These are big words.
Crazy.
Lefties, you're gonna need.
Oh, but they're not gonna say he's Mexican. They're gonna say he's white adjacent. They're gonna call him a white man.
Did you see his big grin?
Mm-hmm.
He's happy. Yep. He's gonna get 3 square meals and a cot. So
I can't. I hate it. I can't do it. Can we, like? Isn't that what is coming out? I think I saw something about. Oh gosh, there was a new.
I'm sorry.
Legislation. What's in the legislation? Is it 702? They're trying to get rid of 702, spying on Americans, and there's something else in it.
They're changing FISA a little bit.
Yeah, I know. And then I think they were going to bring back like firing squads. That's like conversation.
But it's in Utah in the Charlie Kirk murder case. That trial that he's really trying to get, I'm not going to say his name. He's trying to get death penalty to be off the table because it's by firing squad. What better way to go meet your maker than the same way that you sent the person that you killed? I mean, listen,
eye for an eye,
old school Bible. Sometimes there's some parts of it that I'm like, okay, I could do that. It's sad. It's sad. This is very sad that this is the depravity that we live in now in our country. I don't mean to doom and gloom here on your Friday, but y'all need to know this is taking place because I've sat in rooms, Allie sat in rooms very recently with people who do not think like you and I, and they don't see it. They don't see this reported. They don't hear this to think that it's something crazy. They think this is made up. They think that we are fabricating these stories. That's a different level of detachment and derangement. It's one thing for you just not to like some guy because you don't like his politics. Now you are actually living a version of the Truman Show. You actually want to believe in a whole different parallel reality. And where does that take us?
Part of the issue, again, I will state, is media. That is part of the issue. When media is allowed to lie to you and allowed to propagandize, you're not going to get the full story. So again, the Spin Act needs to be passed to return. It's literally called the Spin Act, you guys, because the media
Bill O'Reilly
spins the truth.
But Bill O'Reilly would do the thing with the what did he do with the thing with the pin before his days of Fox wrote, and the spin stops here. I remember that.
Right, the spin. Okay, well, that's the whole point, right?
Bill
Spin Act.
The no spin zone.
I love it.
Thank you, Zach. He's like our third brain.
He is.
We
It's
needed
great.
that. Thank you.
So we need to make sure that we are advocating for truth to be told in journalism once again, and off of the propaganda teat to keep America
Propaganda teat
silent and ignorant. It's not doing us any good. When what is it? 10% of the United States don't believe that the president has been shot at legitimately or shot.
But you'll believe in the Matrix. And that you can change your
or that J6
biology.
Was not a setup.
Yeah.
Or like you said, that you can change your chromosomes.
I really, y'all, pray for this country and continue to pray for President Trump. Pray that those who have platforms to deliver truth and media to you, that they can be supported. People like myself, Allie, we've got a bunch of friends that do this. We aren't under some big 3-letter conglomerate for media organizations. So make sure you pray that those that continue to want to bring the truth can do it. And that those that can't see it, I don't know. Get you some Jesus. Allie, this was speaking of Trump. So this is, he put this out. I don't know if it's, does that look like is that Truth Social or is that X?
That's Truth Social.
Because he always goes to Truth first. Take a look at this post. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he said anybody that doesn't want to terminate the filibuster is a fool. Thune, a really stupid one.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I love this. This is middle school Trump. The Democrats will end it within minutes of taking office. They will. He's saying if they get the majority, they're not gonna waste time doing it. He goes on to say the Republican Party will never win another election if they don't do this and take on the Save America Act. Sadly, he'll be the last Republican president. Senate Majority Leader Thune and the Republican Senate must not let this carnage happen. Terminate the filibuster and immediately approve the Save America Act. God bless the United States. Well, how long have we been? We just get a billboard that says "Pass." I mean,
how many days have we been talking about this?
Yes,
that part, because it's
changed names 3 times since we started talking about it.
That part.
It's been the Save Act. What was it before the Save Act?
They were trying to make it the Charlie Kirk Act.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been
a lot of different things.
Pass the damn bill. It's that simple. I don't understand why this is like this difficult.
And explain to me.
You're a national security threat at this point.
Explain to me. Somebody explain to me.
Lucy.
What the purpose of the filibuster. Because I have been trying to find, other than Nancy Pelosi, who always talks about it, I've not been able to find a real legitimate reason why you would want to filibuster something. And I might be missing something. So this is me being humble and saying, if you could drop in the comments, what the hell am I missing? I don't understand why, when your job is to legislate, I don't understand how you're able to pass that buck either through, holding the floor without, why are you giving a legal right to not do your job?
Because they don't want to do their job.
Like, why are people reading poetry in a filibuster? Like, what? Do you know what I mean? Just to take the microphone and just to take the time?
Yeah. Like that. That's like, it needs to go away. It doesn't make any sense.
That's like in the 3rd inning, like clearing the scoreboard.
It's a nice game. You know what a filibuster is? It's a nice way to say stalling.
Yes.
It is a legal way to say stalling. You're stalling with no purpose other than to waste time. Oh,
and Allie,
freaking court.
And it's okay. I'm telling you, we've had conversations with representatives in the House who've obviously passed this through like 3 different times now. They're calling for, you got Luna, Stubbe, a whole bunch that are calling for nuke the filibuster. You've got the president now calling for it. I don't believe that the entire Freedom Caucus and others in the House and the president of the United States are all seeing something with nuking the filibuster that Thune cannot see.
It's not just Thune, it's 4 of them.
Oh, that's what he's saying here too, right?
It's 4 of them. It's Thune, McConnell, Collins, and Murkowski.
And so this is what I'm told from people on Capitol Hill about Collins and Murkowski. That's the type of Republican that's the only type of Republican you're ever going to get elected in their state.
Don't care.
But man, they might as well be a Democrat.
That part, because it doesn't matter. Because what is your purpose as a congressperson, as a member of Congress?
Right.
What is your purpose? What is your purpose as a member of Congress? Your purpose is to limit government and make sure that the Constitution is protected.
That's your oath. Yeah.
That's it.
So here's what I would say in these areas with Collins and Murkowski.
And investigate.
That pendulum tends to swing in extremities on both sides. So I mean, if you challenge them with a America First Republican and that they don't get elected and a Democrat sits in office in those 2 locations, let them have their Democratic Party way and then see what happens. Like there are some places that I'm like, you know what? Sometimes people need to see what Democrat policies give you. I mean, we got, I don't believe we actually voted Joe Biden in for one, but in those 4 years, wow, did we see how screwed up things could get?
Mm-hmm.
And it scares people, and that's, I think, why they come out in droves to fix the algorithm and actually outvote Trump in. JD Vance, guys, he's usually a very mild-tempered person, especially when he was on The View, but he's come out and just said, he's exposing John Thune. Take a listen.
why don't we try? Why don't we try and at least force people to vote against it? One of the things that sometimes frustrates me about the legislative process is that people will go into it saying, this isn't possible, therefore we're not even going to try. Well, let's actually see. Let's try it. And if it's not possible, then let the people put their name on it. This is also good for the American people. How many American senators know that the American people love the Save America Act because they believe in voter ID? But how many of those?
And it's a nonpartisan issue. A bipartisan
83% of Americans, it's probably higher now, 83% of Americans want the Save America Act passed. 83%. So you're telling me that because you don't have the votes, regardless of the fact that 83% of Americans want this passed, you're just not going to even attempt it?
Show the American people who will not get on board with the Save America Act.
Do it.
Do it. I want C-SPAN. I want full coverage. I want popcorn. I want like main event. I want like clear your schedules. I want all the major networks to cover it.
But you know what? It's going to happen. It's going to come down to the same 4 people. They're going to put a vote to nuke the filibuster, and the same 4 people are going to say no.
And then what? Right?
Right. We're back to square one, because then what?
So you're seeing the stall that's happening in the Senate. And I wonder if
most frustrating,
because Trump did sign an executive order, which is going to hopefully, I mean, I think it's going to be challenged. So hopefully it'll be upheld, but that's going to help with some of these states that have mail-in voting season, like where they can't obviously count, in my district, in my county, you have to have your ballot, even if it's mailed in, you have to have it to the supervisor of election office by 7 on election night. Otherwise, it's
not counted.
Persona non grata.
Right.
It's not going to happen. So that's what Trump's trying to do nationally with this executive order. But if it gets challenged and it's not, we don't have it in time for the 2026 election, maybe it'll piss off parents, them too. Maybe it'll piss off voters enough to give us a bigger lead, a bigger stretch in the Senate, because we have to make Murkowski and Collins just non-starters. Say it.
I'm wondering where the uprising is in the districts of these four senators.
Right.
I wonder if they've done a poll, right? Because politicians love polls.
Yeah.
They waste all kinds of money doing polls to figure out what the temperature
I never get called.
is.
I never get asked.
Right. Well, I've been asked a few times. I think Buchanan, congressional, not state, because I'm not in state's district, but congressional I was. Now I'm in Kathy Kasser, which that would have been fun to take her out politically. Y'all, don't play with me. Not in the mood.
She's not. I'm sitting next to her. She's not.
I wonder what the polling looks like for the Save America Act in these senators' districts, because if they are even going against their own constituents, they're going against America in general with 83, upwards of 83% of Americans that want this passed. But even if they're going, how do we not? And I guess it's because it's the leader, right, of the Senate. He would be the one to bring it to, some kind of reprimand of senators that are derelict of duty. Who is over the Senate?
And this is exactly what we saw with the boys and girls sports and with the gender mutilation surgeries for minors. Even people in the trans community, in the LGBTQ community have long said, when many of them have said that they just don't leave the kids out of it. I mean, we worked on legislation at the state level and worked hand in hand with Gays Against Grooming. There are things that we can see eye to eye on, and I don't understand. This is one of those issues where everybody's like, duh, like,
right.
You're hitting the nail on the head there, Allie. I don't know. What is the repercussions of somebody that can't get on the right side of a vote that 83% of us want? It ideally would be the people voting them out, but you look at their districts, and from what everybody's saying is that, well, that's the kind of Republican you're going to get from those districts. So I don't know. I don't accept defeat well. And I think then that means these other states that we've redrawn district lines because of the census now not counting illegals. I think this is maybe we just make up the difference in other states, try to get, try to increase our lead that way, because you've got to make Collins and Murkowski completely like lame duck seats because they're never, they or pray for another Fetterman.
This is just crazy. It's beyond me how we can't get past this hurdle. And it's been talked about for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I like how what JD Vance here said. He says, why don't we try and force people to vote? We're just going to keep talking about this. We're not going silent on this. Scott Pressler's not going silent on this. Now you're seeing finally some people like Fox News are picking it up. I mean, they're not really. I would love it if our media, if everybody would act like you and I act with making phone calls and call to actions. Can you imagine if Fox News with their reach would be like, hey, here's Bennett Thune's number.
Right, call him and tell him. Like, that would be amazing. That would truly be amazing. Nobody does that.
You can steal it. You can do it. Like, we'll just go ahead. We don't own it. Just do it.
Just do it. It's called civic engagement.
Yeah.
And those that are commenting online, where's your civic engagement aside from Facebook and Instagram?
Oh, they're too busy sitting on their
posts.
Best intentions. Well, guys, you're going to need to get your Liberty cigar, not only to support your out-of-pocket ladies, but also to support a great American-made company, and to be able to celebrate America 250. It might still be in time. We're going to get a quick word from Liberty Cigars. We'll be right back with more Out-of-Pocket after this.
From the heart of Marietta, Georgia, comes a tribute to the spirit of liberty. Liberty Cigars, where history meets craftsmanship. Each cigar tells a story. The Founders Collection honors the visionaries who shaped a nation. The President's House Collection celebrates the leaders who steered it. And the Naval Series salutes the heroes who defended it. Handcrafted with precision, each blend mirrors the essence of its namesake. From the boldness of George Washington to the elegance of Thomas Jefferson. Indulge in a moment of reflection. Light a Liberty cigar and savor the legacy. Discover your story at libertycigars.com, because every great nation deserves a great cigar. Liberty Cigars, smoke the history. And don't forget to use promo code OpenMic for 10% off your order.
We don't shut up even during the commercial break. We're
definitely not.
See this? Well, welcome back to Out-of-Pocket Live with Allie and Michelle, formerly Open Mic Ladies. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, follow, and tell your friends about this, guys. We're here Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern, all through the week. And you're going to want to make sure you follow us on social media at Real Allie Leger, at Michelle Posey, so that way you can keep up to date on anything that breaks during the weekend. And special thanks to TalkRed, our family that provides us this platform. We're so grateful. So Allie, one of our favorites, which you want to talk about, like we talked about Fetterman in the last segment, but you think about the amount of Democrats that are now in the Trump administration because the Democrat Party left them, abandoned, like literally yanked the wheel to the left and drove off the cliff. Tulsi Gabbard, former DNI director, obviously taking a step back to help be with her husband, who's battling health issues. On her last day, a total mic drop. Allie, I was asking you during the commercial break. I know this is a long video, and we probably won't play all of it, but I do want to play quite a bit of it.
Okay.
She's got some fire. Let's take a listen.
Before the COVID pandemic, Dr. Fauci, as head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, provided millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, work which is now widely viewed as the source of the unintentional lab leak that sparked the pandemic. Now, in support of President Trump's maximum transparency mandate, today, on my final day as Director of National Intelligence, I'm releasing never-before-seen communications and documents that expose exactly how Fauci worked with politicized career leadership in the intelligence community to suppress the truth about his actions, the virus's lab leak origins, and his role in directing U.S. funding for this dangerous research that caused immeasurable harm and countless lost lives. Now, these documents expose Fauci's direct role in influencing and manipulating IC assessments on COVID-19 and how Fauci lied to Congress in 2024 when under oath he denied knowledge of or participation in discussions with intelligence officials about viral research. We also received testimony from multiple intelligence community whistleblowers who reported retaliation for challenging the intelligence community's manipulation of intelligence on the virus's origins, once again revealing a clear pattern of suppressing dissent, silencing critics, and burying the truth. Dr. Fauci's close relationships with the intelligence community enabled him to assume 3 key roles that shield him from scrutiny. First, Dr. Fauci funded dangerous gain-of-function coronavirus research linked to Big Pharma and their pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars. Second, Dr. Fauci was the behind-the-scenes advisor who, alongside his hand-picked so-called experts, pushed the intelligence community to endorse a natural animal origin to hide his dangerous gain-of-function research that he funded using taxpayer dollars, all of this in a deliberate attempt to cover up the truth and shift the blame and attention away from Fauci's own actions. Third, Dr. Fauci became the nation's pandemic pundit, and he publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship using every platform available. Now, according to hundreds of reviewed emails, which are included in this release, the intelligence community almost always incorporated Fauci's recommendations. He promoted a fraudulent paper whose publication he helped prompt as legitimate information for intelligence community consideration. Senior analysts praised Dr. Fauci not as a policymaker, but as what they called an unbiased guide to the real coronavirus experts, while deliberately ignoring experts who might dissent from Fauci's narratives. Now, Fauci didn't stop there. He blatantly lied to Congress under oath during his 2024 testimony to the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, denying that he ever spoke to any intelligence agency about COVID. Now, the correspondence I'm releasing today directly contradicts his sworn testimony. Now, we received statements from multiple whistleblowers revealing that the intelligence analysts who dared to challenge Dr. Fauci's COVID origin conclusions faced threats of retaliation, marginalization, and many suffered career setbacks. For example, a contractor was terminated just days after coming forward to ODNI as a whistleblower. Another example, those who advocated for the lab leak hypothesis or expressed dissenting views were reminded by their managers that leadership would determine which analysts would be promoted and which would not. The message was clear: go along or be punished. Now, senior leaders also sought to
when she that just popped into my head, the way she just described that, being told that senior analysts will be discussing who and determine who gets promoted and who doesn't. Do you remember when they tried to frame Trump's really perfect phone call with Ukraine as a quid pro quo?
That's exactly
that's on our soil, y'all. Like, wow. that is how is.
So what you mean to tell me is that during the Biden administration, we had the most corruption America has ever seen in the highest levels of agencies.
Yep. And I believe actually so this is what I believe, Allie. I believe they were allowed to exist under Bush, under Clinton, Bush, and Obama. Then Trump comes in, they're like, crap, we didn't think he was going to actually get in. And then they were like, stall. Let's crossfire hurricane. Let's try to get, find all these other off ramps
to get him out. There was some sort of plan.
Yes.
Oh my God.
So guys, I saw this morning. Senator Rand Paul, you heard there how Tulsi Gabbard saying that while all these documents are great, Fauci has been questioned under oath,
right?
Sworn testimony in Congress and he's sworn the opposite of what not only these whistleblower accounts prove, but these documents prove, which we call receipts on the show. So Senator Rand Paul was one of the ones who actually was in charge of questioning Fauci. Rand Paul said on her last day, Tulsi Gabbard drops a bombshell. This release includes additional documents revealing the truth about the lab leak origin. He says, this is Senator Rand Paul, I've referred Fauci to the DOJ multiple times for criminal prosecution over these web of lies. Thank you, Director Gabbard. More to come. Because I think what's happening here, guys, is this is so unprecedented. I think about the Nuremberg trials. I think about things that have happened in the course of human history where you're like, this is so deep that I not only have to put my feet up, but I don't know what to do. Like, what do we do with a blanket pardon? Like, how do you challenge that?
I think you challenge it.
How do you challenge a pardon that was signed by an auto pen?
With no start date, no end date, there's a start date, but there's no end date and there's nothing specific.
And the first one I would start with, the easy one, the lowest hanging fruit, is lying under sworn oath.
That part.
Like Bill Clinton much?
Why are we not going after that? Apparently you're allowed to miss your
this part.
What is it? You're being called to Congress to testify. You're allowed to miss that.
Or you can ask them, well, can you come to my house instead?
Right.
Remember that from the Clintons?
So you're allowed to do that, but you're allowed to lie under oath without repercussion.
Yeah.
But the average American can't do that under oath at all, period.
The average American can't go to the steps of the Capitol and wave a flag or a sign without being lumped into a basket of a whole bunch of other stuff
or can't, speak at a school board meeting without being called a domestic terrorist and have
extremist.
The DOJ,
literally
and tap your phone.
Listen, my FBI guy likes me now. I think he's like, she crazy. Let's just leave her alone. But this is the reason why we bring this to you, and the reason why we talk about it a lot in circles that we're in, is because most people aren't hearing this information. Again, we got this straight from the DNI, from Tulsi Gabbard's X account.
Why is this not a front page news?
Yes.
Why is this not on the front page of the New York Times? Why is this not being discussed on CNN? We don't know why.
All you have to do, though, Allie, is ask the question. You don't even have to go on these networks, and you don't have to have a majority of these left-leaning networks agree with it. Ask the question and have the debate, but they don't want to have the debate because that actually exposes the truth. And I really,
it pokes holes.
It does.
That's the whole point. It pokes holes.
Flood their liberal boat. And so this is the reason why this is so outrageous. And I don't need to tell you guys this. We all know COVID touched every one of our doorsteps, but I can speak personally for me. My baby boomer generation father was murdered by this man, Fauci, trying to play God in a lab, messing around with a virus that he had no business. It's Franken-Fauci. That's exactly what it is. You cook it up, then it leaks. We knew. Listen, do you remember Trump calling it the China virus?
Yep.
And then being like, you're so racist. That's what you call it. That's what, anytime there's been a major outbreak somewhere, you call it
the Spanish flu.
I'm not offended. Are you?
No.
Mira. not offended.
Protests.
And he closed the borders. He closed stopped flights coming in from certain parts.
Yes, he closed the border.
Certain parts of the country. Yet, maybe if something's coming from Wuhan, China, we don't allow flights in from Wuhan, China. That's America first at its core. But beyond that, he caused this, and then he hid it. There is no reason for the head of your medical fields, and I love how they talk about the head of allergy. He's not. This is not allergies.
Disease.
This is infectious disease.
Yeah.
He should not be collaborating with the intelligence community at all.
No.
They're supposed to cross-check each other. If you don't have an independent medical community doing their thing and an independent intelligence community keeping them honest, that is a coup.
That part.
We don't need a Ukraine phone call from Trump to have a quid pro quo. It's happening right here. It just happened. You just lived it.
And I doubt this is the first time.
It absolutely isn't. Absolutely. I think back to HIV.
Yep.
I think back
he was largely a part of.
And people, listen,
forget about it.
Some of you out there are so freaking smart and historical with your knowledge, because I can remember people sending me messages and going, oh, I don't like this guy. And I'm like, but it's Trump. He would know, right? He's going to put the right people. Well, he's only doing what his advisors that surround him tell him. And they were like, nope, this guy's got HIV, tainted hands. He did not try to find a cure for HIV. And if you Google the documentary of what he did with kids, he being Fauci, kids in the foster care system, injecting them with a virus.
Not a good man.
It is a human. He's already been doing human experiments.
Yep.
You are the experiment.
Why is he not in handcuffs, like in jail right now? And and then it's interesting because how do you say that nobody knew? And then recently Pfizer just came out with all of their side effects. The list is like 200 long.
Everything that we said was being caused.
Yep.
Do you know now in the state of Florida, and I don't know, you can check your state, in order to play sports, I'm talking for our young athletes in high school, you have to have an EKG. Is it an EKG?
EKG.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that's not good protocol, but what could possibly be contributing to enormous amounts of heart troubles and heart complications with our young people? What's myocarditis? Isn't that one of the top things that these jabs cause in young people, and especially young men? I wonder who it would serve for us to debilitate young fighting age males in this country. That's what I'm saying. It's like this has been active war. Times active war. Times active war.
Yep, with an open border.
And you want to bitch about Iran.
Oh my God.
Like, seriously? You've been at war with your own people in this country who just want power and greed and all things tied to Trump to fail. Even a frickin' fountain in front of the Lincoln Memorial.
They don't want just all things Trump to fail. They want all things American sovereignty to fail. They want individual sovereignty to fail. They want you and I, the average American, to fail. They don't want us to advance the American dream, this idea that we are free and sovereign under God-given constitutionally protected rights with actual democratic republic representatives of the people who protect our constitutionally protected rights, right? Like, they don't want that. And if you don't want that and you want to be an open border society with Marxist ideology,
go to Europe.
Go develop your own island somewhere. Go somewhere else. You have a right to believe that. You have a right to think that that works, but not on American soil. I'm sorry. Go somewhere else.
Go somewhere else. Rosie O'Donnell. So we
don't come back.
Rosie
O'Donnell.
O'Donnell.
We're not letting you back in.
There goes half of Hollywood. I can see them buying their one-way tickets. That's okay. Allie, once upon a time, Trump had said that, if we just get to the bottom of all this fraud, and I'm talking about not just fraud, obviously, with what we've seen Fauci do, but with
it's a dang budget.
We'll balance the budget. Take a look at this story about food stamps and the fraud ring going around that. Take a look.
Alarmingly, 11 of the 15 charged defendants are suspected illegal aliens, some of whom assumed stolen identities to steal these taxpayer-funded benefits and avoid detection. American citizens were boxed out of these programs because illegal aliens took their names to then take their money.
That was the Justice Department just moments ago announcing 15 people are being charged with.
Repeat the same thing.
So 15 people charged in the $1.4 million food stamp fraud ring. Thank you, DOJ, for taking this up.
Thank you. This is egregious.
You're the taxpayer. You've paid into these programs. Maybe your children or your grandchildren or your nieces and nephews, or even you might have had to use these systems once upon a time. And maybe there wasn't any, just like with FEMA, they used it all for the illegals. And then when Western North Carolina needed it, we were told they didn't have the funds anymore.
We had congressmen giving up their paycheck to do that.
That part.
And nonprofits. Oh, no, I'm not going. He decided to do it back.
So the DOJ is charging 15 individuals. But again, this is just the tip of the iceberg. You can't tell me that this isn't and here's the thing. How does this not equate to I, Democrat, open said border, you come across, I give you a bunch of taxpayer funded program. How did I not just buy your vote? 100%. Because in California, they're voting in other areas of the country.
This is crazy.
Yeah, and quid pro quo.
We as Americans are now fraud victims. We are fraud victims, and people need to go to jail, and we need return of our money. which is why we need to cut the waste, right? Like we have CFO Blaise Ngoglia here in Florida, who is doing his financial audits of local communities, local counties, municipalities, and he is finding egregious amounts, like over billions of dollars of waste of our tax dollars. And then you have the left or the municipality itself creating some kind of, well, this isn't really what it is. And he's like, I'm giving you receipts. What do you mean? Like, we literally just did this, and this is what we factored in. So what you're saying is a lie, and it is a litmus test.
It is a litmus test.
If your municipality is not thinking of ways or looking at ways to honestly cut your taxes and reduce spending, but then making excuses on why they constantly need you to be an open bank.
Right.
That is a litmus test of who you need to fire.
100%. And this goes into even like, we're going to get into education here in a little bit too, because Allie and I want to both like together cooperatively want to make sure you understand that there is a message now coming out of the DOJ, and Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon is leading the way in this. The message is, Allie, you need to fight back. And I'm not talking about with weapons. I'm not talking about with your fists. I'm talking about maybe a little bit with your voice, but also when you're wronged, we now have a DOJ that wants to hear about it. Listen to her interview with the short clip with Glenn Beck as she's talking about parents and how the DOJ is ready to be there to assist you. Take a listen.
So what do parents need to do?
Well, parents need to be very hands-on as to what their children are being taught at school. They need to review the curriculum. They need to show up at parent-teacher association meetings. They need to be very active about it. And they need to watch for any signs that their children are acting weird or hiding things from them. And they need to, go to these schools and insist on knowing what is being taught and frankly, being willing to make some noise. Now, the good news is, since I've been in the field, there are a lot more conservative lawyers out there who are willing to stand up for parents and parental rights. And so there are resources out there. They have to be prepared to make noise and file lawsuits if necessary. And this is what is making change in this country. That's how those lawsuits came about. Occasionally, teachers will stand up and say, I refuse to hide things from parents. And the Supreme Court has said very clearly, it's illegal for schools to hide from parents what's going on with respect to any of these sexual type issues, or frankly, any issue. Parents are the ultimate authority of what their children are taught in the schools.
I love this, Allie.
100%.
This hits home. So, and what I love about this is that one of the things that we're noticing that really causes the culture within a school district to shift is when something hits the wallet.
Yeah.
So when you see people pulling their kids out of, let's say, like a public school system and maybe choosing school choice, now the district has to stand up and take notice. Shoot, what should we have done differently? What can we do differently? Maybe we should have been a little more proactive in this. But when you see, not that we want to sue school districts, I'm not advocating for that, but when you're wronged and you're harmed, and then you try to go in and be, litigious with your story, it does make people take notice.
It does.
And sometimes that's the only way that you can push for change, is to speak up and push back. I love that she's.
I mean, for the fact I wish she was in office like earlier, because we've literally here in Hillsborough County, I know we've been talking, I think about for 4 years now, about the sex curriculum in our schools and the pornographic reading materials that are available in our libraries and in our school libraries. Like this is not something that should be available to children.
Right.
It's pornography. It's book talk for kids. Listen,
I love that.
Dark romance. Like, why are we doing this? Incestuous rape, like that. We don't need to be teaching that to third graders. Like, why are we doing that?
No.
That should not be. And then people are mad when you hear gubernatorial candidates talk about wanting to continue Doge and FAFO, right?
Yeah.
Continue it like permanently, because we need to make sure that there are actual checks and balances. Like, are you wasting our tax dollars? Because we are not an open bank for you.
Right.
I agree with that. It's the same thing with education. When you're mad because they want, individual education plans for all students, not just special needs students.
Yes.
Like, how are you mad at that?
How are you mad?
Want to bring back classical education, classical literacy.
Right.
Why are you mad at that?
I had one
Our kids can't even freaking comprehend. They're reading.
I know. That's absolutely.
I mean, it's a book, don't get me wrong, but it's more for like leisure than it is anything that is mind educational for the mind
Right.
stimulating.
Right. Absolutely. And Allie, I've actually had people recently, even just the other day at a debate, that have pushed back and said they think that here in Florida we're dumbing down the curriculum because we won't allow some of the LGBTQ information out there. Listen, if you have, I'm just going to say it, if you have a family that you feel is not widely represented in literature, have you heard of Amazon? You can order any book and have it delivered to your doorstep. If you want to get that smut that they've taken out of schools, some of the, that are depicting rape and incest, if you feel like that's your Saturday evening reading with your 9-year-old, knock yourself out. Don't expect the taxpayers to pay for it and put it in a public school district setting. This is why we in Florida went through and said, you know what, these little classroom libraries, out unless they meet the protocol of what our standards are here in the state of Florida.
Twins for everyone.
If that bugs you, and that makes us an extremist for saying that, I'll wear that boot all day long.
Yep, so be it. It is about who you choose to have sex with, and why are we talking to children about
children? Like, that's not your identity. That's not your identity. If we stop that conversation, you might have to figure out where your true identity comes from. And that's a whole different question. But again, not the place for a school district that's failing people in reading. Let's not pick up identity because we don't want to fail in that. The Department of War, Pete Hegseth.
Love it.
Had a lot to say. Look.
The United States has defended Europe for generations. And for too long, NATO has been a paper tiger and a one-way street. It's not going to cut it anymore. And so we're doubling down on our effort to make NATO what it always was supposed to be, a balanced alliance with Europe in the lead for its own defense, NATO 3.0. I'm announcing today a 6-month Department of War review that will examine America's force posture and basing in Europe. It will be designed to ensure that NATO is moving fast and irreversibly toward Europe leading. Going forward, our annual NATO dues will be contingent on other countries meeting their defense spending targets. Where other allies do not spend with urgency, our dues contributions will go down. This is the right thing to do by the American people, and it's time.
It's time. Sorry, I can't. This is amazing. Listen. President Trump and his administration have now set America up as the global world power, the global power.
Did you see him walk in? I'm the boss here.
It is just.
I was like, Trump, I love it. I'm going to do that. Well, so the NATO, obviously 32 countries that independent members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. But here's the thing. It's North America is so. The two that it's like North America and then it's Europe. Mm-hmm. And when you're only 50% of that equation, but you're carrying 100% of the responsibility,
that's
like those are it. Oh my God, say it again.
That's a situationship. We're not doing this. I don't know who you are and what you think you're doing, but we value ourselves as Americans. We know our value, okay? And we're not doing this.
We're not doing this anymore.
We're not doing this. We're putting our foot down and we're putting boundaries in place. And if you are not, if you can't plan a date.
Can't plan a date. If you're not sure how you feel.
I'm done. We're not doing this.
But yes, then you're Europe. So I love he's saying he's almost putting them kind of like FAFO, right? Like he's putting them on notice, like you're gonna have to start carrying your own weight. You know what happens when people start having to carry their own weight, or especially financially, or have to put sweat equity into something? You all of a sudden care about the outcome. Europe won't be having their borderless societies over there if they really have to come to their own defense and carry their weight.
Girl, do you remember when we were told that? We laughed. Because we're like, what the hell are you talking about? We grew this situation 100-fold. What do you mean? And now we're not there, and it's like, bing. And there's only one person that's actually really making it worthwhile, and he's about to sit in elected office. I don't understand. Anyway, this is just crazy to me. But yes, that is accurate. That is accurate though. But when you actually are investing, right, and you're putting your money where your mouth is, you are going to care about what the outcome looks like.
Yeah.
And if we're putting in 100%, it's going to go the way we want it to go. We're no longer just going to be like,
Are we still talking about dating?
all of it. It all makes sense. Okay. If I'm putting 100% of my equity into something, I'm going to determine how the outcome comes, what the outcome looks like.
Yeah.
If you are not going to participate equally, then you can go have a seat and I'll control, right? But if you want to actually participate and make this reciprocal,
And it's better when you
then-
participate, FYI.
Like we can work this out. Okay. But until then, it's my way or the highway, sir or ma'am.
Well, in our case, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm glad this is a great segue because we don't normally talk about like salacious stuff. We actually don't talk about it at all. But this is actually taking away from what some people say is salacious. I like when somebody, when they come out and attack a celebrity or somebody or elected representative for something that's going on in their personal life, and then they take a solid stand to say, no, that's not factual. The internet's not getting this right. Let me set the record straight. I kind of want to let them be able to do that. I'm talking, of course, about Jelly Roll, who has been a wonderful musician, artist, has shared very publicly his faith journey, his struggle with addiction, and him and Bunny, I don't know if that's not a real name, obviously, but they've been married for a while. And then there's this announcement of a divorce, and people are throwing her under the bus and him under the bus. And he just came out and had this to say. Let's take a listen.
I wasn't going to talk about this tonight, but while we're talking about liars, the internet is a liar too. It's the only time and the only city I'm going to speak about this, so break your camera phones out now. Me and my wife are best friends. We will always be best friends. We just got off the phone earlier today. Nobody cheated on nobody. She just did a whole podcast about it. You can go watch it. Every word of it is the truth. That will be my best friend forever. This is the only time I will ever speak about it. Bunny, I love you, baby. Thank you for those 10 years. They were incredible. Thank you for the next 10 years of friendship and 20 beyond that. With that being said, cheers, everybody. Thanks for coming out tonight.
Lawyers and a mediator, or two lawyers, a mediator, and their pastor. You're not invited. Right. So your opinion doesn't matter. I don't care where you're getting your information from. It's not yours to have. Yeah. You just because you are a public figure does not mean that you have a window seat to my bedroom. I'm serious.
I almost said something. This is the one time I'm censoring. The one time.
You can tell me when we get off the track. But I'm just saying, I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care if you're the mother-in-law. I don't care if you're the brother. I don't care if you're the best friend. It's none of your freaking business what is going on between two consensual adults and what is going on in their house.
Yes, absolutely.
If you're not the 3 F's, 2 F's and a P.
Oh.
Paying their bills. Finances. So 3 F's. If you're not this, or finances, mind your business. Like, what are we doing?
Well, and some people will say, well, he's in the public eye, so you should. No. Nope. Not even a little bit.
I don't even care if they're elected or not. No. I don't care. Do you vote right? Do you vote to protect my constitutional rights?
Right.
Do you vote to make sure that we're getting the Save America Act passed? Are you that's what I care about. Yeah. Are you trying to codify the 200 executive orders that still haven't been codified into law? That's what I care about. Are you trying to advance the America First agenda? That's what I care about. Yes, what you're doing behind closed doors, I could really not care about because it doesn't affect me.
Yep. Get your own closed doors. Then you won't be worried about others.
Right. Maybe if you were happy in your own life, this wouldn't be a problem.
Of course, not you. But
no, you. No, you. No, you.
Because I think we get because
because we got trolls that watch the show too, just to figure out what we're talking about. So yes, you.
You're welcome.
And I'm done.
Session. Ding, ding. Well, guys, that's it for Out of Pocket Live. We're grateful that you joined us. Thank you, Zach, and
wishing
the family
Kelly
at
Rowland
TalkRed.
his ex-wife the best. That's all.
Yes, and I hear because I think they're still having a baby.
I don't know.
I think I saw that. Don't quote me, but so
the rumor mill.
Wish them the best, guys. That's it for us today.
Text messages.
Hey, what did you mean by that? Mind your biz. So, guys, that's it for us today. We will be back Monday morning, 10 a.m. Right here. Guys, make sure you follow at Real Ally Lachey, at Michelle Posey. That way you can keep in touch with us throughout the weekend. Stay family focused, patriotic, and obviously largely unfiltered.
And that's out of pocket.
Do it. Do it.
Love you guys.
We love you. We'll see you next time.
Two queens, no filter. Say what they feel. Allie and Michelle keep it way too real. Politics, family, yeah, we go there. If it's out of line, we don't care. It's out of pocket. It's out of pocket.
Hello and welcome back to Sergeant Major Sit Rep. Well, last week was a rerun. I'm sure some of you caught that. Appreciate the comments, but I'll explain. Last week, I was off, but I was not off. I was at the Capitol passing the very last budget as an Arizona State representative, and it was a great budget. It was the budget we shoved down Katie Hobbs' throat 3 different times. She came back not signing, threatening government shutdowns, wanted to renegotiate this or that and the other. Leadership held firm, members held firm. She did not get her Prop 123. She didn't get anything. She really did not get anything. We passed a very good conservative budget along with some ballot measures. One, protecting the ESA program. That's parents' choice in education where the money follows the student. Yes, we have that in Arizona. The Democrats are fighting everything with everything they have, with their own ballot initiatives, teachers' union money, all this nonsense to stop parents educating their kids the way they want. But we're going to stop that. I'm very proud that we got Alexander Collins, HCR 2001 across the line. That was the SAVE Act for Arizona. It's something that we've all been working on, my committee especially, put a lot of time and effort back and forth. And what is perplexing is that the deep state, a lot of other elected officials think we write bills to benefit them and make their job easier. That's not the case. If you're an elected official, especially a recorder, and you are campaigning against this piece of legislation, I want you to tell the American people what part you don't support. Is it the IDs? Is it the cleanup of vote by mail? Is it being an American citizen? Is it being no foreign money in our elections? What part of that do you not support? And maybe you should tell the voters why. Now, they claim it's funding, it's extra work, it's all this. Well, we told them, we'll put the funding in there. You give us the estimate, we'll give you the funding. Clean elections is that important that we will fund whatever you think within reason that it costs to do what we want to do. Now, the naysayers, the Democrats, oh, well, this is just like Florida. Well, that's the point, idiot. Florida is the gold standard for the United States when it comes to elections. They went from hanging chads all the way to the gold standard. We met with those Florida officials last year, year before last, and before this session. We met with them to make sure that we caught not only the nuance, but the hard and fast rules and things that worked in Florida. So they are the gold standard. So we copied those things. We passed them in our committees. We pushed that forward, and the Democrats are livid because they know if this happens, their little cheats are pretty much gone. So that's what I was doing last week. I was on the House floor for over 18 hours, in the building for almost 30 hours. Little negotiations and that in between, but done. That was my last Arizona budget. And during this time, I know the story is getting a little old. Nobody's paying attention to it anymore, but I was taking some notes, even though I couldn't comment on it then. I want to talk about Elon Musk becoming a dirty trillionaire. This Elon Musk and his trillions of monies all over the place. He's got money just to burn, according to Elizabeth Warren. So let's start off this episode. And yeah, I'm laughing at myself because Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, these freaking communists just infuriate me, but it also makes me laugh because Elizabeth Warren now talking about she could be entitled to reparations because of her heritage. Remember, she did the whole college thing on being a tribal member, and it turns out she's not. She's as white as that sheet of paper over there on the desk. This crazy nut job, I call her pale feather Warren. But let's look at this clip right here. This clip from Fox News, we'll let it play.
To celebrate Rich, he took thousands of his workers with him. I think some 400 became 100 millionaires. These were engineers, electricians, these are cafeteria workers.
Yeah. There's an immigrant welder, Charlie, who's now a millionaire.
Yes.
So tell that to that guy that this is not a wonderful thing. But Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, it's not that they hate the fact that he's a trillionaire. It's that they hate the fact that he gets to keep it. They want it.
All right. Now, you saw that. You heard that. Her and Bernie are just up in arms that somebody could make $1 trillion. Bernie Sanders would try and unionize Santa's elves if he could, and they would go on strike, and we would end Christmas. This is up to Bernie Sanders. So let's watch this next crazy Liz Warren clip here.
Musk is officially the world's first trillionaire. Think about that. We're living in a time when more and more people are just hanging on by their fingernails to survive in this economy. And Elon Musk has more money and more wealth than anyone in human history. I want to be clear. This is not just some fluke. It is a feature of a rigged economy. Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill cut health care for millions of Americans to give guys.
You hear this. Okay. So that's their take. That is their take on what an African American, yes, Elon Musk is an African American, legitimate African American. He's from South Africa. His parents are from South Africa. He was born in South Africa. He's an immigrant. So much for giving the African American a chance in America. Thanks to Bernie and Elizabeth Warren. So their joint criticism, and I'm going to be a little bit serious here, their joint criticism is based on their communist ideology and what the Democrats see as someone taking something away from someone else. But let's really break this down. So Elon Musk has done some tremendous things, and he's had some flops. Where did this all start? This started with PayPal. Something that he made and he sold and made millions on and had bigger aspirations to do bigger things. I think that's called the American entrepreneurial spirit. And Milton Friedman spoke of the free economy. He spoke of capitalism and how left unchecked, yes, I said that, left unchecked, if you let the system, the market, work as intended with no outside interference, that product will either live or die, succeed, not succeed. So if it's something popular, that's affordable, can be made to where the owner receives a profit, the product will last, everybody prospers. You get something at a cheap price, they make money, and we have a product that serves the people or serves your needs. It's just that simple, folks. It's how it's supposed to work. So talking about this, I think this is a great time just to segue right into the ad that I talk about every week. And let's talk about it now, because this gold ad I'm about to talk to you about is, yes, 100% an advertisement, but 100% relevant, especially with this show today and what's going on within the United States. So you know how it starts off. I do it every week. I ask, okay, let me ask you something personal. How'd you sleep last night? Did you wake up at 3 a.m. thinking about bills, thinking about groceries going up twice as much? Of course, that's how it starts off. That's what I read every week. But don't just listen to the words. Think about it. I mean, we all do these things. We do. It's not imaginary. Everything is more expensive now. Whatever money you saved up until 2020 lost. Now, the ad says 22% of its value, but I've been looking at it, it's actually 24%, and that's not opinion. It's documented fact, and yes, the Iran conflict had something to do with that, but 24% of that money is gone. The value is gone. So this is why this ad works perfectly with this segment. And it's not about Elon Musk. It's about the Constitution, what it actually protects. It protects your right to property, the fruits of your labor. But your savings is still going to shrink. It's going to shrink, and it's going to get robbed, and it's going to be slowly and quietly by the hidden tax called inflation. And we're still fighting that. This is a pattern of government overreach that erodes everything we work to build. Most retirement accounts are 100% tied to the stock market. When it drops, your savings drop. You're exposed. But there's something you can do to defend yourself and protect everything you built. So I talk about it every week. It's diversification of your portfolio. You're diversifying your position. Your retirement, you can put some of this into physical gold, the real gold, like bars of gold, coins of gold, the kind that you can touch, feel, put in a safe, the kind that doesn't care what the market does, doesn't care what DC does to the dollar, doesn't care about the Iran war, doesn't care about anything. It just lives. Augusta Precious Metals, leading in this field. They've been helping thousands of America protect their retirement for over a decade. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They walk you through everything. 3 simple steps. It stays in your IRA. Yes, stays there. Or your 401k. No taxes, no penalties. To get Augusta's free information gold guide, again, go to johnsgold.com. I say it every week, johnsgold.com, or text John 35052. Bottom line, it isn't about gold as an investment. It's about peace of mind, protecting what we have worked our entire life to build. Augusta Precious Metals, it's what they do. That's why I recommend them. Again, go to johnsgold.com or text John 35052. Understand the options, get the free gold guide, let them protect you and your family and everything you work to build. Okay, so why did that go with this? I'm going to explain. So Elizabeth Warren complains, Bernie and all the leftists, AOCs and all the communists complain that Elon Musk doesn't pay enough taxes. He's not funding the government as much as he should be. He's now a trillionaire. And she said, this is a wake-up call, that somebody could make $1 trillion. So let's talk about that. So these numbers are estimated, and it's from the SEC. There's a couple of numbers are factual, but I took everything off the SEC website that I could find. And some are estimated numbers on their website, some are factual. So I'll go through them. Tesla. This is numbers of exact employees as of the end of 2024, midstream 25. Now, we know it's a fluctuating number, but this was actual documented employees on the Tesla payroll, 134,785. 134,000 people. Almost 135,000 of the employees with Tesla. SpaceX, 25,000. That's an estimated range because they do hire temporary employees and contractors. These are not contractors in the MISC. I don't know why they put SpaceX, Starlink contractors in with their findings, and they didn't with Tesla, but it is what it is. 22,000. X, formerly Twitter, 3,000. XAI, 1,200, just for that portion of the program. Neuralink, 600. The Boring Company is an estimate of 600 people. So Tesla, this is hard numbers now. This is from the SEC website. Tesla paid $1.2 billion in cash and income taxes in 2025, $28 million in federal, $151 million in different state taxes, $1.53 in foreign taxes, and they also reported a $1.4 billion income tax provision. So that puts them at an effective rate of 28%. But they're not paying their fair share. Billions. Estimate payroll tax at 155,000 people. And the FICA, Medicare, state taxes, all the other nonsense that goes with payroll. And you're looking at another $500 million. That's just the one company is what he's paying. So estimate for all the employees, now you're looking at contractors, and yes, I'm reading right off the SEC website, all the contractors, all the estimates, all the employees, this guy is paying about $7 billion in taxes a year. $7 billion. But he's not paying his fair share. I mean, yes, his personal income tax, I don't know what he pays. He probably has a lot of exemptions, but company overall. Now, what we didn't even mention was local property tax. Local property tax, you're looking at another $1 billion in property taxes. VAT taxes, other taxes he has to pay. It's estimated that he is paying $39 billion, and that's the best numbers I can come up with based on government. These websites are crap, but about $39 billion a year, just in taxes. That funds a lot of stuff, folks. How much more does he have to pay? I mean, really, how much more does one company, one man that owns a couple of companies, how much does he need to pay? Now, ask yourself this. The Ukraine war. Starlink was activated after the Russian invasion for free. He let the Pentagon use it. He let allies use it. He let the Ukrainians use it for free. Now think about the hurricanes and floods. Same thing. 10,000 Starlink kits sent for free. What did FEMA do? They didn't do anything. Nothing. They gave them, what, $200 in a tent? He at least provided 10,000 free Starlink kits. That gave 911, emergency direct to sell, FCC allowed, and this is a little known rule. They changed the rules for Starlink, and they Elizabeth Warren, and it was Mark, all the Democrats pretty much were complaining, well, the FCC is catering to Starlink. It was a short time rule change for the emergency deployment of Starlink so people could dial direct 911 on their phone through Starlink, even if they didn't download it. They could do satellite calling through Starlink to get to 911 emergency center. I think it was a perfect rule change. Now that rule, I just read on income.com and the FCC's website, that rule is no longer in play. So it was temporary. Imagine that, a rule going away. But the left looks at Musk. They see a pile of money. Most of us look at Musk and see launch pads, factories, satellite, engineers, welders, truck drivers, suppliers, battlefield communications, all the subcontractors, all the other people that make his company run that are secondary to his employment needs, the folks that he contracts, the contractors that the contractors contract. Makes sense of that. But Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, they're selling their policy in the form of envy. Well, Musk builds everything and he has everything and he's not sharing with you. Now they're bringing that political message into, well, he's stealing from the American people. He's stealing from the government. Musk builds capacity. He builds capabilities that the U.S. needs. He shares with the U.S. He's friendly with the U.S. He is a U.S. citizen. If we tax his company out of existence, we no longer have those capabilities. He pays plenty of taxes. Now, just like I said with Augusta Gold, the Constitution protects private property. It's the real thing, folks. The real thing. That is what the Constitution does. So it protects his contracts, his inventions, even his risk, and most importantly, protects his rewards. That system produced Tesla, SpaceX, Starlink, reusable rockets that can go up, circle the globe, and come back down and land vertically. Think about that. You're taking a rocket, and the closest we've ever had from NASA and all the billions and trillions wasted in the space program, when we had the space shuttle, it went up and it came down and it needed a very long runway, perfect weather, all the things. Elon Musk vertically parks this back on a loading dock that's equipped to handle the rocket. Now, if that's not amazing, and I'm not a big space guy, but if that's not amazing and something the U.S. can use, then I don't know what is. I don't know what is. The bottom line, Musk didn't become a trillionaire by stealing from workers. He became a millionaire by innovation, free people, free markets, investors, engineers, customers that built value on a national scale. That's how he became a trillionaire. And he used Milton examples of free market economy to do so. So why beat this guy up? Well, he doesn't fit their political narrative. He's goofy. He's MAGA. He looked for fraud, waste, and abuse in the government. He became a trillionaire. Everything the Democrats hate is what this guy does. And everything that he's doing is supporting and executing the American dream. Democrats hate the American dream, just like they hate everything else. Now, we're having a battle here in Arizona, and we put a ballot initiative on that says, and the people will be able to vote on it, that taxpayer money, so school districts cannot use taxpayer money to fund union events or give to the unions. They are livid about it. There were Democrats on the House floor crying that we put this bill on the board. I mean, literal tears. They just couldn't believe it. They're besides themselves. And now what they're trying to do, well, these are public worker unions to include, do you guys know police and fire have public unions? We do. Police and fire don't fund their unions the same way. It's member funded. Now, personally, I don't think any public employee, i.e. government employee, should be in a union. We've seen the unions destroy part of the Pentagon. A lot of federal agencies are destroyed by union workers that you can't fire. I have a great example of one that when I was on active duty, this individual, a female minority, lied on her application about her security clearance. Actually, her security clearance had been revoked. She failed to mention none of that. So HRC onboards her, puts her in the unit, and of course it comes to my desk. I look at it. I'm like, well, the security clearance is revoked. I can see it right here on the system. She's revoked. So talk to the commander. Okay, we got to fire her. She can't even be in this section of the building. I don't even know if she can be in the building. So I have a couple dudes escort her out, explain the situation. We send her home. We call HRC. They say, you can't do that. No, you have to show cause. Okay, I'll send you the printout. She doesn't have a security clearance. Everybody in this building is required to have a TSSCI. She is revoked. No matter what the reason is, she doesn't have the clearance, doesn't meet the minimum qualifications of the job. 7 months to fire this woman, and we had to pay her the entire time. She lied on the application, which is a federal crime. They didn't prosecute. They did everything in their power to retain her and give her other jobs, but every single job in that building required a security clearance. So where's she going to work? She lied on her application, and we're trying to retain her because of some union nonsense. She was a union employee. Shouldn't happen. If Sergeant Major fires your ass, there should be no union that protects you, especially if you lied on your application. So this is the Democrats' thinking, though. Well, we have to protect our employees. We have to make sure everybody is safe from the evil bosses. But back to what I was talking about, the Democrats are lumping police and fire in with teachers. They are not the same. Teachers union, police and fire unions, not the same. And that's what the Democrats are trying to do. Now, these are the same Democrats that were defunding law enforcement, are still defunding law enforcement. We just heard of a few stories here in Arizona where 911 operators were putting people on hold, and there's a shortage and outages of 911. Why is that? Because dipshit Governor Katie Hobbs took about 14% away from the 911 program and moved it into some other program. That's why. It's not because workers are being mistreated. It's because law enforcement is being defunded by the left, and then they cry when something doesn't go their way. So that's what's happening in this world today. Next week, I've got a copy of the MOU. I'm breaking it down. I know JD Vance spoke about it yesterday. And no, folks, we are not giving Iran $300 billion of taxpayer money. That money is predicated on performance of contract. And guess what? If they don't perform, like Donald Trump said, we'll just bomb the shit out of them again. We'll bomb them into oblivion. But the Iranian people deserve a chance to take their country back, get rid of radical Islam, and go back to normal. And if I don't want to get into the big Jew debate over Iran and all the stuff, but just go back and do a little research on Iran 1979 and prior to 1979 when they were a normal country, very similar to the United States. Even with their Islam tendencies, they were still a quite normal country. And those people deserve a chance to become normal again. They deserve a chance to throw out the mullahs and the IRGC. And hopefully we'll get there. If not, we'll bomb the shit out of them again. So with that, folks, Democrats hate America. Train like they hate you, because they do. We'll see you next week. Thanks.
Hey guys, Carlos Cortez here, another episode of Scriptures in Wall Street. My bad, I was out this week. I finally took the week off, was in Puerto Rico. Unfortunately, it was for my mom's 70th birthday. She was not able to make it. My family and my sister's family decided to continue with the festivities in Puerto Rico, and it was awesome. Unfortunately, my mom stayed home to be with my uncle, her brother, because he was expected to pass away. But a miracle happened. A miracle is happening right now. Literally, my families, who are a bunch of believers, strong believers, have interceded for Tio Oli, and we experiencing nothing short of God's goodness, God's grace. And he died literally 3 times in the past 10 days, and they resuscitated his heart, electrocuted his heart, and each time you do it, obviously you do damage to your heart. And the doctor said if it stops again, we're just not going to resuscitate him, and we're just going to let him die naturally. And we all agreed to that. But something happened. Something happened. My father, who is a pastor, as you guys know, went over there and basically said, we know you're a believer, but let's get your heart right so that you're ready to go home. And, you know, my dad did Romans Road salvation, did the sinner's prayer, and told him to wink if you accept him and rededicated your heart to him. And he winked, and we believe he was conscious. And all of a sudden, the miracle, the unknown, the unexpected happened, and he's literally walking. This is him walking. He looks crazy. He is crazy, but yeah, this is not his best days, obviously, but he is surviving for now. So do I get upset that my mom didn't go to her 70th birthday party? I'm not upset at all. I'm just grateful that my uncle's alive and he has a shot. Small shot, but he has a shot. And my mom's happy. And I had to experience a nice family vacation. The wife, the kids, my sister, and my nieces. So if you live in Puerto Rico, man, pray for them out there because they completely need infrastructure there. I don't know what is going on. I'm not into politics over there. But if they're a commonwealth, then we need to treat them like a commonwealth. I mean, the infrastructure is terrible. When we were there visiting San Juan, Viejo San Juan, they didn't even have running water for 4 days. They were serving us paper plates because they couldn't wash plates. So it felt like COVID again. You remember when they served you in paper plates, disposable plates, and silverware or plasticware? Yeah, in downtown San Juan, they did not have any running water. One of the pipes busted, and the main municipality that controls the main waterway just busted, and it's been 4 days, and they just can't get help. Be interesting if we could just focus on efforts in our American soil and our American property, since, you know, Puerto Rico is a commonwealth. My heart goes out to them because it truly looks like a third world country. In some parts, it really is. Fortunately, I was able to stay at a nice resort in Fajardo, El Conquistador, and it was beautiful. I mean, the water is gorgeous. As soon as you get out, man, you got extreme poverty, and I'm just grateful. I'm grateful for this platform. I'm grateful that someone in my genealogy, aka mis abuelos, my parents, my grandparents, decided, you know, let's move to the mainland so we can have a better life for our children, so that they can grow and be professionals that are called to do great things. And it's my honor and my duty to continue to grow, not just me spiritually, but you as well and my family, and to keep pushing that envelope. Because if we go back to our old times, sometimes we do have to go back to recharge our batteries, to acknowledge, hey, this is where we were at. Let's be grateful for where we're at today. Now we have a home, we have AC, we have new cars. We don't have to worry about where the next meal is coming from. We have running water. We have electricity. We have internet that is so good we can even do video conferences on it and podcasts. We have gotten comfortable. We have gotten spoiled. We have gotten to a point where we're numb. We're numb, we're irritable, we're comfortable. And there's no growth when you're comfort. You know, there was a shirt I saw in Spanish that I really, really loved. So this t-shirt read, "Quien no sufre, no avanza." So that basically means in English, if you're not suffering, you're not advancing. And I just thought that was so, I don't know if that was the Holy Spirit talking to me to share with y'all, but it definitely hit me at the moment. I was getting out of the pool with the family, is that as I'm looking around and people were like drinking and there was a lot of women in thongs, my wife was getting uncomfortable, and you know, I start thinking lustful thoughts, and like it just wasn't a good scene, right? And then it just reminded me that people in the island life, they live this lifestyle of let's party, let's enjoy today, let's find the pleasures of the world, let's look cool, and let's make it about me and you and just me, who has the loudest car, who has the loudest speakers, and who gets the most attention. And we've made it about us or I, and not about family, not about your spouse, not about God, not about others. And so when we get comfortable being comfortable, we actually retard ourselves. We actually regress, and we slow down our growth. We slow down our potential. And it's sickening to me because the people of that island have so much potential if they just change their mindset. If they would just focus on themselves. And actually, the good people leave Puerto Rico because they get educated, they go to medical school, or they find a college that whatever discipline they want, and they go to the States and find a better job, and they can still speak Spanish and English, and they live a great lifestyle, and they're able to advance their families with better opportunities. And many of you watch this podcast is, how can I advance my opportunity in my retirement? And many of you have suffered and you've learned from it. You know, there's a saying, everybody has a plan. By Mike Tyson left us with this. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Greatest saying of all time. And in reality, it's getting hurt. Going through the pain is the pathway. Pain is the pathway. You never see anybody growing from the couch. And so I want to make sure that if you're suffering in your marriage, if you're suffering in your business, if you're suffering health-wise, get off the couch, do something about it. Be proactive. It shows up financially, it shows up relationshiply, and it shows up environmentally, because the environment you create in your home is the environment that you brought to your home. And so us men are very responsible for the environment we choose to create at home and in our retirement. I realize that when people call, they call for financial advice, they call for, hey, how do you do this? They call for wealth management. And honestly, guys, making returns is the easiest thing. If you're not making returns, that's the least thing I could do for you. Like, I would rather be more of an impact than just a money guy that grows your asset, because everybody has their number. I was speaking with a 27-year-old, and he's like, if I can just have $1 million, I can just live off the interest and I wouldn't have to have a job. I said, what if that interest is 7%? He's like, 70 grand a year on $1 million bucks, I would never have to work. I said, well, what would you do? He said, I would just work out all day and get people healthy. I said, well, go do that. You don't need a $1 million portfolio, because you're better off. You're better off doing that and enjoying what you do for work than to do something that you don't enjoy just so you can get the $1 million, so you can go to get interest at 70 grand a year, so you can do your ministry. Guys, your ministry is now. What you're doing now at your job, at your circumstance, whatever that is, it should be with a full heart and full content, not because you're a slave to your job. I understand if you're a laborer and you got to work and you got to cut grass or be a pipe welder or a construction worker. I understand that you're a laborer, but it's not your 9 to 5 that is your problem. It is your 5 to 9. It's what you do after work that determines if you can advance in your career, if you can advance in your home, if you can buy that certain thing that would make you feel proud. And more importantly, our relationship with Christ is the one that literally gives us all the knowledge, all the success to grow our assets, to get provisional wealth from him. He gives us the knowledge to build wealth. It's a beautiful thing. It really is, especially here in America, where we have the opportunity to have a spirit of enterprise. Like literally, you can do whatever you want. You can build whatever you want. As long as it's according to the laws and you're doing people right, you can do whatever you want, man. Like it is so awesome. But we have this money game. We have the bills. And so if we can study passive income, if we can study how can we build wealth now through our job and saving money, and then once we get that dollar amount, maybe it's $500,000, maybe it's 40 grand, maybe it's 50 grand, maybe it's $1 million and you need your 7%. Again, the 7% is never guaranteed, but you have ebbs and flows of the markets, ebbs and flows of certain timing. But the point is that for every $1 million that you have, you should be able to generate $70,000. Maybe if you're aggressive, $90,000 to $130,000. You can buy notes, right? Notes typically start around 10, and those are conservative. But those aren't guaranteed. We've talked about notes. I haven't brought them up yet because my provider hasn't gotten back to me. But there are notes right now that if you want to invest in technology, you can get 25, 26%. They're called coupons because they're not dividends. You don't own a stock. You actually own a note. And so they pay a coupon rate. And people like these because they're issued by banks and they're issued by reputable companies that are have substantial liquid assets. But they're notes, guys. They can default. They're not guaranteed. It is yellow money. And I'll be talking about them. The more information I get, I know we've had several calls from current clients. Oh, man, I would love to have a 20% note. And they're out there, and you can go find them. The problem is that advisor going to be in the same? Does he have the experience? Does he know your current situation? Because I'm not responsible for what others do to you, right? So, and speaking of which, everything on this podcast is meant for information, education purposes only. I'm not here to give investment advice. If you would like investment advice, give us a call, 813-448-3446. Or you can visit us at CortezWM.com. That is CortezWM.com. You can book an appointment online with us or request to book an appointment. I, myself, or Shane will reach out. And we're extremely busy. We got a waiting list right now. But it's a good thing because markets are very, very manipulated. We're going to talk about that here shortly, what I think is going to happen, what has happened. I've noticed that while I was gone in PR, like I said months ago, they didn't lower the interest rates. Wait and see. So predictable. Wait and see, y'all. Wait and see. Because they don't even know what they're doing. They don't know what the next assignment is. So much has happened. Commercial real estate. Now we have private credit crisis could derail the whole economy. That can completely destroy your bank. We had a call the other day with an awesome client. Can't give names. He was trying to move money to green money. And unfortunately, the bank blocked him because he had bought something on a non-approved list, and it was a non-FDA product that actually helped him with his health. He used his own money. The bank caught onto it and said, hey, you're putting our whole bank at risk. We're a credit union, and any money that you decide to disperse, we're just going to put a temporary strain on it, restriction on it. And this went on for months. And guys, I'm telling you that whenever this hits the fan, the private credit or commercial lending or pension crisis, whenever this hits the fan, you have to be so prepared, because I told you, while things are bad, the stock market will go up. While things are really, really bad underneath, it'll keep on propping the stock market. There's something that no one's really talking about with AI. As we see AI taking off, they're not talking about what happens when it gets regulated. There's a move to AGI, which is a more advanced API. And AGI basically is going to come here faster than we think, where AI is robotic. It could be used in tangible ways, like it does people's jobs. We see robots already being presented in festivals, handing out candy, handing out this, handing out that, doing simple tasks, when that thing is capable of reprogramming the whole ecosystem. And they're slowly releasing the robots so that you can get used to it, so you can rely on them. And we are going to be so reliant on robots, it's not going to be funny. So the other thing in retirement, guys, is that how are you focused on the evolution of where technology is? We are going to a track, trace, control agenda. We are going to see more banks have control over your financial life. I've already, in detail on SPF and other shows, have broken down what a privacy agreement is on your bank. Guys, I'm telling you, if you ever read this stuff, you'll never be able to understand how much power they have over your money. You've literally forfeited your money in the bank. Millions of dollars in the bank. Technically, it's gone. You only have the benefit of withdrawing the money out as a beneficiary, if they have it. It's that scary. It's that scary, guys. You literally do not have rights to your money other than withdrawing it, if they have it. And then they even question large cash withdrawals. You have to set up appointments. You basically have to ask permission to take your money out. It's sad. And to think that any bad tweet, any bad war, any bad comment, any one debacle could derail the whole financial ecosystem. And that could be AI, it could be private credit, and it could be commercial lending. And I think we can see all three. I'm not here to gloom and doom. I'm just here to be real. That it is time to protect yourselves. It is time to acknowledge and prepare, like the word of God says. The passive pay the penalty. Now is not time to be passive. Now it's time to be proactive. Now it's time to put money away in smart places. Your whole life, you saved in a 401k that you don't own. You saved in a bank account that you literally don't own. You saved and borrowed and paid interest on your car note, on your home, so that you can be a slave to that. Let's be smarter. It's time to be proactive. And so this is why I say making money in the market's easy. Like last year, our aggressive fund did 32%. Our growth fund did 24%. Our conservative fund did 14% that we utilize. There's so much things I could show you based on your risk tolerance. Our green money accounts right now, in a safe environment, the indices are killing it. Actually, let me just show you right now. If you currently have money in the bank, a 401k, or even precious metals in an IRA, you may want to listen up. You're going to want to have a place where you have a guarantee on your funds. As we go into a lower interest rate environment, banks will be stressed out when the commercial real estate crisis happens. Right now, you can get a guarantee, yes, a guarantee on your principal, and get a bonus. If you're younger than 65 years of age, we can utilize an insurance-based contract that has been around for over 100 years. We want to help you find a guarantee on your funds that are actually outside of banking laws, outside of securities laws. And guess what? You get a guarantee on your funds. You get a guarantee on your principal. Go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out your information, and let's just see if you qualify. So this is a green money account, guys. I want to go ahead and really talk about this real quick. Of course, this is not investment advice, and this is one of the indices that I like. If you go to greenmoneysolutions.com, this would be option 3. Now, this is a very powerful account. A lot of people ask me, how can I make money with AI and the NASDAQ and the growth of everything? But I don't want to risk it. My standard, and I talk about the standard deviations being of the NASDAQ over 24%, which is extremely high. Guys, the standard deviation is 0 because this is inside of insurance contract. But I want you to understand, since 2004, this did a 9.9. It lost in 05, 06, 3.6, 07, 5, a negative 12.5. 09 was 25% gain. A 22, a 3, and 2012 was 18%. 2013, a 24 and a quarter, roughly. 2014, another 2013, 18%. 2013, 24%. 2014, 18.9, and 15 it did 3. 2016, negative 2, and 17 it did positive 35. 18 it did 5. 19 it did 26%. In 2020, it did 21.5%. 21 did 15. 22 a negative 22. 23 it did a 30.5. 24 did 4.5. This last year it lost 0.5%, and currently right now it was as high as 18, and it went back down to 14.17. These are some serious returns. If you've never received those returns, you could get 100% of these with no cost to you utilizing option 3 on Green Money Solutions, depending on your state. So you got to give us a call, make sure it's right for you. This is a great index, and this is what I'm talking about because, look, a lot of you are doctors, pilots, business owners, just awesome people, like hardworking Americans. You don't have the time. You don't have the time to get in the back of the screen, learn this stuff, watch it, and then do your job that you're really good at. Like no one has ever said that you need to go to retirement planning school and learn this stuff. And what's cool about that is I can do all that for you. That's why people hire me, so I can watch this 24/7. It's not like I'm behind a computer screen all day trading and watching every single account, because I don't have to. I have a family. I have kids. I'm a hockey dad. I worship lead at my church. I take my kids to school. I'm busy. And then I have the podcast, which I enjoy everything. I don't regret anything. I enjoy all of it and will gladly do it. And I really enjoy that you guys are protected, that you guys have an outlet where you can participate in professional money management and not get hurt. So this is one of those accounts. Again, past performance is not indicative of future results, but imagine having an account where, look, the NASDAQ obviously is up. I'll show you the NASDAQ here in a second after I done with this chart. This is a great account because what I love about this is it only goes to the QQQ. And this is not, I want to make sure this is not QQQ, the stock, where you're not buying the index, you're not buying the ETF. Sorry, not stock. It's a fund, exchange traded fund. You are not buying directly the QQQ, the money manager, also known as the growth index executive team. This is a fund. And so what they do is they go like hopscotch, like double hopscotch. You remember that back in the day? They know when to get in, the good jumpers. Well, they're going in And when they're going in softly. And what softly means is they have the ability just to only go 30% in, 27% in where it's currently at. When there's a lot of volatility, you see the red chart here, it overtakes. Well, right now there's another 45% in cash. A good 35, sorry. There's 28% in the QQQs, 35% in a 10-year treasury collecting yield, and then the other 36%, so basically a third is in cash. It's just sitting idle because they know what the volatility is going to come right back down. Heavy position in cash, heavy position in treasuries. So basically 70% of it is in a fixed asset class, and only 30%, roughly 30%, is exposed on the equity side. Is your money manager doing this on a day-to-day basis, guys? Like, it's already moving to cash or fixed income on 70% of your money. While the stock market goes up, the NASDAQ goes up, the robots do their thing. They prop it up. Guys, this is how you make money in a manipulated market, by having somebody pulling the strings for you on your behalf, acknowledging the manipulations and being smart and tactical. That's the key word, tactical. When you buy and do the Dave Ramsey stuff, buy and invest the rest and invest in a mutual fund, you are not dollar cost averaging. You are basically being a duck and being manipulated. And over time, over 10, 20, 30 years, some of you don't have, you're experiencing growth because it's a passive style. That's the Warren Buffett style. A lot of people do not have time for the Warren Buffett style, okay? Literally, the founding fathers, Mr. Graham on Wall Street, taught Warren Buffett and basically said, look, you just got to buy and save into basic funds over your whole lifetime. You accumulate massive amounts of wealth. Well, they didn't have robots there, and they didn't have the manipulations like they did now. And so what you need is you need tactical management to build your wealth. You need tactical management in your yellow money, in your 401k, and even in your green money account. So this has a tactical component to it where they simply can read the markets on a day-to-day basis. They can go 70% fixed income, 30% equity. I've seen it go 90% equity and 10% fixed income. And this is why sometimes in 2025, it didn't do jack squat, because it was in fixed income a lot. It wasn't ready to pull the trigger. It wasn't ready to go full blown in the equities. This is what is so beautiful about this particular account, is that they're not even charging us fees. Like, you could move your 401ks into this and get these returns at no cost to you. Past performance is not indicative of future results, but a system, you can basically have a system in place going into 2026, Q3 and Q4, having a system that will protect you in two different ways. The guarantee here is that you're never going to lose the interest that you made on your anniversary date, and you're never going to lose your principal. So have at ease there. But also, the other backup system is more of an internal safety if you're a gun fan. In that firearm, there's an internal safety. Basically, it's another pound or two for the internal safety, which is a trigger pull, which is a safety. This is the same thing here, where it's not like a 1911, you click down, you thumb down to safety. This has an internal safety component where if they experience volatility, they're automatically going to go to cash or fixed income, so that you, the client, you, the investor, can keep the returns that they've built for so long throughout the year. And they can manage this on a day-to-day basis. It is very powerful and has an excess return component. They're always going to try to seek excess return. And this is why sometimes we see 35% returns. Sometimes we see 25% returns. Sometimes we see 30.5. They really could get the alpha cranking on this. So this could be a part of your portfolio. These are real numbers, by the way. Year-to-date numbers. These are real numbers. These aren't fake numbers, guys. And what I want to make sure that you understand is that we have the ability to implement this in your retirement. We have the ability to implement this, not just for retirement, but money in the bank, money underneath the mattress. Maybe you are rolling jobs or you are changing jobs. Do not roll your 401k into another 401k because you don't own it. And now they're going to have full control of your first 401k. I get the question a lot. Should I roll my 401k to my new employer? No, because you're putting restrictions on it. You want to have the ability to have access to your 401k and control it. And a lot of people do get upset when they realize they can't even access the 401k. So have it self-managed. Contact us, 813-448-3446, or visit us at cortezwm.com. And if you need help on your 401k, visit 401khelpusa.com. And I charge 1%. We have quarterly meetings and reviews, and that's it. And I will tell you personally what is the best mutual funds inside of your 401k without rolling it over, without getting any advisor involved. You and I sign agreement, and I'll give you advice on your 401k. It's that simple. I can do that in any state. So all you got to do is give us a call, 813-448-3446, and I'll be more than happy to help you with that. More importantly, guys, this index is very powerful. You can get that if you're in the older product that you pay a fee to get out, you can get a 15% bonus and make 70% of this index. Or if you just want the straight index with no fees and no risk, you can get 110% of it right now. Rates are changing with these accounts. So contact us because it is time sensitive, and I want you to get the best deal out there. If you currently have money in the bank, a 401k, or even precious metals in an IRA, you may want to listen up. You're going to want to have a place where you have a guarantee on your funds. As we go into a lower interest rate environment, banks will be stressed out when the commercial real estate crisis happens. Right now, you can get a guarantee, yes, a guarantee on your principal, and get a bonus. If you're younger than 65 years of age, we can utilize an insurance-based contract that has been around for over 100 years. We want to help you find a guarantee on your funds that are actually outside of banking laws, outside of securities laws. And guess what? You get a guarantee on your funds. You get a guarantee on your principal. Go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out your information, and let's just see if you qualify. Alrighty, so let's look at the QQQs real quick. So this is going to be the QQQs, guys. This is what that index is based off of, the one ETF. Of course, this is not the direct ETF. Look how this bad boy just shot up. It went down. The QQQ growth index literally went to cash on half their assets. And they bought back around here, and now they're riding his tail, and now they're pretty much 70% cash because of volatility. Would you be buying this right now? I have no idea, guys. This is pretty dangerous level. Reminds me of silver, how it just took off. We will see a correction on this. I don't know when, but once this thing gets regulated and the government starts saying, you know what, all right, this AI stuff is getting out of hand. We need our pause on this bad boy. You will start to see this thing just ticker down and eventually crash like you wouldn't believe. So it's very scary. And you can get into how you build wealth is with our green money account. You can have the same style of growth. And when they do pull the plug, when this thing does crash, guess what? You lose nothing. You gain all the upside and lost nothing. So the AI crash will come because this boom is unsustainable. You guys know that. And guess what? The banks know that too. So be extremely careful out there. There's no need to lose money in this market. There's no need to get hurt with all this. You need to understand that there's a lot of options for you. You just got to give us a call, 813-448-3446. Or book an appointment online at cortezwm.com. And please like and subscribe. If you like this content, like and subscribe on our platform, Scriptures on Wall Street, on Rumble, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, as well as YouTube. Talking about the dollar real quick. All right, guys, here's the dollar. When I left Puerto Rico, I said they were pumping up the dollar and that silver will go down because of the green traffic lights that we see on the very bottom, and that the momentum here was just on the very bottom. Typically, when it hits these lows, it always spikes up, and I wasn't wrong. Here we are. Guess what the dollar's doing? As soon as I get back, it's still going up. We've had a long trajectory of downward bearish dollar. But what they can do, just like they did back in April when we had this spike, silver hit 120. This is a silver chart here. It literally is is what silver did. Boom. It bumped up. So, or this is, if you look at silver upside down and when it crashed, this is the crash portion of it because they pumped up the dollar, stole your AI and stole your silver, and people panic sold. And then here we go. Dollar is going down, and then they pump it back up. And we're in that stage right now where the dollar is going right back up. Now I'm going to pull up silver, memorize that dollar chart, because look how correlated this is. Silver, here it is. Silver is going down, and this looks bad. If I'm trading silver, I'm shorting this all the way from up here. As soon as it got red traffic lights, I would have been shorting silver like crazy, buying ZSL. So here we go. ZSL has been profitable, which is short silver. And as they pump the dollar up, we should see silver possibly hit in the 50s. I hope it goes below 50. I'll be buying some more silver. But we're getting close to the bottom on silver. There is a physical price and a paper price. The paper price determines basically the physical, but the physical outweighs the paper. And we will start to see this come into fruition, hopefully soon. But don't give up on silver. They're going to need it in order to build all this AI. But even NVIDIA and all Larry Fink's team basically said that we're experiencing an era where AI will be taking care of everything, and that is going to create another asset class called computing. So computing is basically the art of, or the collection of all AIs, and computing data into something that can be practical, that can be used, like blockchains, like open APIs, and accessing all these servers that can handle all the APIs. So here we are. We're into this digital era. The transhumans will be implemented. The Fed now will have more reach. The control will be out of hand. And guys, we are not to fear. We are not to fear. Silver's at $65. I got called an idiot. I got called a spick Jew. I got called a clown because I said, I'm shorting silver. It's time to sell it. I said, sell it over here. You can backtrack all the way in April. It's time to sell silver. And I got laughed at. And look what it's been doing for the past 6 months. It's been going down because I knew they would pump up that dollar. But yet we get so focused. We get so wind up to the point where the silver becomes our idol. Like we beat our chest. We beat our chest and be like, yeah, I own silver. I'm prepared. No, you're not. You're not prepared. Because if you have to use your silver to survive, brother, you already lost the game. Your money doesn't mean anything if there's no currency. If water and food becomes more important than currency. And I hope we never get there. But your silver's not going to, maybe it'll help you for a time being, but it's not producing any income. And gosh, if we have to go to precious metals as our term, as bartering or going back to barter system, your silver is not going to grow plants and your silver is not going to wash you and feed you. So I don't know why we're getting all butthurt about silver. If the dollar crashes to zero, where are you going to go? Mexico? Canada? Not me, y'all. I'm staying posted up right here. I ain't going nowhere because this is my country. I love this country. It's pointless. And then some people are actually crazy enough to purchase an IRA full of this stuff where you can't even access it. Don't even own the IRA, but now you have a red money asset, an account that the government has full control of. Now we can help you. Just got to give us a call. But yeah, precious metal IRAs are generally terrible because the people that sell them, they rip you off 30% on the buy side. And when you get out, they smack you another 30%. And hopefully you bought it at 18, 20 and it's worth $65, $70 because you're going to get charged another 20, 30% to sell out of it. And it's just pointless. When all you had to do is just stick your money in green money, have principal protection, make money off the AI, make money off all this stuff that's happening. You keep it. Your principal is guaranteed because your money's not in the manipulated market. But teach your own. I could only say that. So silver, a lot of people will move to gold and silver. Here's gold. So the safe havens aren't being safe haven anymore. Gold has a very similar pattern to silver. It's definitely correlated. And we're now at 42.08. We could see 3,800 gold, sorry. 3,800 seems to be a psychological number where people will start selling even more, which we were at 3,800 not too long ago, October 25. Yeah, 3,900 was the last support level, and we're almost there. Guys are pumping up the dollar, man. They want those precious metals. The safe havens are not even doing good. Oh, and another safe haven for our younger people is Bitcoin. So you have silver, you have gold, and you have Bitcoin. Oh, check this out. It's dying off a cliff. It's at already 62, going on 63. But this whole start, it was around 82 just in May, and it dropped 61. Bitcoin is violent. We could see a 45,000 Bitcoin very soon. And if you want to make money off the crash of Bitcoin, there's something called SBIT. Again, this is not investment advice. Please, please, please don't buy this. You will lose money long term. And this is just a trade. This is not meant for long-term investing. But if you want to make money off of a Bitcoin crash, this is the stock to do it in, or the ETF, sorry. It's at $61 right now. And it's going down because Bitcoin had a little rally today. But this will do extremely well when Bitcoin crashes. And that's why it's been going up, because Bitcoin's been going down. So SBIT is cool. For those of you that are long-term bull Bitcoiners, this is one of my favorites. And a good time to start looking at it if you want a long-term strategy. Yesterday, this was at 10. It's down 5%. Once again, this is not a recommendation, y'all. This is simply a trade. If you want to make money on the upside of Bitcoin, you could buy this for less than $10, and it's 2 times the leverage of Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin goes up 10%, you will win 20%. If Bitcoin goes down 5%, you will lose 10%. It is 2-time leverage. Right now, I got green traffic lights. Although this is showing a below pattern, a declining pattern, and my momentum is starting to point towards back down. But I've never had it where it shot up this much and didn't go all the way to the top. So if you look at my momentum index, it rarely touches the middle and dies down. It could touch the middle and die down, so we might even see a lower momentum on this. So this is all just indicators, but I trust my traffic lights, and it's showing a bullish power. But I think it's going to have to come down a little bit before we start to see a bull run on this. But we're getting close to the bottom on Bitcoin. I can't tell you if it's going to be 40, 5,000, 50,000, or if it's staying at 58,000, 59, tracking to 62. But we definitely have different floors to this. So yeah, BitU would be for somebody that is long-term bullish on Bitcoin. And if you can't afford a Bitcoin, you could buy a BitU and hold on to it for several months. I wouldn't hold it for more than 4 or 5 years because there's a lot of slippage. It is a costly. I believe the operating expenses is 1%. Also, I don't recommend you invest your money if you can't afford to lose, and do not invest your mortgage or anything personal to you that you need to pay your bills, as this is a trade. This is simply a good trade that's forming. It's not ready for the bull run. I'm just saying in the future, mark my words, this is less than $10. And at its all-time high, this thing was cooking really, really well. 52-week range was at 65. So if it gets to 70 again, you'll make a ton of money. You can also buy call options on this. It'd be a good idea for those of you that want to take risk. So I wanted to share some photos of my family in Puerto Rico. We had a good time, and pray for the people of Puerto Rico. They never really recovered from Irma and Maria. There's a lot of electrical issues, infrastructure issues, and a lot of them are just hardworking people. And they're part of the United States. They're part of the United States. So it's like, wow, how come we own Puerto Rico and we can't even take care of the island? So it's a shame, man. It really is. But yeah, I just pray for them so they basically have water. Like San Juan does not have water. It is crazy. Guys, I'm just excited to be back in the saddle. I'm excited to help all you. I'm excited to answer a lot of your questions. If you have questions about your current retirement or you need help, you can email me directly, info@cortezwm.com. Again, it's info@cortezwm.com. More than happy to help you in any way I can. So I'm excited. We have our championship tonight at our beer league. The conservatives, if you haven't heard us, they made fun of us on Reddit. They called us an anti-Semitic team, and the liberals said they wanted to check our brains into the boards. And obviously, USA Hockey had a field day with these liberal terrorists. But we're going to represent tonight. We're going to have fun. We're going to win, and we're going to hoist our conservative values. Hopefully, I can hoist that beer league cup that's been passed around like a bad omen. Shane, if you had the opportunity to talk to Shane plays on my hockey team, and he is a monster. So I'm giving him my backup stick because he already broke like three sticks in the past 3 weeks. But yeah, conservative hockey. I will be starting a Instagram and just a YouTube channel just on conservatives hockey, so you can see the life of what we live. We're full of doctors, dads, guys that just love this country, that want to get in shape, that want to be awesome fathers and play ice hockey here in Florida. So I'll let you know how that channel starts. And I haven't started yet, but I need to work on it. I really need to build it because we've gotten a lot of attention, especially on Reddit because of me. They called me an anti-Semitic and blah, 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 and call ICE. They said, call ICE on Carlos and send him back to his country. I'm like, call ICE and send me back to my own country? Okay, send me back to Raleigh, North Carolina then. Cape Fear Hospital, Fayetteville. I don't know what that means. But yeah, besides, 80% of the military in North Carolina is going to be Puerto Rican or some Spanish descent, just so you know. You know, the guys that actually man enough to fight for our country. All right, guys. Love y'all. Be safe. Don't forget to like and subscribe our YouTube, Rumble, Spotify, as well as Apple Podcasts. Scriptures in Wall Street. That's what it's called. God bless, and we'll talk. So how many times have we gotten lost in the minutia of the everyday life? We've gotten fat, we've gotten lazy, we've gotten complacent, not just in our faith, but also our fitness, maybe our finances, maybe our marriage, maybe our family. But we've gotten complacent. And we constantly need to continue to grow. And one of the things I was weak at was in my fitness. As a former athlete, I thought I had it all. My ego got in the way. I'm like, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. Up until now, I have been able to focus on my fitness. For those of you who've been following me for 3 or 4 years, you understand that I've gained a lot of weight. I've used the excuse of having 4 kids, a marriage, a business, helping out at church, all these excuses. And I keep putting myself in the back burner. This is deadly. And what I love about this company, what I love about taking ownership, is that GetMeLeanUSA.com has the ability to introduce natural, groundbreaking peptides. What your body demands, what your body needs to release those fat stored cells, to build muscle, to gain your physical being back to where it's naturally supposed to be. We're not talking about big pharma saying we're going to come out with the weight loss drug. We're not talking about losing muscle. We're talking about gaining muscle, gaining your physique back, controlling your appetite, giving you the edge that you need to help you get your body back in check the way God intended it to be, by using his resources with America First products, with America First company that aligns and believes in what you believe in. Introducing GetMeLeanUSA.com. Get in. This is going to be groundbreaking, huge business opportunity, as well as a huge groundbreaking technology that is going to change the landscape. So I know good things before I see it, and I highly recommend you get in. All you got to do is click the link below and get you some fit, get you some lean, and get fit and get lean. This is not going to do everything. Of course, diet and exercise, you continue your walking, continue your protein intake, but man, does it make it a whole lot easier to get in shape. Look at me, I've lost 60 pounds, but this is actually fundamentally a great recipe to get back in shape. And I can personally attest to the amazing effects of this product. So go to GetMeLeanUSA.com. You won't regret it. You can cancel anytime. They're affordable, and yet they're effective. And you are supporting our show. You're supporting yourself. You're supporting a mission. There is an affiliate program attached to it if you would want to share it with your friends and family. There's a whole nother opportunity there. But more importantly, let's get your fitness back in check. God bless you. Carlos Cortez here, signing out.
And banter, balls and banter.
No excuses, just win, win, win with your balls and banter. We got balls, we got pucks, we got sticks, we got everything in between. We got balls and banter.
All right, welcome to the show, folks. It is Thursday. Glad to be with you. Sorry that I was out Tuesday. The whole team was. I was traveling. The good news is there's not going to be a full week off like there usually is this summer. Just was one day this time, and it was Tuesday. Tommy Boy is out today, but we got Nate and Zach in the house. How are you, gentlemen?
Doing awesome.
I love it. Nate, we got some UFC stuff to talk about, but before we do, how did you, well, I'll ask in a second, but I want to know how you handled Saturday, because I know Tommy Boy was texting and was concerned about how he was going to do the schedule with UFC, with the College Baseball World Series. He had UNC playing. There's so many things going on. Anyways, I was traveling, and I was telling the guys here, I was telling Matthew, who's TDN, and Zach, who are here in studio today, I can't do the travel, like really tight windows late anymore. So we go up and we take the girls. My son's on a missions trip. We take the girls to a concert in Atlanta, but we had been up since not even the butt crack. What do you call 3:40 in the morning?
Too early. Way too early.
Too early. Yeah. It's
that time of day. That's what I call it, baby.
Yes. So we get up then, then you try to go back to bed. You take him, you try to go back to bed for a little bit. You can't. You leave, you go to Atlanta. We saw Cody Johnson, we saw Ella Langley. It was a freaking awesome show. It was hot as balls. By the way, has anyone been to the Braves' new stadium and Battery Park in Atlanta?
No, I have not.
No.
I tell you what, everyone should go. Everyone who was like part of a baseball team, ownership, community planners, go see what they did there. Like it is so well set up with tons of restaurants, condos, businesses, shops, hotels, right in walking distance. They've got like an area like a turf field outside of the stadium with a huge big screen monitor where if you're not going in, you can watch the game, or in this case, the concert. Just really cool. Like really, really cool. Like you have everything you need there. You just need air conditioning because golly, it was so freaking hot. We were out there forever. So then we go to the show. The show was awesome, but there's 2 opening acts in addition to the main 2. So it's long. We get up, have a reservation. I didn't know you needed reservations on your ticket times. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, but they told me you did for the Georgia Aquarium, which was pretty badass. So we went and saw that early in the morning, and then drove to Savannah, and then we're up late there, and then got up and did. I was just like, holy crap! By the time we got home, I was like, I am the most tired I think I've ever been in my life.
On that monitor, so if you don't have concert tickets or to whatever event there, you can just post up outside and watch on the screen.
Yeah, you go get food from one of the places, and then just go sit your ass down on the grass on a blanket or bring a chair, and
that's awesome.
But I was telling my wife, I was like, I'm a diehard Twins fan. I'm a diehard everything Minnesota, except for, of course, Michigan. But like, I was like, I'm kind of want to be a Braves fan. I don't want to live in Atlanta because the traffic is just absolutely atrocious, which was another reminder. I mean, man, you drive through that town and my wife's like, it's so crazy how crowded and how bad traffic is on a Saturday. I'm like, it's unrelenting. It never stops.
Dude, it's the worst I've seen, and I've lived in LA for 13 years.
That's saying something.
That is saying something.
Yeah, and I lived in DC for a long time. Like like all 3 of those are terrible.
Yeah.
Like you don't want to drive in any of those cities.
I've only driven through Atlanta one time in my life, and it of course was right after a Braves game let out. It was the worst traffic. We ended up just having to stop and spend the night in Atlanta.
Well, I mean, honestly, like if you've got a pickup truck or something like that, like keep a bunch of like a cooler, a beer in the back, like just pull over, pop a chair up in the bed, and just start sipping on some. Like, might as well, because you're not going anywhere. You're just gonna be sitting there. But so Saturday night, I'm at the concert, which again was amazing. Both of you can see any of them if you're into country. Obviously, you wouldn't be going if you weren't into country. But both Ella Langley, Cody Johnson were awesome, fantastic. but we missed a lot of the activities that night. There was a huge night going on over at the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. You had UFC 250 going down, and reports are suggesting, I got to get the tail end of it once we got back to the hotel, but it was late and it wasn't much of it. But they're saying that over 150 million people viewed this thing, which is pretty wild. It got a little bit of a late start, is my understanding, because of some weather. Then it gets going. You've got, what, I think it was 7 fights, Nate?
Yes, 7 fights.
So, I mean,
it's incredible.
Did you spend most of your night on Saturday watching that, or how did you divvy up your time with all the amazing sports that was going on?
I had that on my laptop streaming at first, and I had the Stanley Cup on the television because that was just easier for me as far as streaming and viewing because I've got that cable in there. But it seemed like I had the game on mute and the volume on for UFC. And then once it kind of got out of hand there, I flipped it and UFC was on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. I know there was some other stuff going on that night too, but.
Well, wait, it was Sunday was Stanley Cup, right?
Well, Sunday was the UFC and the Stanley Cup was Sunday. The Knicks were Saturday.
The Knicks were Saturday. You're right. So we missed the Knicks. You're right. Okay, so we ended up seeing most of that. We were at a dinner that night. I'm getting my own vacation screwed up. We were at a dinner that night. We got into town late, had a dinner, and then because I was like, I watched all the hockey games.
Okay.
So we ended up watching probably about half of UFC 250. But yeah, you're right. I only missed the Knicks game Saturday. Thank you for see. This is why I don't travel and not do the not sleeping thing. Don't even remember what day it is.
It's why you don't go to bed, until 3 a.m.
Yes, exactly. So and congrats, by the way. I mean, Carolina had a great season.
Oh yeah.
Going back to that, like that was an outstanding series. They earned it. They deserved it. They played well. Congrats to them. Congrats to the Knicks. We're going to talk about them in a second. So I'm missing a bunch of stuff. The weekend is all in disarray for watching sports because we're on the road. You had the 150 million. Look at the if you didn't watch it, look at just obviously this is taken to show badassery, but look at the badassery of this shot right here. You've got the White House in the background, the flyover happening, the ring under the claw there. Pretty good stuff. What was your sense of the night? You got to watch all the fights, Nate. I don't know if you did, Zach, but what was your sense of the fights and what was it like a highlight for you?
It was crazy. It was all crazy. I was very, very, very under the influence, so that definitely affected my perceptions of thing. And yeah, I was just blown away. It was maybe the greatest UFC in history. And then just a spectacle of you got these like rooms in the White House that are usually reserved for dignitaries for centuries, and they're like makeshift locker rooms.
Right. Well, when showing them walking out was like, I mean, can you imagine being a fighter? Like one, as you just said, Nate, your makeshift locker room in like the Lincoln bedroom. I'm making that up, but like you're in like this prestigious place, this piece of history, this iconic building that just being at in the first place is cool. Then having one of those rooms turned into a locker room. But then they're walking out. They've got soldiers there. They've got Marines. They're walking through the halls, through the different rooms of the White House. I thought, I can't imagine what that must have felt like. And then you get out to the crowd with the White House behind you in the backdrop. That was freaking epic.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering during those walkouts how it affected the fighters mentally, just because it's such a different kind of walkout.
Mm-hmm.
Like they did one, I remember that was really weird, where like the camera kind of went in and through a room and then like met the fighter and then came back out. This big choreography, and fighters are usually just like, they want to know on the minute when to walk out. They're timed up perfect, and then it's just go. Not this. Like, wait till you see the camera guy and then start walking. And you're gonna like tour the West Wing on your way out.
Right. No, it was crazy. I mean, some of the fights that I saw were short.
A lot of first-round finishes.
Yeah, a lot of first-round finishes. Some other shenanigans that went along with it. Did you get a chance to watch it?
Yeah, I watched some of them. I kind of got affected by some of the delays. My plan was I went to my buddy's house to watch half of the fights, and then I was going to go home and watch the rest of the Stanley Cup final. But only got to see 2 fights because of the rain delay, and then went home and watched into that final, which, as we talked about, congrats to Carolina, but it wasn't a super entertaining end to that game. So I wish I just would have stayed and watched the fights, to be honest.
Yeah. All right. What was your favorite fight?
Sorry.
What was your favorite fight, Nate?
Mine, probably that last fight. I was absolutely baffled. I couldn't believe Justin Gaethje went full retard in that fight. Like
you never go full retard
unless you're Justin Gaethje on the White House lawn. Then you just do anything. That was those liver punches he took, and Topuria was just teeing off on his liver and his kidneys, like right in the fence, and then he just dropped him, and then he somehow comes back, stuns Topuria, breaks his orbital bone. And oh man, that knee at the end that pretty much finished him off. I remember, again, very inebriated, looking at the TV, and I think Cormier said something like, yeah, there was something with that knee that he didn't like. And I remember just yelling at the TV, yeah, he broke his freaking rib, dude.
Yeah.
Of course, that. It was brutal.
No, that was the one where that knee shot was.
He had to have broken his rib. I haven't heard anything recent, but the way he reacted and just held it and then it was done. And then his brother on the stool, he's like, we're finishing this effing fight. And the other dude in his corner is like, no. He threw it out. He's like, we are not. He's gonna die in there. I still have not got clarity on what happened when he's saying he can't see, and then the doctor's like, hold on, and he's like, yeah, he can't see, and the ref's like, can you see? And he's like, no. He's like, all right, let's go, and then throws him back in there. I was like, oh,
you don't need eyes.
Yeah. I was just sitting on my couch going, what is happening? I had money on Topuria too, so I'm like, he's done. I'm like, oh, he's gonna fight more. And then he stunned Gaethje and had him on the ground. I'm like, oh man, he might take this. And then he just flipped.
Yeah. No.
It was nuts. Brutal.
It was nuts. I tell you what, look, and we're gonna kind of weave sports and politics into this next story here in a second. But for the people who didn't go because they didn't want to be seen there with this administration, I just think that's dumb. I think it's petty. And for those who didn't want to watch it because it happened on the front lawn, and Trump's there, and stop. It was a badass Americana event. And if you're a UFC fighter, I don't think you had any problem in the world. That's not the demographic, of a lot of people on the other side. But I just why miss out on great things? It's like businesses who still do, but for the longest time, would shelter or shutter people who had different views. We don't want your money. It's if you're a business owner, you want everyone's money. That should be the game you play. And that's how your shareholders should think that you're operating the business. Don't be dumb and miss out on cool events like this. It's so I don't know. This is a terrible example, but you're having, what do they call the outdoor hockey games?
The Winter Classic.
Winter Classic.
Yep.
Yeah, the Winter Classic's in your stadium. Right there, you get to see a badass outdoor game, cool old retro uniforms, and then someone's like, well, the president's going to attend, so I'm not going. It's don't be gay. Just go to the day. It's awesome. It's awesome. Speaking of the White House, speaking of the president, the Knicks, who just had themselves a hell of a finish, NBA Finals champions. I'm sorry to even put you in the same breath as WNBA, Jalen and the gang. But they're the first team that will visit the White House when President Trump has been in office ever in either of the two terms, because you had the 2017 Warriors, 2018 Warriors, Steve Kerr, obviously a big-time Trump hater, very political. They didn't go. 2019 Raptors didn't go. 2020 Lakers didn't go. 2025 Thunder, also a no-go. But the Knicks, from a very liberal city, albeit one that has deep ties to President Donald Trump, they're going to go. And look, I think it's smart, man. Again, it's such an honor to get to go to the White House, be celebrated and honored. Who cares who the president? If I tell the story all the time, I got to go. I got flown up when Obama came into Afghanistan. I think Obama did some disastrous things for our country. I didn't like the guy, but when I was told, hey, we're going to send you and a couple others up on a helicopter to meet the president and then help greet the troops and yada, yada, yada when he's at Bagram. Like, hell yeah, that's a badass opportunity. That's the sitting president. I work for him, whether I like him or agree with his policies or not. All that to say, if the president, and first of all, it's entertaining as hell. You never know what Trump's going to say or do. So you've got that going for you. But take that opportunity, go, be celebrated. It's not about the guy who's honoring you. It's about you. It's about you guys that day. So take that day. All that to say, I think the Knicks are smart for doing it. I think bowing out on stuff like that is just a missed opportunity, and it's petty.
That's true. I never thought about how you said it's kind of like about them. So that is an interesting aspect. I mean, I'd be kind of bummed to go there and you get the dinner and you kind of feel like most presidents probably give them like steak and lobster, and Trump's like, yeah, DoorDash should be here with the McDonald's any minute. It's like, yeah. Thanks, man.
You stand a decent chance for that to be the case. Yeah.
They're like, I spend like $100,000 on a personal chef, so I don't eat this crap. But this is what you're gonna give me as a victory. Now, me, the common man, I'm like, let's see how many double cheeseburgers I can.
I'm crushing, 5 of them.
Well, the crazy thing is too, like, I like Trump. I think Trump gets things wrong, but I voted for the guy, but it blows my mind how horribly he eats, for one, on this thread. But then two, on the food thread, it's always been said that he likes his steak well done. And that's just something I can't agree with you on, I didn't know Mr. that. President. Like,
I think that checks out, honestly. Kind of with all of his other kind of like gaudy, like if he wasn't rich, we'd probably look at some of his choices and be like, man, it's kind of white trash. Like,
yeah,
you want some ketchup for that well done steak, my man?
Right. Don't kill the cow twice, bro. Like this. So yeah, even if they got steak, like, I don't know, but yeah, I do. I think it's about them. Like, is he gonna make, like, any president? All presidents make things political. Are they gonna be like, oh, and I bombed the shit out of Iran, and I'm the best person ever, and the last guy was terrible? They're all gonna say that. But that's not what it's about. Like, and that's what some of the headlines will be. But at the end of the day, you got to tour the Oval Office. Like, I haven't been in the Oval Office. I worked for the freaking president. I haven't gotten to see shit in the White House. You're getting to do it, and you're the NBA champions. I think it's great. Good job, New York Knicks, for going and doing it.
A question of theory: does it make sense that the Raptors didn't go, since they're based in Toronto, even though there's a lot of American players? Like, should Toronto go visit Justin Trudeau? And if he doesn't invite them, do we declare war on them, or maybe put some tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
You're not honoring our sports, bro. You're not honoring our sporting leagues.
Yeah, seriously. That's actually why the tariff started. Most people don't know that. Yeah, I don't know. I think you do, because you're playing in our league, and like you said, if the Vancouver Canucks, sorry, Canada, but you guys are really struggling to win the Stanley Cup final in the NHL. But if you did, theoretically, a lot of your players are from America. They probably played at Michigan, Minnesota, Boston, Denver, all these places. Like, you go, and the NHL's an American league. But I think it's a fair point. It's a fair point. Trudeau, man, you go up there and have dinner with Trudeau, will finger you. Like, that will turn south quick. Like, I wanted lobster, not you. Like, that's like.
Yeah. He's like, follow me to the bathroom for some Tim Hortons.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my gosh, I love it. All right, well, Tom. So here's something Tom loves, and he would have loved that last conversation, by the way. UNC, who's been, I think, 12 times to the College World Series, if I'm not mistaken, has not won it, will get a shot to get their first win, because they are going to the Men's College World Series. Up to face Oklahoma. You can see it there. North Carolina, Oklahoma. Great uni matchup, by the way, this is going to be. So they ended up knocking off West Virginia. I think it was 12-7, if memory serves correct. Oklahoma knocks off Georgia. Oklahoma's hot. North Carolina playing well. Oklahoma hot as shit right now. This is the schedule. It starts Saturday night. You can check it out on ESPN. 7 Central, 8 Eastern. And then Sunday afternoon, 2:30 Eastern. So who puts this in Central? And then you can see that the next game, if necessary, following day. But This is going to be a fun matchup. I'm excited for this. You know, I know a lot of people excited about FIFA World Cup right now. We've got a game. U.S. has a game tomorrow against Australia. We'll bring that up later in the show. You've got the U.S. Open going this week. There's a lot of great things, but don't sleep on the College World Series. Like this is always a really fun time of year. Leading up to the finals is as well. But this is going to be a fun series. I'm excited about it. I like this matchup. What do you guys think? Are you into college baseball at all?
Yeah, no, I'm really not the biggest college baseball fan, but I love the passion, the enthusiasm of these kids they have every single year. It makes for great entertainment, great baseball to watch. So of course I'll watch the World Series. I don't know anything about the teams or anything like that, but it's just awesome entertainment. I definitely tune in.
Okay. Who do you got, Nate? What are you thinking?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little dumb on it. I can't pretend I keep up on it, but North Carolina definitely has more of a baseball tradition there. Like Zach said, there is a lot of tradition in this, which I didn't really know. They've kind of been hammering that in the past few seasons. If you're watching like ESPN during this time, they'll run some like 30-minute documentaries on previous teams and different things. But the World Series part is exciting. You know, you get to see some future stars kind of. This is where Paul Skeens kind of became aware in everybody's mind of who this kid is. And, then he went, there's kind of a different trend in baseball the past like 5 or 6 years where teams are kind of drafting guys that are more pro ready as opposed to drafting like high schoolers and first year guys. So a lot of these guys that do well in the playoffs and the World Series, there's a chance you're going to see them actually in the league next season or the year after that.
Right. Yeah. So, not taking that 18-year-old spending time in the minor. Yeah.
Right. They're ready to go, and they're not drafted yet. So, because you kind of look at it, you're like, how was Paul Skeens not drafted before he gave up practically no runs during the entire college playoff run? But
right.
He was. So I think that's an interesting part. But if I had to pick one, I'll take North Carolina.
Well, I feel like we have to because of Tom and because of Bub. We got to cheer for North Carolina. They have the superior uniforms. I love UNC's colors.
So Carolina just brought home the Stanley Cup. Might as well bring home the
College World Series. Yeah. Look at Carolina doing big things. Here's a question. You bring up Paul Skeens. When you think of Paul Skeens, do you think of him first or do you think of Livy Dunn first? Who comes first in your mind? Who's wearing not wearing the pants, but who's the prominent figure?
I'm going to go with Skeens. And what comes to my mind was there was him, and then there was that whole rookie card thing that he had going on. And I was like, I got to find that damn card. And then Livy Dunn was like, whoever gets it can sit in the booth or my box with me. So it kind of goes in that order. I think Skeens, damn, I wish I would have got that card. Ooh, his girlfriend Livy Dunn.
Yeah. By the way, Livy, you shouldn't say that you can sit in my box with me. That's.
she might have termed it different than me.
Okay.
I was paraphrasing.
I mean, you're going to get some serial killers up in there, with one of the hottest people in America saying, come sit in my box. Everyone's like.
Well, that's the thing is why I wasn't really too stoked on it. I'm like, I'm going to know impression. I'm going to go up there and woo her, and we're gonna be a thing. Like her boyfriend's down there fucking pitching for
$1
billion a game. I'm like, maybe I'll just eat her food a little bit. And
Are you smelling my napkin? No. No, I promise.
I'll put it in my pocket to smell it later.
Right. I'm not weird. I'll do it. I'll do it discreetly. She is. She's a talented individual. We'll just say that.
Very gifted.
Very gifted. Gifts a lot. I'm going to stop myself. Okay.
We'll leave that there.
Yeah, we'll leave it there. We love you, Livy and Sydney. Your fan favorites around here. U.S. Open. Again, lots of sports this weekend. Golf, is it the most exciting? It can be, but typically no. But I still watch it every weekend. Love it. NASCAR, we've got the NASCAR Navy thing this weekend at Coronado, which is going to be cool. It's on Prime again, so don't do what I did a couple weeks ago and be like, where is this thing? It's on Prime. But you've got all those things. You got soccer, you got golf, you got that. But the U.S. Open is going to be really interesting. Got going today. It's going as we speak right now. Goes through Sunday. It's at Shinnecock Hills. Everyone say Shinnecock because it's fun.
It's a fun one to say.
Shinnecock Hills. Which it was there 8 years ago. Brooks Koepka gets the win. if I remember correctly, no one finished under par. Like, this is a tricky ass course.
Yeah.
Like, you rarely see that. I mean, the players is here, dudes are winning at 20 under, and you get this one. It's like, nope, didn't even go under par. Like, that's wild. So it's going to be interesting. The conditions, the way the course is set up with the crosswinds and everything.
Yeah, did you hear what they were doing to the greens? They were doing something to the greens today, messing with it, and they put a statement out to the players. So it's only going to make it harder for them.
Yeah. Yeah, because what was it, Oakmont, where they just like had the really tricky greens?
Yeah.
This like Rory's like went out and record and was like, this is like the perfect place for like a championship course because it is brutal as hell. Rory is a pretty good golfer. I think we can all agree.
Yeah.
So for him to say that, and then you look back to when the U.S. Open was there last, I think it's going to be fascinating to watch. Anytime you have something that's really just that difficult, I hope that we have a repeat of when it was there last time, and it's just people on the struggle bus trying to get under par. We'll see.
Well,
but
who makes par? It's like you got the best golfers in the world can't even make par. But the guy who made it is like, nah, should only take you 2 shots to get in this hole. But
right.
Sorry.
Right.
You're just bad. I could do it, but I'm not gonna.
Right. I don't need to prove it to you. I don't need to prove it. Yeah. What's so crazy? Like I mean, it's not crazy. We've all talked about it. Anyone who's ever golfed talks about it. But these guys, like at this course, are struggling from there. They're like, you're teeing off at the whites or the blues. Like, don't joke and pretend you're teeing off back at the golds or anywhere back where these guys are. Like, you're whites or blues. If you're a lady, you're red. If you're old, you're green. These jokers are like a whole hole behind you. And they're freaking typically shooting under par, and it's no problem. It's like, I've got, like, if I have any shot in hell of birdieing this hole, I'm teeing off from the ladies' tees, and I'm kicking the ball back into the fairway at least once. Like I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm a cheap golfer. I will do what it takes. And I'll pull some, because we always, like, my buddies and I will play max triple. So, like, you can't go higher than a triple. One, just to keep the thing going. But like, I'll admit to, like, I'm just going to take the trip here. But I mean, then there's some other holes where it's like, nope. Like, I mean, I straight up parred that shit. Like, that was, and sometimes I do, but like, there's other ones where it's like, I didn't really. But
a par on the scorecard, but did you really par it?
Yeah.
That casts doubt on all your cards now, though, because now even when you get it, yeah, oh, 1 under.
You should. Yeah, you should. Yeah, absolutely. Anytime I go like sub 90, which is rare, like you should definitely question everything about it. You shot an 87? No, he didn't. No, I didn't. But it looks good. I saw it was on social media the other day. Now, I won't do this. I'm not this, like, I joke, but like there was and we don't have a video for it because we don't have rights for it. But it was like this, like, plastic cuff that goes under your pant. Like, first of all, it's Florida. No one wears pants to golf down here. You'll die on the third hole. But if you're playing somewhere that has a moderate climate, which is not Atlanta or Savannah, by the way, after this weekend. But if you're playing somewhere that has a moderate climate, it's a little thing that goes under your leg, around your ankle, and it has an extra ball in it, but you don't have to use your hands. You just use your other foot to step down on it. And, like, if you're, like, off in, like, the tall grass looking for your ball, but you can't find it because it's gone, you just knock the other one off with your foot. And you're like, oh, there it is.
Wow.
That's
next level.
In the rough, yeah. It was ready to go for me. I just didn't see it. It just kind of rolled right here. I was looking all over. It's next to my ankle.
Yeah, exactly. I was standing on it. Just make sure, guys, like, look, if you're going to go to that length to make yourself feel good about yourself, even though deep down you feel terrible about yourself because you're cheating, use the same ball. You can't be like, hey, Richie, can you mark that ball? And he's like, I thought you were playing TaylorMade. This is, this is Titleist. Got to be the same.
That's how hard I hit it. It switched balls in midair.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is why they're calling me.
Exactly.
They want to sponsor me.
It's a collab.
It's a collab. So it'll be interesting. We'll see. Shinnecock, great name, tough course. That starts today. Make sure you enjoy that. Then tomorrow, we've got FIFA. I'll admit, I've watched I've watched more soccer than I anticipated at this point. I've always planned on watching the U.S. games. I'm sitting out back the other day. One of my young girls, there were some great comments this weekend too. I mean, I'm not going to say it because it's not good. But they one of them walks out and she was like, "You're watching soccer?" Like, yeah, the World Cup's on. I'm just, sitting out there working, having a cigar. She's like, "I thought you said soccer was for gays." I was like, okay, I probably should tighten up some of my parenting skills. Also, Father of the Year,
yeah.
I was like, well, it's not as masculine of a sport. It's not a main, for American sport, but those aren't on anymore. So this is what we're watching. But I was like, she walked back in, so I was like, all right, that was a wake up point for me. Like, I probably should change some of the.
Do you have to change it?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to. Anyone who knows me knows I'm stubborn and I don't change. But I have been watching it. I don't know if you guys have watched any. I've had at least one game on per day. Have you watched it, Nate?
I've caught a little bit here and there. Schedule wise, it just hasn't really linked up between the NBA Finals, UFC, Stanley Cup. Those all kind of took precedent, and then. This week, I've just kind of been not around the TV a ton since then. So I've kind of, just haven't caught it. But I've thrown some games on here and there when I get a chance. I think, I'm not a soccer fan at all, but it must just be like the international thing, like countries playing against country. Like, it brings you into it. I mean, do you ever watch curling? No, but when the Winter Olympics are on, you're like, all right, we beat shit out of Canada.
Fuck Canada. Yeah, absolutely. It's a totally different game. That's how I feel about soccer. Do you want to go to a bar and watch an MLS game? No, I don't want to be date raped by you, because that's essentially what you're saying is going to happen. But if it's the World Cup and it's the USA versus somebody, I want to see bald eagles, fireworks, and bombs shoot out of people's asses because America's awesome. And I want to win, even though we're not amazing at soccer, but we're pretty damn good. So I'll get on board for it. And then your curling is a great example. It's actually a great example. Yeah. And here's the weird thing is, you're right. I would never watch it, but I got into some curling this year, bro.
Always do during the Winter Olympics.
It's my second favorite.
Maybe so. If we had a local team, it'd be like, honey, we got season tickets. You like curling too?
I'll definitely watch on the Winter Olympics for sure. Yeah.
I want to do it. I know they've opened in some areas curling bars, kind of like they have the axe throwing, and the golf simulator with bars and food and stuff. I don't foresee us getting one here.
That would be cool.
But that would be fun. Also, the insurance through the roof if you've got a bar there. You got a bunch of drunk dudes in shoes on ice trying to do this, slipping. Gary cracked his head wide open, not a little slip, like his brain matter was on the ice.
Yeah, it's not a good look.
Not a great look.
Yeah, might need to rethink that idea.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just sign away. I mean, that's the great thing about waivers. If you drink, you've got a reasonable shot of dying, particularly if you didn't grow up in Minnesota or Canada. Okay, so you got the Shinnecock U.S. Open. Should be great. You got men's soccer taking on Australia tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern from Lumen Field in Seattle. So first major U.S. I mean, who did we beat the other day? 4-1. Was it Dom Rep? No.
Paraguay.
Paraguay.
Yeah.
So we got that, and now we got this Australia game. That's tomorrow. So check that out. We already talked about Carl's World Series is Saturday, and then the NASCAR thing, which I think is 2. Don't quote me. I think it's 2 p.m. And you've got this whole Navy thing. You've maybe seen stuff on social. There's gonna be comparing speeds of, obviously they're fighter jets faster, but of fighter jets and race cars and the dynamics and stuff. I think it'll be cool.
Yeah.
So that's this weekend. And then a couple quick things, and we got some memes. We'll do some memes. We'll get out here for the week. We talked about this the other day. You guys might not care about this in the audience. You guys might not care about it here, but I'm just going to bring it up because I meant to bring it up on the last show and we didn't have time. But Florida Georgia Line has now made it official that they're coming back. They've signed with an agent. They've signed with a manager. They're probably going to be getting in the studio soon. Definitely going to be getting on tour soon. So country fans who like the FGL vibe, which is a very different vibe than a Cody Johnson, for example, but a fun vibe nonetheless. They had a great run, won Duo of the Year damn near every year until they split several years ago. They're back, so that's kind of a fun thing. And they will, I'll tell you what, like them or not, those tickets will sell like hotcakes when they go on tour. They will sell the shit out of some tickets.
Yeah.
So
you're saying buy some and scalp them then?
I'm saying that's not a bad idea, Nate. If you can get into those early they've made it so difficult, by the way, to get in with the pre-sales.
Well, and then transfer them. Some places black out a transfer and stuff. I've read about people for like F1 and bought like tickets off StubHub and everything was legit, but they had the like super elite, like second row meet and greet, blah, blah, blah. And it was non-transferable. So like everybody got screwed out of it. The people who transferred it and people who bought it, they're just SOL. So be careful out there, folks.
That's right. Well, it's happened to me, not exactly that way, on StubHub before. I'm not saying StubHub's not legit. Like, I think 90+% of the time they are. It's probably like 99% of the time. But my wife and I were going to, I think it was a Thomas Rhett concert here in Jacksonville, and we had gotten those particular tickets on StubHub because it was a better deal than Ticketmaster. And we get there, and the lady was like, and they were like, we tend to go, like, we don't go to many concerts. So when we go, we blow it out. Like, we tend to go like first row or the pit. Typically the pit if we can. We did the pit this past weekend, which was awesome. But she's like, these tickets, like, they're not real. I'm like, what do you mean they're not real? Like, I spent a shit ton of money on them.
No, and StubHub, like,
yeah, right. So she was like, dude, where did you get them? I said, StubHub. She's like, yep. I'm like, oh, all right, well, that would have been nice to know. But she very sweetly, she was like, come with me. She took us back to like the ticket office. She looked around where she could find two comparable seats, and it was like a row back or something. It was like maybe 2 rows back, and was like, here, go use these. I was like, that's freaking awesome of you. Because you could have just been like, bye, you idiot. Like, you bought the wrong tickets.
You got the right person dealing with. I can't believe StubHub allowed, somebody must have fooled them with their like counterfeit upload or something.
Yeah,
I don't know how that happened. I've sold tickets on StubHub before. I don't know how that would happen. You know?
I have too, and and hopefully they fixed it. Like, again, I'm not dogging on you, StubHub. If you want to be a sponsor of the show, I'd love to have you. and then just throw some tickets, our way every once in a while. We'll
make sure they're real.
We'll give you a list. Yeah, they got to be real. You can't give us sponsor tickets and then have them not be real. That's a great deal. We'll have the guys on Balls and Banter talk about us and just give them fake tickets. They don't work. We'll get the publicity. They get dicked over at the show.
They won't know till they've already posted the episodes.
That's right. Right. Exactly. What's not to love about it? Okay. And then the last thing that's unsports related. Well, it kind of is because there's a motorsports company involved in it. But later this month, you can pre-order Grand Theft Auto 6, which comes out this fall. Grand Theft Auto is always like obviously a very popular game, very, very violent, very fun, open world game. Graphics, the design, crazy. But it's a big deal because they don't put them out that often. Like, it takes forever to develop these. And if you've ever seen one or played one, you understand why, because of how much effort they put into it. Well, at any rate, it comes out later this fall. Be careful with your kids playing it because it can get violent and rather sexual at points. Like, it's not for young lads, but adults, by all means, go have some fun, run from the cops, beat up people on the streets, do whatever you want to do on there. Anyone who has no idea what this game is like, what's you talking about? Like, if you know, you know. But so there's this company called Burger Motorsports, and they put out a letter on the 11th. June 11th, I think we've got the letter. I think it's the next thing there, Matthew. You can just put it up while I read it. I think it's the one after that. Like, it's actually there we go. So you can kind of see a little bit. It'll be small on your screens. But to all staff, customers, dealers, and partners, Burger Motorsports will be observing a temporary company-wide operational pause on Thursday, November 19th, 2026. That, of course, is the release date. After reviewing multiple employee scheduling conflicts, management has determined that normal business operations may be impacted due to the release of Grand Theft Auto 6. Several team members have already notified management that they will be unavailable, unreachable, and/or in Vice City, in parentheses, for the duration of the day. As a result, the following departments may experience delays: customer support, order processing, shipping, engineering, social media, general productivity, Normal business operations are expected to resume once employees have completed their initial exploration, finished at least one mission, and returned to reality. We appreciate your patience and understanding during this unprecedented cultural events. Sincerely, Berger Motorsports Management. I love it. Like, good publicity for the company. They're like, everyone's put in for this day off. Like, we're just going to give it to you, you crazy ass. It was kind of like this when college football brought EA college football back. It wasn't the kids. It was all the people my age who were like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to work that day. Like, why is that, Todd? Well, because someone took this. There's a kid at Northwestern who started a lawsuit, which then got, everything tied up. And then eventually EA Sports College Football went away for a long period of time and devastated most of our lives. And then it's now finally coming back. So I have to be there when the game comes out, which, by the way, that comes out in like 2 weeks, the new version of that. But I think this is great. Grand Theft Auto is a big thing. It's not everyone's thing, nor is anything. I'm saying thing a lot, but it's coming out, and Berger Motorsports is like, you guys can just have the day off, go play to your heart's content, and then get your ass back to work the next day.
Yeah, I think that's just awesome. I think something that I wanted to add there. I think that's going to be like one of the best weeks of my life, because for those of you who don't know, I'll get married in that first week of November. We'll go on our honeymoon, and then 3 days later, GTA 6 comes out. So sounds like it's going to be a pretty awesome week then. Come home, play some GTA for a couple of days. It's going to be a pretty good time.
Yeah, man. Get that wedding and honeymoon just out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, now I got something else to look forward to now.
You got to be careful, because you're like, honey, what are we going to do this weekend? It's our first week together after the honeymoon. You're going to be like, what are you going to do? I'm going to be on the couch.
Yeah, I have plans. So I hope the honeymoon should hold her over for a couple of weeks, I hope.
Tread cautiously.
I like to picture Berger Motorsports at like a job fair, and they're like, people are walking around like, what do you got? They're like, well, we pay a little less than some of the other motorsport companies, but when a big video game comes out, we give everybody the day off. Like, we try to do it twice a year at least.
I tell you what, I will be in my mid-40s purchasing a copy of this game. I will not let my son play it, but I will play the shit out of it, because just playing, the honest fun part of Grand Theft Auto is going and doing crazy stuff, seeing how many stars you can get, how many cops and military and government chasing you. You see how long you can go, and then it's Nate's turn. Nate, you drink while I go. We'll see how long I can go. I get killed or captured. Now it's your turn. Like, it's just like, there's so much fun, and the presence, the point behind all of it is terrible for society, but it's fun. Like, it's a good game. Okay, well, let's do some memes, and then we'll roll out of here for the week. That's Meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
We should do that one more time.
All right, we didn't get to memes last week. We ran out of time last week. Nate and Tom had a meeting. I had to run to something, so we've got some that are kind of more newsworthy from last week, some that are this week, some that are just like this and have nothing to do with anything. We got a picture of Ric Flair looking like Ric Flair. When you wake up and check your phone to see how much longer you can sleep, but it's right before your alarm rings. Rick looks tired, exhausted, borderline inebriated, which is a thing for Rick. That does suck when you wake up right before that and you know that you don't really get to go back to bed.
It's a terrible feeling.
I have no idea how Ric Flair is still alive. I don't want him to be dead. Like, I love Ric Flair. But I honestly, it's a miracle that he is still alive.
And I don't think he's like some of these other wrestlers who are like old and sober now. As far as I know, he still like drinks a ton and is like just rolling around making appearances like half in the tank.
Oh yeah, you'll see like once a year a video of him being like kicked out of a bar as he's like, yelling at somebody in the bars. Like he stepped into that gimmick and that role of the Nature Boy, and he never came out ever. Like, he will die. Like, he is not the person that came out of his mother's vagina. Like he is Ric Flair. Like that's all he is, baby. Like I've never seen somebody go so balls deep into a persona. Like it's astonishing. And again, it sounds like I'm ripping on the guy. I'm not. You should watch the ESPN documentary on him. Amazing. WWE did a documentary on him. Amazing. And you'll come away from the same thing. Like, how is he still living? Like, because he talks about how he lives. He makes me seem like a really good decision maker. That's something. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. So there was all the Texas Tech drama with Brendan Sorsby, who, by the way, now is going into the NFL supplemental draft. So that kind of issue is done. Which I don't love that. Like you won, like yeah, the Big 12's pissed at you. Yeah, teams in other conferences are pissed at you, but you won. Texas Tech, you've got your quarterback. Now Texas Tech has no quarterback. It's a terrible way to enter the league going into supplemental way. Has there been a success story or two over the years? Yes, but it's few and far between. So I don't really get this play. Like it seems premature. It seems dumb to me.
Yeah, what was the point of the lawsuit if he just wanted to go into the NFL right away?
Yeah.
How much is he going to make being like, a supplemental draft for, a practice squad quarterback that some team's willing to take a chance on with his history versus like getting paid to be the Texas Tech quarterback?
He's not going to make what he would have made at Texas Tech. That's for damn sure. Yeah. No, I mean, and really, it's probably not going to be close. So, but on the same note, like there was that story going on last week. It's still kind of closing up this week. We've got a map. The most hated college football team in each state. It's Michigan. In the state of Ohio, obviously we hate each other there. And in every other state in the continental United States, the team that is most hated is Texas Tech because of the whole Brendan Sorsby ordeal. Fair. Lots of hatred towards them. Right after it was ruled that he'd be eligible after his gambling problem, after gambling on his own teams. We talked about how the NCAA is dead. Well, here's the gravestone. NCAA 1906 to 2026, rot in pieces. They still, despite the fact that this ended, the conversation, the legal disputes are quote unquote over. Texas Tech's not going to get in big trouble. The Big 12's not going to have to do anything. Brendan's going on, and as we said, I don't think that's going to be great. Maybe we're proven wrong. The NCAA still shat the bed and are toast. Like not good for them.
Maybe they're buried in the pet cemetery though, and we're going to get a mutated, morphed out version emerging from the grave sometime.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. You just don't know. Speaking of gravestones. We've got J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, burying a Chicago Bears thing. Nate, I'm curious how you feel about this because they're going to Hammond, Indiana. They're still going to be the quote-unquote Chicago Bears, but they will not be playing in Chicago. They really dicked this thing up in the city with how they did it, and lots of conversation about that decision in the last week or so. What's your take on it?
Well, from what I'm reading, it's still not definitive. Like their Hammond plans are basically they're continuing to plan what a stadium there would entail and everything, as opposed to like this is it, we're breaking ground. You know what I mean?
Right.
So there's still a chance. There's still a chance they're showboating and just trying to flex. It's tough to trust too because all the Illinois lawmakers are like, we presented a great plan and we look forward to continuing to talk to them. But it's like,
yeah,
are they still talking to you though?
Right.
Sounds like a breakup. Like, yeah, we're trying to hash things out. And it's like, yeah, she's actually not even answering your calls, bro. So I don't know who you're hashing this out with, but it's definitely not the Bears. So I don't know. I mean, I don't like giving taxpayer money for these stadiums and then just letting the owners take full possession of it. If it's like a county municipal stadium or something, and some sort of those funds go back in the state, and it's not just like, hey, here's $1 billion in the name that like people are going to come here and spend money, so we'll get some of that money. Like, I'm not for it, but it's also like you can't let the Bears leave. Like, that is so much. That's so much money. I mean, first of all, it's fanhood. I mean, they've been there like freaking since the league started. So, maybe not since the league started, but it's forever. One of the original franchises. Chicago's the freaking second or third largest city in America, depending if you talk city or metro area and like media market. And it's just like, how are you not going to have a team like in the city or at least in the suburbs? Like at first I was upset when they were talking Arlington Park.
Right.
It's like, that's almost an hour outside the city. Like, but it is what it is. You know, the San Francisco 49ers play in Santa Clara. It's freaking across the bay. Like bird's eye view would be like an hour drive. You got to drive around the bay and shit. So it's like, I don't know how you let them walk, and then also let all that financial stuff walk. But I get that, like, you don't want to be the guy that's like, Illinois' taxes are already insane. They're already like almost like second in the country behind California. So to be like, yeah, we're actually going to put in another 0.25% sales tax and this on property tax and all this, and then give the stadium to the billionaire Hallis family so they can rent it out for concerts and take all that money, like, it's pretty bogus. And then so you also gotta like kind of be mad at the owners who like pull this shit. It's like, you've owned the Bears for 80 years, your family has, you're all billionaires, you make countless money, and you're like, yeah, we can't afford to do a stadium unless you guys pay for it.
Right.
You just give it to us. Like, woe is me.
Right. No, I agree. I think that the whole thing is a colossal failure. And there is like an extra sting if you're a Chicago Bears fan, or a team like that. You know, if it was the Steelers or the Packers or the Chiefs or like any of these teams who have been around forever and a day.
Yeah.
It's just it's different. Like, no team should leave the city that they're attributed to, attached to. But it's different if it's, if some team who's new, or if Carolina Panthers moved out of Charlotte and went somewhere else in the Carolinas, like, yeah, that would suck for Charlotte. It would make no sense. It would be dumb. But it stings a little less than the Chicago Bears, who are iconic. Yeah, moving out of the state.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Crazy. I mean,
how you still call it Chicago when they're in a different state. You know what I'm saying? It's like, rename them then.
Right.
You get the Bears, but you don't get the name.
Right. I don't know what you do. I don't know. So with all the Sorsby stuff, we've got Pete Rose has committed to Texas Tech posthumously, which is great for them. Great for Texas Tech baseball. Pete Rose, a great player. Obviously fits the gambling theme there. That's a good one. What's this guy? We got someone at like a convenience store. It doesn't look great. My body is a machine that turns hot dogs into hot dogs. It's true. I mean, it basically does. You take the mystery meat, you turn it into mystery stuff. He doesn't look great.
It's like when the baseball team has $2 hot dog night. You go crush a ton of hot dogs, and that happens.
Dude wears his sweatpants.
Right. This is my Thanksgiving eating loungewear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was the whole stabbing case. This is a Babylon Bee. Nation shocked as jury rules you cannot stab someone in the heart for no reason at all. That all went down last week. That's a pretty good headline. Remember this prophet from the 90s, Al Bundy. Your pants say yoga, but your ass says McDonald's. It's true. Like, ladies, like, you got to get the right ones. And then in some cases, you just, you know what I was going to say. Just, Tim Walz, who is, what do you say, Nate?
I'd say we've all seen that before.
We have. It's not great. It's not. Look, there's things that I shouldn't wear either. It's true for all of us. It's just true. Tim Walz, very corrupt and gay governor in my home state of Minnesota, or birth state of Minnesota. Tim Walz volunteers to personally check each and every California business to see if owners are gay enough. That, of course, in reference to a new mandate in California that to get certain contracted funds, your company has to be supportive enough, whoever decides that, of the gay community and gay initiatives. Which, again, I'm not saying you should shutter them. But Tim Walz, if you're going to do a spot check, Tim Walz is the guy to do it. If you want to learn something about China, you send Tim. If you want to learn something about a little bit more light in the loafer stuff, you send Tim also with his, he'd love to walk in there with his little hand puppet greeting. Hockett this weekend caused some conversation after saying Michelle Obama's a man after his win. A lot of people liked that. A lot of people didn't like that. But someone who clearly did like it put him as a character for G.I. Joe. Like, this is the This is the packaging from from our youth. Yeah, his name's Transvestigator. Code name Camel Toe.
That is crazy.
Yeah, he got a lot of flack for that. A lot of people joke about that. We've joked about it on the show before. I don't know that that's the venue to say it.
Probably not.
But not, but again, there's people who love that. This one, you remember Harry Potter, like the original, if you saw the original movies. I don't even think I saw all the movies. But he was under the stairs and like that's like where that was like his room. If you can call it a room, it's obviously not a room. But it's this is in reference to the New York Knicks. New Yorkers going back to their $5K a month apartment after spending $10K to watch their team lose in the finals. Obviously, they ended up winning the entire finals, but they did have that one loss. And it's so true. Like the amount of the cost for those tickets is insane. And it's like, what are you spending for your flat?
Right.
Like your studio that's not a 2-bedroom apartment. It's certainly not like a row house. Crazy money, unless you're Ben Stiller, who, by the way, was filming a documentary the whole time on his phone.
I saw that.
You know what Tom would say about this if he was here? That's why the Knicks won the finals. This was all crafted because he was filming this in a tease up well for the
script.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the script, yeah. Let me tell you, everyone's dying to watch Ben Stiller's cell phone documentary. We're all trying to buy advanced tickets to the open screening. It's gonna be bigger than the Met Gala.
I can tell you what. Like we've talked about it. I've never had a desire to go to the Met Gala. I might actually have more of a desire to go to the Met Gala than watch Ben Stiller's cell phone documentary. I think you make a fair point there. We got another Brendan Sorsby one. Forget being able to play this season. Brendan Sorsby's on cloud 9 right now because he placed a $100,000 bet on Kalshi that he would win the injunction. I mean, I would have if I were him. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way to do it these days with Kalshi and Pauly Market, like the defense dude who bet on the Maduro raid, who I think since has gotten caught. But
going to jail, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't see why that should be illegal.
I don't either. Like,
yeah, if it's there for people to bet on. I mean, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, people didn't like that too much. Texas Tech has announced a partnership with DraftKings. Everyone doing this, getting jersey patches this year, so you can see DraftKings on the Texas Tech jersey. Obviously not real, but if they were going to do a jersey patch this year, it would probably be something related to oil or gambling, and that makes a whole lot of sense to me. Okay, what do we got next? We got PK Subban. Looks like he just rubbed the lamp in Aladdin. He did have some interesting he always has interesting outfits.
Always.
That particular one, though.
Yeah, that one was the most interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, my wife was like, "What is he wearing?" I'm like, I don't know. That's what PK does. Like he does weird shit.
Yeah. I think they call it style. I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
I certainly don't. I mean,
are you gonna wear something like that for your wedding?
Yeah. Exactly.
yeah. Actually, I think it might be hot pink with sparkles on it.
You should totally, since Grand Theft Auto has like this gangster feel, you should come back and have like a sideways hat and like a flannel just buttoned at the top. Like maybe get a tattoo that week. Like just so when your wife walks in and sees you on the couch, she's like, "What the hell? What did I do?"
Yeah. Who did I marry? What's going on?
Tom would love this one. This is actually the kind of thing Tom would do. This is a comment on Twitter. Everyone attending my funeral will be given one of these. It's a picture of the deceased. Let's stay in touch. And then the bottom part of the card is a Ouija board. I'm not a Ouija board condoner, but I think that's a pretty clever meme. And again, something that Tom would absolutely do. Okay, so if you've had kids, or pets, you're used to, gates to keep them out of certain rooms or keep them in certain rooms.
That's what I'm doing with GTA.
That's a good idea right here. So someone says, I've been using baby gates wrong my entire life. You've got a dad who's blocked all the kids from getting to him. He's playing a video game and he's trapped himself inside the barrier in a chair with a table full of beer. That is an interesting thought. Like I've never thought of it that way. Interesting.
One way to do it.
Yeah. And then lastly, this is Father's Day weekend. We got a comment here or a quote. This Sunday, thank your dad for bringing you into this world because your mom probably wasn't even in the mood. Cue the drum beat. You know it's probably true. But it happened, so you're welcome. We play a part too. Like, we're important. People don't walk out of us, but we help put them in there. Okay, that was an awkward way to end. But
takes two, Drew. It takes two.
It takes two, baby. Yeah. I wish we could play that song to roll out. Lots of great stuff. Again, U.S. Open. You got World Cup tomorrow for the U.S. game. World Cup all weekend just in general. You've got NASCAR this weekend. You've got all sorts of things going on. So go enjoy all of it. Please hit that like button on the way out. We so appreciate you being with us on this Thursday. Look forward to seeing you back here Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern, wherever you watch or listen. Have a great weekend. Be safe. Be smart. Be free.
We got balls and banter.
Lock in America! It's time for Straight Talk! This is the Wayne Dupree Podcast, hosted by Wayne Dupree, with co-host Jason Robertson, delivering powerful opinions, arty debates on politics, entertainment, and the hottest stories. No spin, just honest takes and real conversation! The Wayne Dupree Podcast is lit! Let's get into it right now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. It is June 16th. 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Dupree Report. My name is Wayne Dupree, and you're watching us live. I am broadcasting from the Eastern Shore, Red Voice Media. Don't forget to check out rvmnews.com if you have not already, and also TalkRed.com. Their news aggregator. They look a whole lot better than Drudge Report, and you can find them on Getter. As a matter of fact, let me check out something real quick. And let me see for anybody. Nope. Don't get it. I was talking with Getter. I was talking with Getter last night. I was talking. Looks like they might have some software that's going to stream to all the services. So they're going to let me know when that comes out, and maybe we might make the switch over to Getter. But yeah, so
is it going to be easier than Rumble Studio?
I don't know. I mean, hopefully, I asked. The main thing I asked was, will I be able to stream to other places? And yeah, I mean, it says Getter's connected, but it's ever since the beginning of June, it has not. Thank you, Rumble, for I guess you and Getter don't get along. I guess I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Robinson from Minnesota. What's up, Jason?
Hey, folks. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the Wayne Dupree Podcast. So happy to have you here. Do us a favor as we get going. Give us a like, give us a comment, hit the share button, help the show get reach.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, I will just want to you just heard what almost happened on the White House lawn. Here's the thing about days like today, they remind you the ground under your feet is never as solid as what you think. Not your safety. No, not your safety and not your savings. And while you can't control the chaos, you can control how much of the future is sitting in a dollar that loses value every single year to inflation and to a national debt that nobody in Washington is really serious about fixing. That's why we give you the information. We try to point you to Augusta Precious Metals. Their gold and silver programs have outlasted every panic, every war, every crisis of confidence in paper money. Now, Augusta carries a A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, a AAA plus rating from Business Consumer Alliance, and a 4.9 out of 5 across thousands and thousands of reviews. Now, you can go to waynesgold.com or you can text Wayne to 35052. Again, you can go to waynesgold.com or you can text Wayne to 35052. You need to protect what you built. Okay, you need to protect what you built, and that's why we tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. Okay, big news out this morning. Since y'all are tired of talking about Iran and Trump and Israel, since y'all don't want to talk about that no more, we'll go with this foil plot. This foil terror plot. No, ladies and gentlemen, NewsGuard, it is, I guess, I'm not going to say it's a distraction or anything. It's not measured. We don't know if it really happened. Just like those Russians that Biden administration brought out, read those Russian names back there in the day, those 12 Russian names that nobody ever heard anything about ever since. Those 12 Russians, Igor Alexandrovsky, that had any dealings with whatever. We never heard anything. No prosecution from that. But the FBI, out of the blue, Kash Patel has come out. I don't know where he's been. He's been real quiet lately. But FBI has come out now and basically said that they foiled a terror plot on the UFC. So that's where the news cycle is right this morning. It's kind of moved away from the Iran situation. And Jason, Jason has his update information about UFC 250 Freedom Sunday night. Go, Jason.
I got to ask, you seem skeptical about the FBI plot.
Oh, I'm 100%. Well, I'm always skeptical about stuff like this. It's not just this. I was skeptical about, like I said, the Russians and Biden. I was skeptical about Obama and the West. I'm just skeptical about the government. I've always been skeptical. So yeah, I'm skeptical.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm skeptical.
Did you review the details that were released?
Released by who? The government? I'm skeptical, man. I mean, there's no way to quantify it. There's no way to see anything. It's only what the government tells you. And most of the time when we're on the show, we don't believe a whole lot of stuff that the government puts out. So, but UFC 250, you were talking about that before we ended the show last night. What did you think about the event?
Yeah. Well, I think the event was phenomenal myself. I think part of how we reclaim America is getting back to Americana type stuff. I look at the celebration of America's 250th anniversary and it fills my heart with glee. And to me, something like UFC is very much in line with, and I don't watch much UFC, but it's very much in line with, I think, a lot of the values that especially a lot of the conservatives have. It's physical sport. Dana White, I think he's one of the greatest American success stories. The guy who came from nowhere to build a huge asset, a huge like sports industry. Like this didn't even exist 20 years ago, at this level. I think he did kind of what Vince McMahon did for pro wrestling, where he kind of took it from the fringes and made it a mainstream thing. I think the fact that the White House put together this event as a kickoff for America's 250th anniversary, it just, I'm just thrilled. It's as you go through the fights, there was a lot of great moments. There was a couple cringy ones too, like the guy who said Michelle Obama's a man. That one was a little cringe. I mean, you make the jokes, but time and place, right? I mean, we make fun of Bridget Macron. Is she a man? Michelle Obama, is she a man? Is it Big Mike? I mean, I think many of us have made those kind of jokes, but I don't know if I would have done that on the White House with what that was. There was a lot of misconceptions about the funding. Dana White went on and they had asked him afterwards, like, how do you like it? He's like, I'm so proud to do this. I'm so proud to do it as an American. He was really pumped. And he's like, yeah, for what it cost me, like, there's no way I could afford to do this again. Because most of the expenses were absorbed by the people hosting the UFC absorbed a lot of those costs. So I think that was great. And some people got a little, nitpicky. A couple of guys came out playing Spanish music. Well, that's the music, they're from those countries and you're going to have them fighting in there. But overall, I thought it just made me so glad. And I can't wait as we continue going through the summer and we keep having event after event that really celebrates Americana. And I think it's really beneficial, especially for the young people, because we grew up in a time where you celebrate and you loved America. We all agreed capitalism's the way, Christianity's the way. While you can be distrustful of things like the Vietnam War or whatnot, like generally speaking, everybody agreed they loved America. And in the last 30 years, we've lost that. And I think, something to rally people around how great America is. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan. As for the plot, Cash came out and announced it yesterday, and just the details as they've been released, and these have been corroborated by court affidavits and reports. The alleged plot was they intended to use explosive laden drones that they were going to detonate over or near buildings by the event site. Ideally, then that would cause panic and force crowds to evacuate southward toward a pre-positioned sniper team for the shooting. Some elements allegedly involve trying to storm the gates or jumpstart the revolution. The key suspect who has been charged, and there's charging documents that are available, is Tyson Proper. I don't have a lot of details on him. Evidently, he's charged with attempted murder, firearm violations. He allegedly planned it, a lot of it through Signal. He bought rifles, ammo, gear, described the drone evacuation scheme in the interviews they've done. And those interviews are available. NBC News reported on them. His family flagged concerning behaviors about his firearm purchases, the online chants, anti-Semitic comments. That was also reported by NBC. And then it sounds like I've seen different numbers between 19 and 23 people were involved in the chat. The FBI is saying they became aware of it around June 10th, and then they kind of worked hard to prevent it. So, I personally see a lot of left-wing violence rising. I see a lot of crazy things starting to happen, and to me, it feels like we're going back into the 70s, where we've talked about on the show. A lot of people don't realize how much violence there was in the streets in the 70s. It does sound like the kid too, in his interview, said he was targeting the capitalist elites, the billionaires, and politicians who received APAC funding. So yeah, it's a pretty scary thing. I mean, if people are skeptical, then we'll get to see the court documents, so we'll know for sure.
All right. Let's see. Let me go to the chat to see what everybody wants to talk about today.
You okay there, dude? You seem off today.
No. I'm just. Let's see. Have you all seen what the Hoover Dam did? What did the Hoover Dam do? Becky said, "What? The Hoover Dam. What's up with the Hoover Dam?"
I think they were decorating it for the for America's 250.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, a giant.
They got USA flag and decorations.
Giant America 250 flag. Okay, all right. This is the kind of. Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Becky said it looks hot.
Can you pull up the image?
No. Let's see. You know what? I don't even know how to put the image. This ain't StreamYard.
Oh, right. Yeah, Todd and I were running into that. We went back to StreamYard. We're like, we've given Rumble a good go.
Yeah. There was a crash yesterday. B-52 at
training exercise. It sounds like
Stratoforce. Yeah. Exploded in a huge fireball. Some lives were lost. It was a 12 member crew. 12
like that.
8-member crew. A huge plume of black smoke could be seen from miles and miles away. So our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims and their families on that one. I remember when I was working with the Stealth Fighter up in Tonopah Test Range. The amount of safety that goes along with flying is really serious. I think, speaking with my therapist and stuff about my PTSD and stuff, a lot of that I think happened or came around that, because I was responsible for their training booklets, free to the pilots training booklets. And when you're around that plane, the F-117A, and when you're changing out top secret and details and stuff, and you got to do 3 and 4 checks on each of those booklets to make sure each pilot has the things. Their lives are in your hands. I'll say it like that. Their lives are in your hands, especially when I went over to Saudi. I was almost a basket case. So when you hear about, and the reason why I bring that up is because of the safety measures that go into before a plane leaves. You're doing this, you're doing that, you're checking this, you're checking that, you check. If you ever taken a flight, and some of the things, if you look out the window and you see the people go like this and that, but on the military flight line, let me tell you something. That thing is so clean. that what's it called? The tarmac is so clean you can eat off of it. the safety checks that they do on everything is so by the numbers. And I mean, the checklist is almost exhaustive. So when you see something like this, there's going to be a whole lot of investigation into this. You can bet your bottom dollar about this one. There's going to be a lot of investigation all the way down from the plane, all the way down to who worked on it last week and who worked on it the week before that. They're going to be checking logs on top of logs. They're going to be bringing people in, because, and I think this is second nature. This is second priority about how much it costs. Okay. But they just want to make sure that this doesn't happen again. That it wasn't like a terror plot or anything like that. But there's going to be a whole lot of investigation into this. So, again, I really feel sorry for it. It was really bad. It was really bad.
Yeah, I was just looking to see how many we even have of those B-2 bombers. Was it the B-2?
Yeah.
I mean, not to discount
No.
the human loss, but we only own, that we know of, 20 B-2 bombers.
B-52. B-52.
B-52?
Yeah. Yeah. Nuclear capable. Yep. And it's 8 people.
Okay.
B-52 Stratos Fortress. 85 million, but
wasn't that the one that they used for the big Iran when they took
I was wondering about that too. Because when I first heard it, I was like, was that over there? But but then when they said it was over here, I was like, oh, but yeah, that
Oh my gosh, yeah. So this thing, we own 76 of those, and there's different. Oh my god, the cost, like $100 million. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, and it makes you wonder if it's if there was some. I mean, clearly there was some sort of failure because that thing's double check, triple check, quadruple check. But you wonder if there wasn't something more nefarious afoot.
Yeah, I mean that's because again, stuff like that just doesn't happen.
Right.
Especially just taking off. And I said, dude, they're gonna be checking people that worked on it for the last few weeks, maybe even last month, because you never know. And Jason, they're gonna be talking about checking. It's not just you bringing Jason Robinson here to talk.
Right.
They're gonna be checking Jason's bank accounts, records, phone records. They're gonna be checking all that because you never know if somebody got paid, somebody, communications and stuff like that. Oh man, this,
Well, it's funny in the chat. Mark mentioned you need to read Mongol Moon or listen to the audiobook.
All right, okay, guy.
I told you. Series, and then there's a third one he's writing on, and the guy who writes them is a military guy who literally does wargaming, and he takes he works with corporations and military, and what he does for a job is somebody presents him with a scenario like, let's say the B-52 crashed, how could that happen? And he actually builds a plausible scenario where this could happen. But it's funny because one of the parts of the book that I find so fascinating is that, look at that, Bubba. Bubba knows all the military stuff. The B-2 was a bomber in Midnight Hammer. B-52 was the current one. Thank you, Bubba.
Yeah.
But in the book, he weaves in all the pieces that you see happening in the world. world. And it's funny because like this B-52 bomber, he could totally make a scenario for how this happened where it could be nefarious. 10 years ago, they got some Russian guy working on the project, and then he was filtering the secrets back to Russia, and then they booby trapped the plane. Like those are the kind of scenarios he kind of puts together. It's pretty awesome.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, Jesus. Yeah, but that is the another big story that came out this morning too. What do you think about you mentioned Elon Musk yesterday too? You mentioned Elon Musk being the first trillionaire.
Oh my God, I think he's up to 1.4 trillion. Yeah, no, SpaceX, hopefully some of our viewers got in on SpaceX stock. It got an IPO when it went on the market at 150, and I looked at it a couple hours ago, and it was already up to $228 a share. Not giving financial advice. I think it's kind of a bubble where I think people are excited. But to tell a story, a friend of mine, he's a Democrat, I've talked about him before on the show. When Elon was like the hero of the left, he actually bought $10,000 worth of Tesla stock. And this is like 10 years ago, and it's worth now like $300,000. It's
Right.
like the cornerstone of his retirement plan. He's a little older than me. And so it's fascinating that what will happen with SpaceX and like the long-term vision of SpaceX. I think they're tied to the data centers. They're also tied to like Elon Musk has made reusable rockets, and their long-term plan is like, how do we colonize Mars? Which I think as a country, if you figure, in the 60s and 70s, the whole space race, all that stuff was a big thing. And we were getting a lot of advancements and advancing civilization. And then, the country kind of took a hard shift to why are we sending rockets to space when people are starving? And we kind of quit doing cool stuff like that. And we started allocating more resources to government benefits. And it's good to see entrepreneurs who are shifting. One thing Elon did that was super cool too, and I've heard different numbers between 400 and 4,000. His employees, when he hired them, it sounds like he gave most of them a deal and said, okay, do you want to make this amount of money? And that's just your salary, or do you want to make a little less? And I'll give you shares of stock. So the company got to, or the people that worked, even the janitors, got to say, well, no, I'll, instead of making $30 an hour, I'll make 28 and I'll take my shares of my options when the company goes public. So different reports, but between 400 and 4,000 employees of SpaceX are now multimillionaires by taking the investment. I mean, that's how capitalism is supposed to work, right? You're supposed to create something, bring people along with you. The people that invest in the time and the money, like they should be richly rewarded. And it's fascinating because Elon Musk, like even though he wasn't originally from the country, like that's kind of immigrant you want. The guy that comes, embraces American ideals, and is just building super cool things. And you see a lot of hate on the left, like, oh, if we just taxed Elon Musk, like we could feed everybody would have everything free in their life. It's like they're totally missing the plot. Like Elon Musk has built things that have made America better. And it's like Jeff Bezos. If anybody wants to get mad at how Jeff Bezos works, like I wish Jeff Bezos was worth twice as much as he is now, because like I don't need to steal his money, and I don't think, like, I think Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk are building things that make our life better. And like, God love them for, I never am envious of the success other people have.
No, I'm not either. Yeah, I'm not either. Because I mean, if people can make the money, then, or if people can do what they want to do, then people can do what they want to do. That's just how it should be. But I tell you this, he can't take it with him. That's all I'm saying. He can't take it with him. People can make all the money that you want. You can do all that stuff, but It's not going in it. It's not going in the next life. And I think I read he said that he doesn't plan on leaving it to his children or to most of his children. I read that when the day or from the New York Post that not going, he's because actually he has individuals that he if something happened to him or whatnot, it would go mostly to them, to take care of the companies and stuff like that. But his fortune wouldn't go to his children, which is, I mean, for me, I probably leave it to my children. But,
I think what'll be interesting as he evolves and talking about Elon Musk's wealth, Elon doesn't have that much money.
No,
Elon Musk.
I was telling somebody that too.
Elon Musk has assets.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, the Wayne Dupree Rumble channel, that's an asset that's worth money. You could sell that to somebody.
Think so, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, no, literally, like social media pages, they are for sale. Websites,
Yeah, I heard that.
they are for
I heard that.
sale. I'm working with a young kid that built an e-commerce site and he's putting it on the market for tens of millions of dollars. And like I worked with him, I did some kid did great. And like all these things have assets. So I own a rental house. Rental house is worth $400,000. It's not new money. Like I can't cash that out unless I want to go sell a rental house, and I still got a mortgage on it and all these things. So when people talk about Elon Musk and his wealth, the guy doesn't have a lot of cash. The guy has a lot of assets. So if he died tomorrow, like there are shares of Tesla and shares of SpaceX and shares of all these companies that people are going to get that where the money goes. And I got to say in the chat, Becky's bonus kid worked for SpaceX, I think, got a salary and shares. So hopefully Becky's son, bonus kid, got a lot of shares. So then Becky can afford to retire too.
No. We were just talking about that B-52 thing.
Mm-hmm.
I just got a notification. Ladies and gentlemen, there's update on that. Investigators, like I said, are trying to determine the cause of the bomber crash. When I said about was it 58 or 85? It was 85 million, right?
Yeah, I think 85 million.
85 million. That's just something that's just not going to go away. Now, I understand that there were deaths and, and those are at the top of the thing. Okay. The money of the plane should be on the back end. But when it's something like this, they're going to do some exhaustive investigation, like I said. So, investigators are trying to determine cause. The crash occurred during a routine test mission. Immediately after takeoff, it crashed and burst into flames. The cause has not been determined and could take months to confirm. Like I said before, and that's from the LA Times. Like I said before, they're going deep into this one because somebody got paid.
Yeah, one of 80 planes crashed for, let's just call it 100 million. They probably did upgrades and whatever to it.
Look, it might have been 85 when they made it. It's over 100 million right now, because
they had to put the rims on it and the little dice hanging from the rearview mirror. Think of all the training and all that stuff, all the hours and vetting. I can't even imagine how much you'd have to vet all the people working on that project.
Not only that, but with this investigation, with this exhaustive, intensive thing that they're going to go over the next couple of months, probably even a year, training has to be fixed now. They have to go and rewrite certain things of the training books and the instruction books, and then you have to go to the classes for that, and so yeah, so it doesn't happen again, whatever they find. Now, I don't know. You know what? It could. I mean, he's out there in California. You never know. You never know. It's a whole lot of people out.
Nefarious.
Again, you know, hey, you never know, Jason. Out there in California, it's closer to Russia and China. You never know. And you know how the Chinese investors are buying land around these Air Force base, military bases and stuff. You never know.
All right, Wayne, I'm just going to say it. I'm going to give like you'd think I'd be getting a commission on getting you to read Mongol Moon.
God,
but I will say the guy was great. Will did an interview with him, and he's super nice guy.
Is it a movie out or something like that? Or
no, just get it's a real book. I've been getting on you about reading. Reading's just good for your brain. You can do the audio book, but it's funny because
7 though. I mean,
he spells out all the stuff in the book, and you're like, oh yeah, like he addresses the Chinese land by these military bases and how people use to get things through customs and then the activities that happen. And yeah, I mean, if you don't have your own tinfoil hat before reading books like that, you will after, because you'll be sitting there going, holy crap, like this is very plausible. And then it makes sense because like this guy, that's his job. Like the government hires him and says, okay, here's this scenario. Like, how could this be used? Like Chinese are buying farms near military bases. And he comes up with multiple scenarios. When you hear wargaming, that's what this is, of like what could happen. And it's kind of like if you see combat, before they go into combat, like your team sits down and presents, you know, the 2, 3, 4, 5 different things that could happen once things get going. And it's just pretty wild.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all watching the World Cup. The USA has a big game coming up against Australia, I think, on Friday, the 19th, at 3:00 in the afternoon. Something happened yesterday or day before yesterday that Americans probably won't really even think about, but Americans should think about it. Japan, the Japanese fans, the Japanese soccer fans, after the game was over in the Texas stadium, they all stayed behind and cleaned it up.
Crazy, isn't it?
They stayed behind to clean up the stadium. Not only did they clean up the stadium, they also cleaned up the locker room. That's crazy, y'all. I mean, no, wait. It's not crazy. That's something else. You know, I mean, for them to stay behind after the whole, and basically, if you ask them why, it's their culture. That's what they said. That's what they do. That's their culture. I think I was talking to Lisa briefly about it this morning. It's like Japan is one of the cleanest places around. But then again, and I kind of mentioned this to her, so is China. Their trash trucks are clean. I mean, they literally clean their trash trucks. I mean, the trash trucks are spotless, you know. But should that teach us anything? You know? I mean, and I know it's the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, but God darn, I could have swore when I was growing up it was a whole lot cleaner than what it is right now. I mean, it was trash here and trash there, but you know, when I was growing up, my dad took me to a landfill. Stunk to high heaven, but my dad took me to a landfill one time, but when I was young, we used to come to Baltimore. Baltimore looked a whole lot cleaner. Mayor Schaefer before he was governor. Baltimore was so much cleaner. Streets looked a whole lot better. People back then, I don't know if they have this up there in Minnesota or, well, they probably did, but they used to have trash cans hanging on the trees, on the side of the trees. So if you saw something on the street, you just put it in the trash can, and the trash can. When I say hanging on the trees, it wasn't on the ground; it was hanging around the bark of the tree. So it's easy to take the bag out and don't have that now. It's trash everywhere. Trash everywhere, and nobody wants to pick it up. Everybody want to get a video of somebody getting beat up or mugged or sliced or theft but nobody wants to clean up. Crazy. That's crazy. But to even watch them going from row to row, they all had these blue trash bags and whatnot, and they're sitting in there just loving the game, and after that they take their time and then they clean up the stadium. I think Americans, I know, American pride, but I think Americans could learn from that. But the future. Yeah. Did you hear about the story?
Oh yeah, I actually had a tweet go viral on it.
Did you really? Okay, all right.
Yeah. I mean, I think it underscores a couple things. When Japan has a unified culture, their culture creates excellence. That's why they both die at 50 years old. I'm exaggerating. And that's also why Japan is hugely successful. I mean, to put in perspective, comparing to Baltimore, Japan had their cities destroyed by nuclear weapons, 100 years ago, or however many years ago it was. And they've now recovered, restored, strong sense of national pride.
Why don't you?
Why?
Because we gave them money to rebuild. That's why. Remember we were talking about that yesterday?
Yeah, well, I think we gave them money to rebuild, but Baltimore's had more money than Tokyo, than Nagasaki. So I think you created this sense of civic pride. I think you created this sense of everybody pulls for each other. Everybody, instead of worrying about what everybody else was doing, was worried about what they were doing. And if you look back in America in the 50s or 60s, American was a largely Christian nation. 90% of the people here identified as Christian. They lived those Christian values. They cleaned up after themselves. They shoveled their driveway. They would shovel their neighbor's driveway. And as we've drifted further and farther from those Christian values, it's not gone well for the country. The inner cities have been hit really hard. I think God is largely out of a lot of our inner cities. I think a lot of our youth is falling further from God, and they're worshiping more material things, and it has degraded the society. And I think the immigrants who come here not sharing those values have exacerbated the situation, especially considering they land in some of these communities. A lot of times they land in urban areas. There was an interview, I tweeted about this yesterday too, that KSTP, a local news station, did with a Somali doctor, and they were talking about all the Somali fraud. And this was a quote from the interview. He said, "We have studied this society for a long time, and if there's time, I think there's a way to explain it. In the 80s, with the collapse of the Somali state, which in many ways predated by a tug of war in that country that created the collapse, the disappearance of really any national institutions. Most Somalis find themselves fleeing the country, becoming refugees, locally, internationally displaced. When the structures that hold society together begin to melt, you find yourself in a condition where you have the kind of just grab what you can for yourself. It is the intergrum," he called it. It's a period between the old normal and the new normal. So it's a middle ground full of disruption, suspicion, insecurity, which people retreat to a monicum of self-survival. And I think if you look, why are the Somalis stealing from the state? Well, they're 3 generations in to that's how they survived in Somalia. So when you bring them in and don't reconvene them and say, no, that's not how we operate, then that's not what you get. Same with like Muslims coming, everybody coming from these crap hole countries. You bring them in, they're not used to functioning as a normal society. And you already have a society that's decaying because we've lost a lot of those Christian values. And, it's a recipe. I mean, go through homeless encampments down in Minneapolis, go through Baltimore, go to Chicago, I mean, it still baffles me. Like Chicago has more murders in a weekend than a lot of third world countries. And like, how do the residents of Chicago put up with that? So, yeah, the Japanese, it was pretty heartwarming where they were like just doing God's work. And I'll tell you the last thought, and I'll throw it back to you. If you ever want to know how your neighborhood is, drive through your Walmart and look for shopping carts. Like, go through your Walmart parking lot. If you are in a good neighborhood, because there's no incentive to return a shopping cart to the shopping cart corral. There is no,
except for Costco.
Except for Costco. But talking about Walmart, there's no incentive to return it. There is no punishment if you don't. Right? So if you drive through and you see all the carts are in the corrals, you generally have a population that cares about their friends and neighbors. They want to say, hey, I'm going to put this shopping cart back. If you have a low trust community, they aren't going to take the extra 20 steps to put the shopping cart back. They're going to leave it where it is. And it's fascinating because like this weekend we were shopping, somebody at our local Walmart, which always used to have like all the carts were always in the corral, and they closed. We called it Sketchy Walmart. Now the clientele has degraded at our Walmart. There was somebody leaving the electric scooter in the parking lot. It was a gal and her son, and they get out there, they leave, and they left the electric scooter out in the thing. And I understand if it's a handicapped person by themselves, they can't maneuver that. But it's like when you tell your kid, like, hey, son, can you just buzz this back up there? And
Good attitude.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like we just we've lost that as a society. And
and everything Jason said is valid. From my point of view, it's just the in addition to what he said, the laziness of Americans, this dependent attitude, this dependent type of way of life that many Americans have grown accustomed to, thinking that the government should come in and take control of certain things. We've even seen, well, I won't hurt nobody's feelings, but the way that people rely on the government for almost everything now. They rely on government, or they cry out to the government to fix this and fix that and fix that first before they even think of doing it themselves. And when I think that's why some people are afraid of AI taking over to a point, because once you create laziness in itself hurts everybody around you, because you can't be a homeowner and be lazy. Can't do it. You can't be a parent and be lazy. Can't do it. Can't be a teacher and be lazy. You can't do it. But guess what? That's what we've seen over the last 50, 60 years. Because I guess people is, they're going by the numbers now. There's really not a whole lot. It should be incentive, but there isn't incentive anymore. And with the way that things are rising and things aren't rising, and so many people have gotten so comfortable and so reliant on, my paycheck hasn't gone up in 5-6 years, or I'm only getting 10%. No, 10 cents raise and 30 cents raise, and this is not worth it. Okay. Those things continue to go up, but the quality of your work and the quality of your attitude and the quality of how you deal with people and deal with things has gone down. It's like you really don't have anybody to say, God darn, y'all stop this stuff. Stop it. You know? I mean, honestly, I don't even know if I would feel bad if they got back to 13 channels and ended each night with the American flag at 12 o'clock and just shut everything off. I really don't think that would be a bad idea. I really don't. Because without it, and this right here, I know I got one. I got one, and it's addictive. I ain't gonna lie. The phone is addictive. Phone is addictive. TV is addictive. My old pastor, when he was alive, he used to call it the heliphone. Heliphone and the television. Yep, sure did. He used to be like, y'all get in church on Sunday, y'all pray and you cry and you shout and you do all this stuff in church, and when you get home, you get on the telephone and you lose everything everything you got in church, you lose it by getting on the telephone. Just so many lazy people. Now, Jason brought in the immigrants. Again, valid. But man, these Americans are pampered. And it sucks to say that. Americans are just pampered. They think that stuff is just going to be given to them on a silver. Hard work is not being rewarded anymore. You remember what's that participation trophy stuff? Everybody gets it. Everybody gets it. Everybody gets rewarded. You can work hard, but everybody out there in Vegas, those people, the people on the shifts, they get tips. Nope, they don't get the tips. Everybody on the shift gets the tips. They put her in a whole pool, and what's that Oprah Winfrey thing? You get a TV, you get a TV, you get a TV. Everybody gets a TV. You know, it's like, come on, man. That's not how America is supposed to be. And now that right there, I don't blame on the immigrants. I blame that on these repugnant leaders that have been in these city council seats, these state council seats for decades, and just getting paid behind in those smoky back rooms and stuff. Now they're not smoky; they just do it in front of your face. But all years of those smoky back rooms and making all those deals and enriching their pockets and stuff. Like another thing that happened up there with that Minnesota thing. That female, and created that board. No, I think those are two different things, though, wasn't it? It was two. No. It was the same thing. The woman that allowed or that was in charge of all that fraud and stuff. She's in jail now, right? She's in jail. You know what I'm talking about. She created that board, executive board, and those people came out. I didn't even know what the board was about. She just put my name on there and stuff. It's like these people get up there and they do all types of devilish stuff, and for some reason they don't think they're gonna be caught. They just think they are not gonna be caught. It's just checks and balances, man. Checks and balances. Somebody else I was talking. It might have been Lisa this morning about checks and. Oh yeah. Did y'all ever have class in school where they taught you how to balance your checkbook?
Yeah. Back. Taught us how to cook, taught us how to sew, taught us how to iron,
Yep.
taught us how to do a household budget. Oh,
We
yeah.
made our own pants. They don't have home ec in school anymore, do they?
Nope.
That's
Kids graduate without knowing how to balance a checkbook, do taxes, or that. And it's funny
That's so messed up.
because I think one thing we've lost as a society, other than like there should be a consequence for failure and there should be a reward for success. I mean, if it
Put
just to
that on a
put it in,
t-shirt.
yeah, just to put it in one sentence, like in life, if you suck, you should not do well. Like, and if you do great, you should do
You should
really
progress.
good.
Right.
And by not teaching people that, I'll give you a real world example of how we've become so ingrained. So, like in our business, I have 3 other partners. There's 4 of us, and we each do different things, and we make pretty good money doing it. And so does this, so and so does that. And Wayne can attest. This year, things have changed a lot in the digital marketing industry, from where you make money, for how you make money, for what you're doing, what you're selling, all those sorts of things, and what kind of content works, what kind of content doesn't. And it's funny because we were kind of getting in our own ditch where we're kind of being whiny bitches, like, oh God, it's this is down or that's down. Yesterday was a tipping point, and you'll love this, Wayne. We got a notification that like 3 of our Facebook pages had monetization shut down for some sort of posting. Yeah, we just got a notice out of the blue. So we reached out to technical support, and they said, oh yeah, no, the AI flagged you for this violation, but you don't really have it. Oh, okay, well, can you reverse it? And they go, no, we got to appeal and send it in. And I'm like, wait, you can look and see that's not what's happening, but like all of a sudden these pages, like, we can't. And that's like part of our revenue stream. You make content, you get paid. And it was just like out of the blue. I even found a good guy in the helpline who's like, okay, this is it. And like, we were being whiny bitches yesterday. We're like, oh no, this is so bad. Blah, blah, blah. And then that last night and going into tomorrow morning, we said, okay, this is a challenge. What are we going to do? Like, how are we going to fix this? How are we going to get past it?
Yeah, you need to
Like, what's the solve?
Yeah.
What was the thing? And even though this was completely unrelated to anything bad we did or what we did, and we just got in the planning stage of saying, okay, well, how about we try this, or we lean more into that, or we do more here, we do more there, and you get out of that whiny bitch stage and get into the like, let's fix it.
But hey, sometimes though it take a little bit to get out of that whiny bitch stage though. It's like, God,
The faster you get out of it, the better you are. And that's why I have partners in my business, because one of us individually would stay in the whiny bitch stage forever. You know what I mean? We'd just be sitting there, oh no, I'm suppressed. I can't believe Facebook did this.
All right, okay, all right, you can do
You are
that.
not suppressed. If you say you're suppressed, you believe it. Don't accept that. It's kind of like Wayne. I mean, not to be on the spot. If you see somebody who's fat right now, and you look at them, don't you just want to shake them and go, how about you just start eating better and exercising?
Nope.
I'm
sorry.
You got some family member that's fat and they've been fat for years, and you don't want to just say, man, I did this. It's hard work, but I can get out of this rut.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah.
But I'm because and I even did a video on TikTok yesterday. I didn't get for me, I didn't get fat because I was eating or overeating. I was eating at the wrong times,
Right.
I mean, it's like I wasn't filling my face and getting fat on purpose and stuff. There's a whole lot of stuff that was happening: depression, anxiety, panic, all types of stuff that was rolled up into one that contributed to it. And then that's why I wouldn't do it the first way, but I would do it the second way of what you just said.
I'm just saying, you can critique the approach, but at the end of the day, you had to stop being a whiny bitch about your weight and take steps and just fix it. I'm just going to eat better and I'm going to exercise. And like I said, you don't have to
that diabetic things scare the hell out of you, though.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you had a motivation to want to do better. And like where it ties into, like, my business partners and I, we hold each other accountable. where we're like, if one of us is being a whiny bitch, we just go, quit being a whiny bitch. Let's figure this out. And now today we've got like 4 new things we're going to try and 4 different ideas we're going to pursue and different things we can go after. And I think as a society, we've lost that. If you're in a dead end job, go learn a new skill, like figure something out. If you're stuck in a spot and like you can't get promoted, well, that's probably a you problem. It's probably not a somebody else. I remember when I was back in the retail world, I was sitting across from this guy, Mark, great guy. We were his 3rd company he had been with, and everything he'd make it to a certain level and he'd never get promoted higher. And I sat there to do a mentoring session with him, and he sat there and he told me how everything was because his bosses were wrong and they were idiots and whatnot. And I said, well, what feedback do they give you? He said, I need to be more organized, be more personable, do this. And I said, okay, so let me get this straight. You sat with 3 different companies with people that never met you, and everybody gave you the same feedback, and you're sitting in here telling me it's a them problem, not a you problem? Get out of here. And I just picked up my stuff and I walked out of the room. And a week later, he called me. He goes, you know what? If everybody's telling me I'm wrong, maybe I am. Maybe I should try doing this a different way. And it was funny. The guy changed his ways. He's like, okay, what are things I can do? And so I gave him a few things to try. He started doing them, and then he started having career success. And then he started doing better. He eventually got promoted 2 levels up from where he was pigeonholed at. But it's like, it's no magic wand I did. I just got him to see like, hey, what you're doing is not working. And every time I talk to a friend or family member who wants to be, oh, this is crap, I didn't do this or that, or I'm not getting promoted. It's like, well, learn a new skill, do better at your job. Like you control that. You are only giving them the power if you're giving them the power. You want to lose weight, lose weight. I think a lot of people who like you struggle with depression and that kind of stuff, go to church. Like my pastor says it all the time. Like if your way isn't working, go to church. Make every excuse in the book. Give me every reason you can't get up on Sunday. Go to church and then join an adult group on Wednesday night and try it for 6 months and tell me it was a waste of your time. And I have a family member who's going through stuff. And I'm like, well, you should go to church. And she's like, oh, I can't. Like, I've tried 40 churches around my house and they were all bad and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, all excuses and no excuse is a good excuse. None are accepted. If you want to like change your life and improve, like she's going through some like personal stuff, I'm like, start by going to church. How did Jen get through her anxiety? Like we were to the point she couldn't leave the house. She went to church and prayed about it. And it's like, just take that step. Don't give up your agency to somebody else. Sorry, that was kind of a rant. I was fired up. I was just so proud of the guys I work with today, though, because they were like, let's quit being whiny bitches. Let's just figure this out.
Yeah. Well, I am suppressed, and I've been suppressed since 2020. But in the way of what Facebook has showed me, well, actually, Jason, that him and his group have done, because I feel like, okay, I gotta do these articles, I gotta do a show, and I gotta do it. It's almost, well, it's been a one-man shop for a long time. However, Jason told me about the bonuses, the creative bonuses that Facebook has been putting out, and Facebook basically tells you certain things that you have to do at a certain time, and if you can get all this in, they wanted like 17 reels in 5 days or something like that.
Well, when it posted, they gave you 7 days.
Huh?
When it first posted, they gave you 7 days. You just didn't see it till you were a few days in.
Yeah. So, okay. So, you can get $50. It's almost like a dangling carrot type of thing. But hey, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Jason showed me, okay, go into here and try to work out through that. Okay. So I've been doing that for the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Right. And then I realized, or I saw like they have the AI thing that I mentioned the other day. One of the suggestions was create 3 lifestyle posts, and you have 5 days to create 3 lifestyle posts, put them up, and share them. Cross post them for maybe $5 more or whatnot. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'll do that. It comes back that Facebook is saying, hey, guess what? Your lifestyle post did better than your political post. We opened up, or basically, you have seen more non-follower type of views and engagement than your regular stuff. This is what else you should do. It's like, wait a minute, they're trying to lead me away from, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to lead me away from what I'm doing. And then you get to the idea, well, if that's what is going to work, then I guess that's what's got to work, I guess, on this platform. That's not for any other platform. That's just Facebook, so yeah, if y'all see a lifestyle post that isn't political or whatnot, that's me.
Well, it's funny you say that, because like how we structure our business, there are things we want to talk about that we feel passionately about that there's just no way to monetize, right?
Mhm.
Or it's hard to monetize. Will writes those, puts them on the Substack, because that way, that is the purest form. People find it and they decide if they're going to pay you to read your stuff or not. There is no any other influence. That is your survival of the fittest.
Mhm.
Like, now for some of the other stuff, we try to write articles that people are interested in, because we have a financial incentive. We want to pick things that interest people, and then we want to create content that people want to read. That's how we pay our bills.
Mhm.
So that's not being steered, that's being whatever. And you have multiple properties. If my advice, if I were giving you business advice, would be create content on some of the properties that you have no financial incentive. If you really feel like, I just need to say this, put it one spot, and on the other spot, make content that is something that that you're going in with a financial incentive. Like today, it came out, the New York Giants, I believe it was, had 3 players that they, instead of wearing their pride flag, they put a Christian phrase on their pride hat, and they've been warned that if they do that, they're going to get fined. Like, so they're targeting Christianity, in my opinion. Like, they wouldn't do that. Like, you could write a pride message on your hat anytime. You can't write a Christian message on your hat. That's just not okay. And, that's content that people were very passionate about. We tweeted about it, wrote an article about it. Like, people were interested in that story. So,
I'm finding myself, along with the lifestyle stuff, there's a whole lot of people interested in the WNBA right now. About the way that things are going down, the backlash, the Caitlin Clark thing, the Paige Beckers thing. Though I am in a that's right. I'm in a WNBA group on Facebook, and I am looking at the way that these people are engaging and talking about this thing. I'm like, let me slide on in here. You know what I'm saying? Let me slide on in here. I might not know everything, but if I put some controversy in here, I'm damn sure going to get some engagement. Let me slide on in here.
There are people that make a living writing about the WNBA. I'm just saying, like, I tell this to the guys, my partners, all the time. Like, if you're making content and you aren't getting any engagement, before you say you're suppressed, you're just not making content that your audience wants to hear. There might be a component of suppression, things you can't talk about.
Or is how you say it too, because where you stop using those think tank words, and when you make the decision to stop using certain words, then people are like, okay, well, I'm going to go, you know, just like we talked about the church. If I don't hear what I want in this church, then I go and find another church that I can hear the words that I want to hear from. So if the content person that you have been listening to for a long time isn't saying the same thing that you want to hear, you're going to walk away and find somebody else that you want to hear whatever you want to hear from. And that's I think in a way that might be what you're saying. All right, Jason, let's get out of here. It's 1:07. We
ran over.
I got to get out and get some sun because it's cold. I mean, it's cold down here, and I don't know what to make for dinner. So, what'd you make for dinner?
Well, it's funny. I think I told everybody Sunday we were going to make a turkey breast, and then our 90-year-old friend wanted to take us out to dinner, and then last night we were going to make a turkey breast, and it got sidetracked with our night because we had a doctor's appointment or a vet appointment for my little dog because of her knee. So now today we're on day 3 of planning on making the turkey breast. But that may not happen depending on how the afternoon goes. Yesterday we were all set, and then Wayne, you would have died because you've had this happen. Like it was like right about noon. I'm getting off the podcast, and all of a sudden my buddies are pinging me like, "Oh my God, these couple pages got shut down on monetization. What should we do? What should we post?" So it was a whole afternoon of dealing with stuff. So yeah, hopefully turkey breast. Hopefully tomorrow I'm talking about how excited I am for a turkey breast sandwich, but we'll see. How about you? You don't know what you're cooking?
Dude, I mean, look, I don't know what I'm cooking. And while you were talking earlier, for some reason, salmon cakes came into my head while you were talking. So I don't know. Maybe I may even make some salmon cakes. I don't know. You know, it's, oh man. I really want to get out there on that grill, but how much chicken can you eat? You know what I'm saying?
Every day.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
What's that Bubba Gump thing? Bubba Gump talking about her shrimp. You can have fried and breaded and better fried. Just substitute chicken. You'll be fine. You can make fajitas. You can make tacos. You can make sandwiches. You can make chicken salad. You can have chicken breast.
Lord. Yeah, but look, that smoke, that pit barrel and that smoke taste. I gotta tell you, there's nothing like it. I mean, it's like Mission Barbecue, or these veteran smoke places with the barbecue and stuff. It was just like that. I mean, it was, well, it was kind of rubbery at first, but I mean, it was great. It was great, and I can't wait to get back out there on it. All right, Jason, last thoughts real quick.
Thanks for tuning in. We love you guys. Discover your Americana. Summer of 250. Let's celebrate. Greatest country in the history of mankind. And final thought, let today be the day that you have that thing you said you weren't going to do, but if you do it, it's going to make your life better. Let today be the day you do that thing, whatever that is.
Tomorrow is our Friday, your Wednesday. We're doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for the foreseeable future because you're looking at 2 men that got to work. So Jason got some pages taken down. Both of us are in the poorhouse. Well, we're close to the poorhouse right now, so we're trying to fix things up. So pray for us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Colonel Rob Maness has a lifelong record of providing dedicated service to this nation. Having worked his way up from the enlisted ranks to full colonel, he served our country for more than 32 years. He has served as a bomber squadron commander, bomb disposal technician, Joint Chiefs of Staff operations officer, assisted the national security team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan, and served as the Vice Commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Maness is a true American hero. This is Rob Maness Live.
On Sunday, we reached an agreement with Iran that achieves everything we set out to accomplish, everything and much more. ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about. That was about 99%. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They can't develop it, buy it. They can never have a nuclear weapon. At the same time, with this announcement, or close to it, as people started to think it was going to happen when Iran was making some very positive statements, the stock market has surged to record highs, picking up thousands of points over the last short period of time, thousands of points. And oil is dropping like it has never dropped before, at levels that went in numbers, down $7, down $8. They've never seen anything like that. But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success.
Folks, welcome back to the Rob Maness Show on Truth Thursday, and we're live on Worldview Tube and our X Spaces simulcast. Well, what's in the real MOU? What does President Trump's Iran agreement actually say? You just heard him at the G7 laying out the new framework. He made it clear technical discussions on removing every stockpile of enriched nuclear material begin right away. And unlike the old Obama deal that sent pallets of cash, any relief Iran gets has to be earned on merit, not handed over by the American taxpayers. Even the funds that is going to go, it's not going to be American tax dollars. And this is moving fast. Oil prices are already reacting in a positive way to the Strait of Hormuz opening, but big questions remain about verification, Iran's nuclear program, the terrorism funding, and what this means for Israel and our own national security. And we're joined once again by longtime TV news producer, former diplomat, and anchor at WABC Radio in New York, Jake Novak. Jake, welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us, man. We appreciate you. A lot of folks are having a tough time with this memorandum of understanding. Let's start with the economics piece of it, though. I mean, oil's started dropping almost right away, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and that's because for a couple of reasons. The biggest reason being that we have already seen today massive amounts of traffic go through the Strait of Hormuz. The Saudis got, I think, 3-4 tankers, something like that earlier today, with millions of barrels on them in total, safely through the Strait. Actually, oil is finished with its sell-off for today. We're kind of at $76 a barrel, and I think it's done for the day as far as that's concerned. We saw 73 at one point. I think it'll be back in the 60s pretty quickly. So that's one part of it. But of course, the other reason why is that Iran, one of the immediate parts of this deal, one of the things that they don't have to wait for is they can get their oil back onto the open market, which is, of course, a big deal for them and a big deal for the oil markets. It just adds to the supply even more. So we're seeing that. And these are all things that you can measure immediately. It's the tough things that you talked about down the road. The verification of getting the nuclear material, how we're going to get it, how we can stop them from funding terror groups, which is all this regime really knows how to do, Rob. So, Colonel, so I don't know how that's going to, be achieved. That's going to be a tough one. And then, of course, to me, now look, you and I want to get into the facts. I think the real journalists want to get into the facts of this deal just so that we can get the facts out there and people know what the facts are. So I'm not against that. But when it comes to analysis, Colonel, at the end of the day, I don't think it matters what's in the deal. It doesn't. Only thing that matters is this. Iran will break it. We know that Iran is going to break the deal. That's not even a debate, not for people who have been following this. So the only question is what President Trump will do when they break it. And I don't know if there's a president, certainly not in my lifetime, but ever in American history, that I would trust more to do something about a breaking of the deal than Donald Trump. Doesn't mean he will. I can't say 100%. But there's no president more than Trump who is likely to do something about it. And that's where I'm kind of hanging my hat today.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. President Trump's the only person I would trust with this kind of understanding starting out. It's really a terms of reference, to use a lawyerly type term. It's the starting point, right? It's not a treaty. It's not even the deal. The deal is referenced in a future tense in this memo.
Yeah, and look, getting to the Israeli part of it, what the Israelis have to do in the next couple of weeks is figure out how to maximize the benefits of all the things that have happened since last year, since Operation Midnight Hammer, and the destruction of so much of the Iranian military infrastructure, and the deaths of so much of the Iranian leadership. And they're going to have to figure out where this gives them an advantage as far as how they deal with Hezbollah. I think they already figured a lot of that out, but they want to be able to find new ways to cut off the pipeline between Iran and Hezbollah. And also working on the administration and saying, all right, we're doing what you've asked for. We have moved out of Lebanon. We're going to not do all those things that you didn't want us to do. But let's come to an understanding between the two of us about when we have the green light to go and hit Hezbollah. Or maybe we can have a different kind of green light paradigm for when we hit the supply chain. When they try to go through Iraq or some of these other countries, to Syria and everything to supply Hezbollah, is that part of this deal too? Because it probably isn't. And as you know, as you well know, in the years before Trump became president again, that was the MO for the Israelis a lot. They were hitting these supply chain operations to Hezbollah quite a bit in countries like Iraq and Syria. And if the Israelis have to go back to that to get relative peace, pre-October 7th like peace, I think that they'll go for it. And but you can understand why they're complaining about this deal. I don't think anyone should be angry about them complaining about it. The only thing we shouldn't expect from them or allow from is or accept from the Israelis is some kind of, well, we can't, we've been completely betrayed type talk. I don't think that that's what we want to hear. And to his credit, Netanyahu is not saying that, so that's important.
Yeah. Let's talk about that a little bit, since you went there a little bit more earlier than I was going to. The vice president had the press conference today at the White House. It gave another master's class in how to deal with the uppity press, man, which is great because generally they get it wrong and they desire to get it wrong. Unfortunately for the American people and the world. But one of the things he said and was very clear about was that there is no way that the United States is going to stop Israel from defending itself. That is something that I think has to be part of any deal, even though Israel's not even mentioned in this piece of paper.
Yeah, and woe to any of the countries that think they're going to be able to attack Israel and get away with it because President Trump is going to stop them. There are some very minor examples of that, but in the past, but in the end, they were blown out anyway. For example, when Saddam Hussein used Scud missiles to attack Tel Aviv, and the Israelis listened to President George H.W. Bush and didn't retaliate. It isn't like Saddam survived that. I mean, they lost the war, and of course, he eventually ended up dead anyway years later. One or the other will punish you if you attack Israel. I think that anyone who's stupid enough to think that they'll do that and get away with it, I think just about every single Hamas commander involved in October 7th has been killed, including another one last week. They're all gone. You're going to get killed. So the idea that you can walk around thinking that you won't be punished for attacking Israel, either the Israelis themselves or the U.S. are going to get you. And I think it's important for a lot of people, especially here, supporters of Israel in this country, to remember that. No, I don't love all the aspects of this deal. But again, like I said to you right up the top, I am not going to get into the nitty gritty of this deal. I mean, I will for factual documentation purposes. That I want to make that clear. Yeah. But I'm not going to get upset about the nitty gritty of the deal because I know Iran's going to break it. So now all I'm thinking about now is what happens when they do. That's what I'm spending my attentions and energy on.
Yeah. Let's stay on the Israeli government for a second, though, and J.D. Vance, because in the press conference, and this little segment, I caught most of the press conference, but I got this one really well. And he talked about Prime Minister Netanyahu and the other cabinet members. And he said essentially, hey, I'm really disappointed in the Israeli cabinet members that are coming at the president, in some cases with nasty personal attacks over this deal. But Prime Minister Netanyahu has not done that. So he gives him credit for that. But he also calls the other cabinet members out. And he doesn't do it in a mean way. He just says, look, let's face it. 2/3 of the weaponry that Israel has used to defend itself in this entire operation have come from the hands of Americans, and a lot of American tax dollars bought a lot of it. to make sure that it got over there. And he's just musing out loud. He's like, hey, if I was in your shoes, I would think twice about the personal attacks. It's okay to disagree, but to attack these guys, attack us personally, that's just really dumb.
Yeah, well, welcome to Israeli politics. Israeli politicians, and Netanyahu's been guilty of this in the past. They are susceptible to they are likely to commit acts of hyperbole that even American politicians don't commit, even when they talk about President Trump. There is no middle ground with Israeli politics. It's always death or life. It's always doomsday or not. They don't have a filter and they don't have a meter. And this is something that's bothered me for a long time because they're in a very volatile part of the world. When they get very hyperbolic, it means something. It can really have a bad effect. So that's important to remember. It's also important to remember, Colonel, Israel has an election coming up. The sheer numbers are not lining up well at all for Netanyahu. They're simply not. The center right and even some of the right have aligned against him, along, of course, and they probably won't need to join with the far left or Arab parties or anything like that to win the election. And that is, it feels like an foregone conclusion even before this deal came out. So that's another. So there you have some people who are trying to be the loudest voices in the hopes that this will get a popular front behind them so that they can, because the only question is, which leader of which party is going to be the next prime minister? I don't think Netanyahu is going to survive this, but which one of the center-right or right-wing leaders is going to be the prime minister? And now they're all jockeying for that position. And it's sad to see, because I find Israeli politics to be really pathetic. Most politics are, but Israeli politics are pretty pathetic. And that's another context here. People need to understand, Vice President Vance needs to understand that these other members of the Israeli government, other than Netanyahu that he was talking about, they're all trying to be the next prime minister. He should realize that.
And if I gather what you're talking from correctly, then the further right you are and aggressive toward the Iranians, the more chances are you're going to win? Is that right?
Possibly. The more chance you're going to be able to get, well, let's put it this way. The more chance you're going to be able to get those people who have been supportive of Netanyahu for a long time to be okay with you being the prime minister of the government. People should remember that back in 2022, that brief period when Naftali Bennett was prime minister of Israel for about a year, and it was really a weak government. Bennett, for some reason, the Israeli politicians have had a real leadership vacuum for many years. Other than Benjamin Netanyahu, even on the right, there hasn't been anybody who's been really a competent, significant type of leader. I think Bennett will do a better job next time around if he is indeed the prime minister again, now that he's had that experience. He certainly didn't have the comfort in the job that he needed to have. And there's another story about that involving Ukraine that I can tell you about later. But what they're trying to do is make it sound like they are ready to take over Netanyahu's mantle. Because a lot of people who have supported Netanyahu don't want to vote for another party other than his party, but will this time want to make sure that it's somebody like him who will lead this new coalition government. So, yeah, you're on the right track with that thesis.
It seems like Netanyahu's probably been the most aggressive prime minister of Israel ever to handle these guys. I wouldn't want to necessarily throw that baby out with the bathwater, but I'm just an American. I don't have any. All right. We got to take a break. When we come back, we got a question already in the audience. I think we'll take that and talk about the nuclear material. That's the key part of this MOU and everything going forward for the United States of America. We'll be right back with Jake Novak.
Introducing Worldview Tube Vault. Over 35 years of radio broadcasts, television programs, documentaries, and ebooks. Plus, Worldviewpedia, our powerful search engine for instant worldview and Bible research. Join for as little as $7.99 a month. And now, Vault members get something brand new, courses. Our very first course is here, The Book of Revelation with Brannon House. 53 in-depth lessons, complete with overview quizzes, walking you verse by verse through one of the most important books in Scripture. Getting started is simple. Go to worldviewtube.com/vault and join today. Already a member? Visit worldviewtube.com, click the person icon in the top right, and log in. Then hover over Vault in the menu and select Courses. That's it. You're in. Join WorldViewTube Vault today at worldviewtube.com/vault.
They'll work closely with us to turn over the so-called enriched material that's very deep in the bowels of the earth, very deep. Nobody can get it. So it's not important that we do it quickly, but we could do it fairly quickly. When we have a chance, we'll do it. But in the meantime, we have cameras on every inch of it. Nobody can do it. And if they do, we'll hit them with Patriots, that's all. And they'll be gone. And they know that. Technical discussions on the removal of all stockpiles of enriched materials will begin immediately. We're going to start that immediately. And unlike Barack Hussein Obama, who sent Iran pallets of cash and any relief they receive under this deal, they'll have to get based on merit. And it won't be from us. We don't have to give them anything.
Welcome back to the Rob Maida Show. It's Truth Thursday, and we're talking about the truth of the MOU with between the United States and Iran with our guest Jake Novak, who's a great anchor on a great show out of WABC in New York nowadays, really bringing lots of good information, dives really deep into a lot of things, and this is one of them, I know. Jake, I think I've got a question in the audience. Let's take that before we get into this nuclear piece real quick. Michelle, go ahead.
Sir, we no longer had a hand up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. No problem. The nuclear piece. Look, there has been some experience recovering pulverized nuclear weapons level material from aircraft crashes, ground detonations, and those kind of things, but nothing at the level of over 1,000 pounds of this stuff that's deeply buried in really heavy rock and now dirt and those kind of things. That's a pretty big lift. Just the operation of that, isn't it?
Yeah. There's also reports which sound a little like Iranian bluster to me. They're very good at that say they've also booby-trapped all the entrances. So I don't know if that's true or not. Who would want to lay those explosives? I'm not really sure who would want to do that job. Whatever it is, it does appear to be inaccessible at the moment. Mm-hmm. I say that appear to be, though, underline that, because I do have a worry that some of it was able to be, that the Iranians were able to recover and remove some of it before all of this happened, whatever collapsing of mines or tunnels or things like that. We need to really make sure that it really is all under that rubble. We really need to make sure. And by the way, thankfully, it's not that hard to find out. That stuff leaves a trace. It leaves chemical traces. It leaves other kinds of traces. We should be able to find out if some of that material is not there. And I would make that a really high priority, not to just take them on their word for it. But, it's funny, what the president said in that soundbite is exactly what I said on my show when we first got that report, that it was buried under a bunch of stuff. I said, this actually may have been a turning point in the negotiations. If it's in a place where not even the Iranians can get it, then whatever obstinance they have about turning it over is moot. Doesn't matter. They can't get to it either. And I think that actually was a breakthrough in the negotiations. And it might have been something the Iranians did to themselves. If the Iranians indeed collapsed these mines and made it impossible, and tunnels and things like that to get to the material, they may have undermined their own negotiating position, because in de facto terms, nobody has it anymore. Right. So that, to me, was something that made me smile. I immediately realized this because it was a CNN report. I think it was Saturday, but it might have been last week. Was it a week ago Saturday or this Saturday? But it was one Saturday, and I was live on the air. And that's exactly how I analyzed it. I said, wait a minute, this could be the breakthrough in negotiations. And I think it was. And it should be noted that the Iranians may have hoisted themselves. However favorable you think this deal is to them, first of all, doesn't matter because they're not going to uphold it. But don't worry about that so much. The thing that they were really looking to hang their hat on and maybe draw us into a longer and maybe even a ground war was over this material. And they may have taken their own chess piece off the table on that.
Yeah. The mountain complexes that you hit, that the material was supposedly in, that I've always said, and you've been on this show with me many times, I've always said that it's possible they could have moved some of that stuff beforehand.
Right.
Now, we were tracking on it, I'm sure, wherever it was. But But they also could have done some things that we couldn't see, and that is put secure chambers in those complexes and move the material into it to be able to block it off from the attack from the Moab bombs, the mothers of all bomb penetrators, the MOP penetrators. And that's possible too, but both ends end up with it being deeply buried under a lot of hard rubble.
Right, and what would we have done with it when we got it? We would have buried it deep under a bunch of
Well, I know where the facility is.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you know it. So I think it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's one thing to smile about in the last couple of days about all this, in addition to a couple of other things, which I don't want us to go too far into this program. It's your show, Colonel, but I think you'll agree with me 100%. Can we absolutely celebrate today one thing, whether you're happy with the deal with not, or whether the fact that we had such a low casualty rate for a long drawn out conflict with a heavily militarized opponent, and the civilian casualties are almost unmeasurably low. I mean, we really didn't have massive civilian casualties here. We didn't really have any significant civilian casualties at all. I know we know about that school in the first day of bombing, which may or may not have been the United States' fault, and that was tragic. I think the casualty list there was 100 dead. That's terrible. I get it. But 100 dead for 4 months and change of war, and I know a lot of it was under ceasefire, but as you know, we had to stop ceasefires here and there in that time as well. I'm sorry, but anyone who would have predicted only 13 American dead troops would have been laughed at in February. And now we can smile at it because it's true.
Yeah, I mean, there is just a whole host of good news for the Allied side in this, and included in this deal. For the Iranians to at all put themselves on a piece of paper that says we will not procure or develop a nuclear weapon at all, that is a win.
Yeah, and that's right, because it's so definitive. We have been the ones who've been saying Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Israel's been the ones who've been saying it all along. And there's been a somewhat tacit approval of that by the rest of the world. But there's never been Iran saying, no, we won't do this. They've never agreed to that. In the Obama deal, they just said, we're going to give it in 10 years, which they didn't uphold. Of course, they immediately broke it by starting to move some of their nuclear research into the city of Tehran. And the UN, not the Israelis, the UN proved that with their own investigation, if people remember back in 2020 when that was revealed, or late 2019. So now for the first time, the Iranians are saying, we're not going to do this. And they're not even putting a timeline on it. They're saying, we're not going to do this. Now, again, I don't expect them to uphold the deal. I think they'll be on the phone to Pakistan and North Korea as soon as they possibly can. But the fact that they've said this now in the international courts of law and in the UN, the United States is no longer just making it sound like we're being bullies, taking something from Iran only and picking and choosing. It's Iran itself which has made this agreement and made this promise. And that changes a lot. It does change a lot, even though functionally, I think they're going to work like hell to break that promise.
So do you think this is an elegant trap, to use a Donald Trump word, a very elegant trap?
A little bit more than that. I wish it were just an elegant trap. And I haven't told that to those of my friends and colleagues who are very, very worried and upset about this deal. And I'm trying to calm them as best I can. But no, I don't think it's a completely elegant trap. I think there's an aspect of it. I mean, it definitely puts us in a parameter of a better position the next time we have to go do something like this, which may be very soon. So that's great. But what this seems more like to me is the president and some of his top advisors saying, we beat the hell out of the Iranian regime. It's an entirely new group of people, same ideology, same Cub Scout troop, but same people. Let's see if we can get a new paradigm with this group that will require less of pain from our side, less terrorism in that region. And let's see if that's worth a try, because we know all we're going to get is immediate pain if we continue the same policies with them. Yeah. That could be debated about whether that's smart or not, but this isn't Nazi Germany. This isn't like, well, we couldn't go with Admiral Donitz after Hitler was dead, because come on, it's the same Nazi regime, and they had and they had all of the continent of Europe under their thumb for quite some time, for 5-6 years, right? So it's a little different than that. Iran was just threatening to do that, and that's bad enough, but okay. So I think that there's some logic and validity to trying this out. But you're right. The fact that you have the Iranian regime now saying no nuclear weapon, this gives us much more latitude and justification to move in as quickly as we like when they break the deal.
Yeah, absolutely. On the nuclear issue, I believe today that the United States is the only nation state that has the technical capability to go in and recover this stuff safely and get it stored somewhere where it can be stored away from their hands and those kind of things. There's not any other country that has that capability, is there?
I would highly doubt it. I would highly doubt it. The nuclear, obviously this is never going to be fully published in all the details of how Israel became a nuclear power. We know some of it. We know that some of the material definitely came from the United States. We know that they made a lot out of a little, and there's a debate about whether they were capable at the time of the darkest days of the Yom Kippur War. Did Golda Meir, did she or did she not order the Air Force not to arm their bombers with nuclear bombs? That'll probably never be revealed. I don't expect ever to find that out, but that is the question.
Yeah.
But it's a long way of me giving you an answer that what Israel experiences with is much less material than this. They don't have that kind of experience, certainly not in the crude form that the Iranians have it in. So I think you'd be right. It's possible that Pakistan has some scientists who were the disciples of A.Q. Khan, who made Pakistan a nuclear power. It's possible some of his people could do it. Would we trust them to do it? No. But it's possible that they could. But it's a good bet it is just the United States.
Yeah, I mean, we even did it for the old Soviet Union. Took some of their old material and put it in our storage for them because they didn't have the capability.
Yeah, and they also didn't maintain it properly. We found so many of their missile silos filled with water when we did our trust but verify inspections. And I know some of the inspectors who were there and broke out laughing. They were like, I didn't have to come here. These missiles never would have left the ground, let alone with nuclear capability.
I'll never forget General Lee Butler, who was the last Air Force commander of Strategic Air Command, coming back from his trip just before the wall. Or I think it was after the wall came down, SAC went away, and said, as soon as he saw the grass knee-high growing up out of the taxiways and even the runway he landed on, and the ramps, and the maintenance, state of maintenance on the aircraft and those kind of things, he began to question, why have we expended these last 50 years with Americans on hair trigger alert every day, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That's a lot of treasure and a lot of time. We lost people in the process during training and operations and those kind of things. And General Butler was like, these people this threat was nowhere near what we thought it was.
Better to overestimate an enemy than to underestimate it. So,
absolutely. So it's just that my only point with that is sometimes the reality is a lot different than what the intelligence is telling you even from a military perspective. And our military intelligence is pretty darn good. Darn good.
And don't forget, this is not to denigrate the Soviet military and engineering know-how. It's excellent. It's very, very good. It was the implementation and the infrastructure and the fact that they don't have a capitalist structure. I mean, our defense contractors, love them or hate them, they are mostly capitalist enterprises. Now, of course, their only real client is the U.S. government, so they're almost like a public utility in a way, but they're better than the public utilities. Let's face it, they are, and they work much more efficiently and have a much higher standard than a bunch of government workers. Who knows whose brother or whose cousin was in charge of that runway or in charge of that missile silo? Sure. But the actual technological experts who build their weapons tech, they're nothing to laugh at. And people who think Russia's just some kind of gas station in Europe really don't understand how good their engineering education and culture is in that country.
Yeah, I track it closely, and they're very, very good. It's nothing to sneeze at. We got to take another break. When we come back, we'll talk about the money piece. I want to get your take on this, especially as a former diplomat. How do you think this will look from the Gulf states' perspective? Because that's who it's dependent on. We'll be right back with Jake Novak.
At a certain age, you stop chasing younger. You start protecting what helps you feel steady, strong, and well. Your body's collagen matters. It supports the structure of your skin, joints, and connective tissue. But as the years go by, your body needs more support from the inside. That's where Bella Grace Elixir comes in. Bella Grace Elixir combines Verisol collagen, the world's most clinically proven collagen, with Asteryl astaxanthin and cat's claw in a proprietary blend designed to help support the processes that reconstruct collagen, while also offering antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. And this isn't just for women. It's for men and women who want to age with more confidence, more care, and a daily wellness routine that supports the body from within. One simple elixir, thoughtfully formulated for whole body wellness. Take care of the body that has carried you this far. Order Bella Grace Elixir today at melissahousebg.com.
You mentioned a $300 billion fund. I got to be very clear about this. Not a single cent of American money under any circumstance, no matter what the Iranians do, goes to Iran. Not a single cent of American money.
Other money.
Well, here's what this says. This says, for example, let's say that the United Arab Emirates, who have been a great ally, let's say they want to invest in a power plant in Iran. What this deal provides is that if the Iranians had done everything we require them to do, then we will allow the United Arab Emirates to do that, because they can't do that right now without American approval. So we're fundamentally saying if the Iranians transform how they interact with the world, we will transform how the world economy interacts with Iran. But if they don't do any of that stuff, they don't get any of these benefits. So I think all the Democrats who are saying, well, the Iranians get all these things, they don't get anything unless there's been a complete transformation of how Iran interacts with the world. That would be a huge win for America. And to Jesse's point, if they don't do any of these things, we don't give them anything, they don't receive anything, their nuclear program is still destroyed, their military is still destroyed, their missile program and industrial base is still destroyed. We fundamentally have transformed the Middle East. Whether they comply or not, this is just icing on the cake, assuming they do all the right things.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. It's Truth Thursday. We're talking about the truth of the MUO between the United States and Iran as the starting point, the shoving off point of the deal that the President of the United States is eventually, in his mind, going to make with the Iranians that will result in a number of things. And J.D. Vance was talking about one of those things that has some people up in arms. The $300 billion has people up in arms quite often and frequently in this country. And they're saying things like, well, that just sounds like the JCPOA. And for those of you that aren't initiated, that's the Obama plan. So some of you are saying, boy, he's just like Obama. Okay, people. All right, let's get Jake Novak's take on this. He's got a lot of experience in this part of the world, in the diplomatic world, and those kind of things. And Jake, one of the big questions I have about this is the Gulf Arab states. JD was, he even mentioned one. That's where this dollar investment level is intended to come from, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm really glad he mentioned the United Arab Emirates, because you know what the United Arab Emirates just did, Colonel? They just left OPEC. And why did they leave OPEC? Because what a lot of the Sunni Gulf states have been willing to do for many decades, even though they are vicious enemies of Iran treats them worse. And the UAE took a lot of pain during this war, a lot of it.
Yeah.
But the Sunni Gulf Arab states for years have been willing to do business in a tangential, parallel way with the Iranians. All right, we'll be in OPEC with them. But we're not going to invest in Iran. We're not going to go in there until there's regime change to do any kind of investment in that country. And that is why this whole number to me is actually a major capitulation by Iran, because the only way they're going to see any of that money from a Gulf Arab state. They're more likely to get it from Trump, frankly, than from those states, is until there's major regime change, major capitulation on their part. The fact that the UAE left OPEC, which I would assume 99% of the people criticizing this deal from, the rank and file in this country, Trump haters, whatever, don't even remember. It was a whole 2 months ago. How could we forget? How could we remember that? But that was a really, really big story for me. I thought that was a huge deal because it showed that these Sunni countries that have been at war with Shia Muslim Islam for almost 1,400 years, but specifically with Iran for almost 50 years, they don't want to even do business in. They don't even want to be in the club with them anymore. They don't, because they just it's just not worth it for them. And so the idea that the UAE would put money into Iran when they just said we're not even going to be in the same room trading money with them is a real stretch. And if the Iranians sign this deal thinking we're going to get this money, then they're the suckers here. That's for sure.
Yeah. So what does the UAE or any of the Gulf states need to see? They're all Sunni, right? If I understand it correctly. Let's dive into that again. What does a country like the UAE, especially them, what will they need to see in order for them to make investments in Iran?
Well, they're not going to do anything. I don't think that the only thing that they would be interested in doing is getting their hooks into some of the Iranian oil infrastructure. They'd love to be able to add to it, to modernize it, get more of a stake in it. They might help rebuild. We might hear the UAE and the Saudis say, hey, we'll help you rebuild some of these oil facilities that may have been destroyed or damaged during the war. But the idea, J.D. Vance threw out a public utility example. The idea that they would want to build a hotel there, which, by the way, there's a lot of parts of Iran that, if Iran had a real regime that we could deal with, I'd love to build some. I'd love to go to a hotel on some of their places, but that's just not happening right now. The idea that the UAE would make any kind of investment in anything other than Gulf oil traffic and that business with Iran is a ridiculous stretch at this point. It would take an absolutely, totally new regime. It would probably take a regime that includes non-Shia Muslims in the leadership or in some kind of confederation. I don't want to see Iran balkanized like Iraq is, but it's better than what they have now. So maybe you give the Kurds some control. Maybe you give some of the Sunnis in that area some control. I don't know what you can do. But honestly, they are not interested in any of the possibilities here. We're not talking about building office buildings or tech or resorts or any, don't think we're not going to have another Dubai in Iran. And it's just not going to happen. They may want to invest and get some equity in the rebuild. And again, that wouldn't even be them either. Remember, these aren't even UAE companies. These are companies that they have investment stakes in. So probably a lot of American companies that getting paid UAE money might work and do some work there. But I don't even see that happening because Americans won't feel safe working there. What American family is going to want to get a contractor job over there? Will the French do it? I don't think the French and the UAE have that kind of relationship. Honestly, this is really a great part of the deal, in my opinion, because I just don't think it's going to happen at all, let alone not U.S. dollars. I don't think it's going to be, UAE money either, euros or whatever their favorite currency is.
Well, what do you think the president thinks? I mean, the countries, obviously, he went to them and they had to say yes for a reason to allow this to be put in the MOU. Right, as a carrot and as a verification measure, really. I think that's even more important part of this.
Well, I think they came to him. I think the UAE and Bahrain and to some extent Saudi Arabia came to them. Now, Saudi Arabia was the country, we know this for a fact, and it was quickly reported by the Washington Post and then no one picked up on it, which is frustrating to me. Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia made something like 15 phone calls to President Trump in the days before the February 28th beginning of the war, or whatever the day was. The Saudis were really lobbying for this war, much harder than anyone else.
Yeah.
And then it seems like they came along with the UAE and Bahrain and asked for some relief from all the Iranian missile attacks. So I think what the president is saying, like, okay, but if we push them on this and we stop this, then you're going to have to pledge some money. And they're like, okay, we'll pledge some money. What does that matter? Okay. It's a pledge and we're never going to actually have to pay it. And they wanted relief. They wanted immediate relief. The UAE and even Saudi Arabia, and certainly Bahrain, have never experienced the kind of barrage that they took during this war. They've never experienced anything like that. The Saudis have a little bit more experience with it because of the Houthi attacks on them from Yemen, but the UAE and Bahrain were really, really knocked back on this, and they must really, really be happy because, again, all they've had to do is make a promise for investments that no one is going to pressure them in the end of the day to make. At the end of the day, they just had to make the pledge. The actual payment, they're not going to get a couple. You know, the repo men aren't coming to the UAE's door to collect that pledge. I promise you.
So what's in it for the Egyptians? I saw General Zizi. I call him General. I know he's the president. He's still an Egyptian general. Sitting with the president at the G7 for quite a long time. I'm sure they were behind some of this stuff, trying to help make it happen because they owe us, right?
You know, the Egyptians have become, isn't it amazing how irrelevant Egypt has become in the region compared to where it was 50 years ago? It was the dominant nation in the Arab world and in the Middle East. Had the biggest population, had the biggest army. And now it's almost an afterthought. It's a client state of the Saudis who basically bankroll that country. They still have a large population. They still have a large army, one that hasn't been tested and worked in any way whatsoever in well over 50 years. Forget about 50, more like 53 years. They're like the Knicks. They haven't fought since 1973. We should call the Egyptians the Knicks, but they're not going to be winning any championships soon. So what they get out of the deal is they get an unmolested Saudi Arabia. Their benefactor is now less bothered and can go about its business. Egypt has so far to go. It is an incredibly, still very backward country. The rate of illiteracy there is through the roof. And like I said, their best asset that they had during all the early years of the Arab-Israeli conflict, for example, was the fact that they had a pretty well-trained and large army. But I don't think that army is anywhere near anywhere near prepared for anything at this point. I really don't. They get a lot of money. I think they have a lot of sons of aristocrats who fly those jets around, and and they don't even have that much oil. Really, they don't have any. So they're just there, and they are controlled by Saudi Arabia. So if you want to know what Egypt is doing, just look what Saudi Arabia does, and then you have your answer.
And of course, the Turks have been mentioned as key partners in putting this thing together, which didn't really surprise me. The only thing that surprised me is Erdogan didn't try to get a lot of press out of it.
Yeah, he must not have liked this. I think he may not have liked the easy resolution here. I think he was hoping for this thing to drag on longer and longer and to make them more of a player in this deal. And yeah, we hear that they were a part of the negotiations and stuff, but we certainly didn't see it that much. And I agree with you. I mean, if they had really played that kind of a role, Erdogan would have been all over it, and he's been quiet. So that tells you a lot too.
Yeah, don't be surprised, folks, if you see later on that the president intentionally has put him in a little box to reduce the threat of the neo-Ottoman empire that he wants to build, because he's actually stated that, right?
Yeah, it's insane. Turkey has, there's so many countries in the Middle East that just keep making these really bad choices. Lebanon has decided that it really still, despite a little bit of the pushback on Hezbollah and Iran, it still has decided that it hates Israel more. I mean, what a stupid move. They just keep making the stupid moves, and Turkey does too.
Yeah.
I mean, Turkey could have been for a long time a voice of reason in the whole region, and listen to the example of Ataturk and all of that kind of stuff about being moderate about things religiously. And instead, 20 years ago or so, they elected this Erdogan, who has taken advantage of the opposite way of thinking. And they're just another dime a dozen. What is another Islamist voice in the region how are they going to stand out in any way? It's really asking someone to create a great new airport who happens to be a horse trainer. I mean, that's Erdogan. He's a horse trainer being asked to create an airport. And it's a bad mix.
That's a great analogy. All right, we got one more break. When we come back, we'll be talking with Jake Novak. I want to get into a little bit about the IRGC that's left and this whole Syria-Lebanon thing that the president mentioned that I saw yesterday. I got to get a take on that from Jake Novak. We'll be right back.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean. It tastes fine. But what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial-scale systems to whole-house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
The Pakistanis who have been helpful in mediating this agreement with the Iranians, they've asked us not to release the full text for a little while. That it'll come out at the latest on Friday. We're actually trying to push them to get it out today because we want to tell the American people what's in this deal. It's fundamentally a good deal for the American people, but it's also very simple, and I've also seen some misrepresentations about it. So in short, what it does is it opens the Strait of Hormuz immediately. This is why you see oil prices down in the 70s from a high in the 120s, is because you're seeing the strait already open its traffic to the flow of oil and gas. It also provides a framework whereby if the Iranians give us what we need on stopping the funding of terrorism, on no longer pursuing a nuclear weapon, then they can get some benefits, be reinvited into the world economy. And when I say benefits, I'm talking about sanctions relief on their economy. We've destroyed their nuclear program, but one of the things the president is trying to do is give them the incentive not to try to rebuild that program for the long haul, so that it's not just us. We don't have to worry about Iran having a nuclear weapon for the next couple of years, but for the next generation, that generation doesn't have to worry about it either.
Welcome back to the Rob Maynard Show. It's all about the truth today on Truth Thursday. There was a lot of misinformation in the 48 hours before the MOU text was actually released, and it was released by the Iranians first, and then the White House released the memo too. Jake Novak's my guest today. Jake, I just got to ask, I mean, what is in it for the people that were releasing it? I suspect the remnants of the IRGC are probably in one of those groups. I can understand that they would want to stir things up and get as much disinformation out there as possible. But other entities, it's been rumored that might have leaked it, like other countries like Turkey or Syria or even Israel, or Republicans, neocon types, as they're called here in the United States, that might have done these releases of not quite the memo, but they're just talking about it. It seems a little nutty when you have stakes this high to me.
Well, I think people knew that the way that journalists and other people are going to look at that release is they're immediately going to look at that number. So we knew that we were going to get that $300 billion number focused on, and they got what they wanted. They got people talking for a day and a half or so about how the United States was going to give Iran $300 billion. I'm still getting texts from people about that, which of course is not true.
I got one before the show.
Yeah, so it's a big joke. That's what they wanted, and that's what they got. And to them, this is the way they act. I mean, it's just hit and run type stuff. So I think that was the motivation, and to try to create that kind of narrative really quickly. And there you go. I wish it were more detailed and nuanced than that, but we're dealing with real childish people. You know, the childishness of it is really frustrating to me. The idea that, oh, President Trump is going to hand over big money, or that this is a huge victory for Iran. I mean, that's just it's too simplistic. And I actually think that you could really make a strong argument that it's not necessarily a big win for the U.S. or Israel, but this deal, the fact that they signed some of this stuff because of some of the things we've talked about so far in this program, is really a huge loss for Iran. I mean, does anyone who really knows these other Gulf countries, and again, I'll say it again, if they really think they're going to get $300 billion of investment from the UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, those kind of, that's insane. There's no way, absolutely no way. And Iran signed on the dotted line with that kind. I mean, that's the real great pumpkin. You know, it's Iran acting like Sally and running after Linus and the Great Pumpkin. It's not coming. They're not going to get that money. So the fact that they signed that and they even think that they might get it, or they thought that it was, even if they don't think they're going to get it, well, it was worth signing because maybe there's a 1% chance. That's pathetic. When you sign a deal thinking that some major part of it is only a small chance of happening, but you're willing to sign because of the small chance, you lost. Simple deduction.
Yeah, when you add that to the statement about nuclear weapons, I mean, that's, there's no doubt in my mind that Iran is at a complete loss here from the perspective of the mullah's government. Now, the IRGC, which is really the organization that was really running the country and keeping the mullahs in power, and still is, the mullah that's been named to power, last I told the Sun, even though he's severely injured from what we can gather, he's only there because the IRGC leadership wanted him there. And the guy that is now the commander of the IRGC was also the Quds Force commander. So, when I see that, and I see that the Hezbollah-Lebanon peace is still very much in play for the Iranians, at least from a rhetorical perspective. That's where I kind of land with you, is that they're not going to keep this deal. We're going to, whether it's a trap set by the president or a trap set by themselves, we're going to be back into military operations, I believe. I don't know how long it'll take, but they'll get caught.
They don't have anything. They don't know how to do anything else other than support foreign terror proxy armies. That's what they do. That's really what they're interested in. That's what their entire regime has been set up to do. That's the infrastructure for it. And they don't really know what else to do. So it's not like they're going to suddenly say, okay, let's work on fixing the plumbing here in Tehran. I mean, they're not interested in that. They also don't really it's a classic, they're hammers and all they're going to see is everything is a nail type thing. And it's just inevitable that they will break the deal. It's not necessarily, when I say that, people say, oh, do you mean taqiyya and the whole supposed Muslim belief in lying? No, I'm not talking about DNA or cultural things here. I'm talking about the way the regime functions. The way the regime functions to do this. This is their oxygen. And it will take an entirely different regime before we can think about anything being upheld. This is not a cultural, religious, or anything commentary on my part, which, that's another discussion. I'm not saying it's a worthless discussion, but that's not why I'm coming to this conclusion. It's because this is what that regime is set up to do. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, and I'm not even saying what I said as a criticism of the plan on the president's part, because I think he's got that baked into this whole operation going forward. You have to. All of us have been watching this. I've been dealing with the Iranians even before they went to war with us as the mullahs. I've got a cousin that's an adopted orphan out of the oil fields of Iran. My uncle worked over there building that infrastructure and found him, saved his life. So I'm fairly familiar with the Iranian people. This government, for sure, haven't been in uniform the whole time that they've been in existence, trying to kill people like me. And I mean that in all sincerity. So I'm not even criticizing the deal. I think this is the president and J.D. Vance have baked it into this as part of the structure that this is going to happen if you break this, knowing that the likelihood is high that they will break the deal in more ways than one. Let's talk about the Syria piece and Lebanon. That I saw the president talk about it. He really likes this Jolani guy, which you can't trust that guy as far as you could spit him, as far as I'm concerned. He's Al-Qaeda, through and through. And I still question the United States' involvement in putting this guy in power, to be honest with you. And I think I'm right to do that, and I'm right to not trust him. But the president seems to think that he should be the one to handle the Lebanon issue. Where is that coming from?
I mean, I think it's coming from just throwing hands up there. Maybe that's actually a call for help. Maybe the president and some of the American leaders are hoping that someone else will stand up and say, "What about me? I understand that you got a friendship with him, and I don't want to kill Jolani, but I think I would like to be involved in a real national election and prove that I can be a better leader." Maybe that's the president hoping to beat the ground and see if there's somebody else who would like to step forward, who might actually be trustworthy, or at least want to do right by most of the Syrian people. It is such a head scratcher, but it's one of those things where no one else has gotten it right ever. We've never had a responsible leadership in Syria, ever. So
yeah, I think the Israeli government is aligned with the president on this, aren't they?
yeah, they are, because again, they just feel like this is an early stage type situation and there's lines of communication open. Assad was such a major roadblock. When Israel and the Palestinian Authority were making their peace deals in 1993 and 94, I know the people who were involved in a lot of those negotiations, and there was real hope. There actually were American envoys who secretly went to Damascus. I have a gift from one of them down in my basement, an actual original wonderful backgammon set from the marketplace in Damascus that I got from him. So I have physical proof that they were there. Believe it or not, this is 32 years ago. There was hope that they would join in some part of that negotiation. It never happened because Assad was just such a stumbling block.
Yeah.
So they look at this Jolani guy as just someone who might be a little bit more reasonable and someone that they can make a deal with without having to trust. In other words, they'll get some type of some kind of concession from him, take that to the bank, and then they don't have to worry about him upholding parts of the deal after that. You know, it's such a mess. You know, we are really dealing with, you know, if we didn't have the jet airplane and drones and things like that, we could really be isolationists, couldn't we? We could really say, let's just build a fence around all these countries and let them come and give them a few centuries to get somewhere near our level of culture and advancement. But we can't. We can't. So I mean, it's a moot argument. They can get to us. 9/11 should have proved that to you, but you shouldn't figure that out 30 years before 9/11 too, if you didn't already. And we can't do that. And because we can't do that, we're going to have to make some deals with some really, really bad people. And compared to the Cold War, the list is short. The list is short. The Cold War had a lot more fraught and problematic relationships than one or two people that we've mentioned today.
Yeah. Well, one of the biggest things I'm worried about is the Christian populations in those areas. They've been really oppressed and persecuted a lot, especially since the Iraq War. Doesn't seem like they're on anybody's radar right now. Hopefully I'm wrong about that in the administration's looking at that, because that's a big problem, especially when you give that much power to a Jolani type and those kind of things. So from the perspective of the Israelis, they're not even named in this MOU. But as we close this out, let's come back to the Israelis. JD said, hey, Israel has a right to defend itself, just like the Iranians do. And the president was talking about them having some limited number of missiles and limited range missile defense and those kind of things. So I don't think anybody's under any illusion that Hezbollah is going to stop or that some other, Muslim entity is going to start attacking Israel again. But from a Lebanon perspective, got about a minute left. What do you think the plan is on Prime Minister Netanyahu's part? I mean, he's gone all the way up to the river, I believe, and they're cleaning all that out, which is really where the heavy Hezbollah presence was.
Yeah, well, they are retreating now. I mean, that's been the last 2 days. The Israeli forces have been retreating for that. I assume they will get completely out of Lebanon by tomorrow or however long that takes. What the plan now for the Israelis must be is to make real clear communications with the White House, what the parameters are. When will the United States forget about just allowing Israel to retaliate against Hezbollah attacks, but when will there be certain events where even the president won't make a comment saying, "Oh, I wish they didn't do this"? Because I think there was a lot of that the last couple of weeks where the United States pretty much allowed it, but the president wanted to publicly denounce it or push back on it. And I think that needs to be the number one priority for the Israelis right now. Tell us, Mr. President, tell us, J.D. Vance, what are the rules that you'd like us to follow, the rules of engagement that you'd like us to follow with Hezbollah? Because we'd like to answer every drone attack. We'd like to answer every missile attack, but but we would like to have exactly what rules you'd like us to follow. And they also need to say, what if we have a Rapallo type agreement in Iran? For those of you who remember, after the Treaty of Versailles, Germany had to disarm. And then a few years later, Germany signed some treaties that allowed them to get some armaments. We're not going to have any public treaty signing with China or Russia when they try to rearm Iran, or may already be.
No, they're already talking.
They're already talking, right? So the Israelis need to find out, hey, wait a minute. At what level of rearmament do we also get a get out of jail free card from you guys? And I think that needs to be the discussion now, with the good faith of, hey, look, we retreated out of Lebanon, and that's now we start a new discussion.
All right. Well, Jake, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Very good discussion, enlightening.
We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of it, is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
And in some cases, women, mostly men, walking around without legs, without arms, with a face that's been blown to smithereens. It's Soleimani, 95%, 96.2 they say or something. 95%. That was Soleimani did it. Happened to come from Iran, and I blew him up. You remember that? I blew him up in the Valley of Death. He got off his plane, and we followed him. And in all fairness, because they've been wonderful to me, Israel, but they didn't want to do that attack. They were all set the night before the attack. They informed me they didn't want to do it, so I had to make a decision. I made the decision to do it. But it was a joint venture, as we say in the real estate business. That was a joint venture between Israel and us. We studied it for a month. We knew what plane he was going to be on almost a month before. He only traveled on commercial airliners, the big ones with lots of people, because he knew we wouldn't shoot him down. They're very smart. But we knew he was going to be on that plane. We followed him. And then Israel informed me that they won't do it. And I had to make a decision. I had some very good generals, and not the ones you see on television, very good. And I want to thank also Pete Hegseth and General Raisin Kane, who's phenomenal. Okay, these guys are phenomenal. They can't be better. But I had some good generals, and I said to them, well, if Israel's not going to do it, we're all prepared. Do we do it? Do you like doing it or not? He said, sir, if you want to do it, we can do it. How well? We'll do it just as well or better. We'll do it ourselves. We don't need anybody. So we took out Soleimani. One of the biggest events to happen in the Middle East, maybe ever, but they say 50 years, they say 100 years. I was with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He said it's maybe the biggest event that has ever taken place. Nobody could believe it. So that's when it started. It didn't start like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago.
There's some element to this where you send the vice president. If it works out, great, you look like a genius for sending him. And if it doesn't work out, it's the vice president's fault.
Like that idea, sure. What? This way, if it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming JD. You better be careful, JD. He's going to turn his plane around and get the hell out of here. Yeah, I like that idea. I think it's a good idea. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. But I'm proud of Space Force because I started it. We have Space Force cameras on every single door, well, there are no doors. They've been pretty well shattered. But every area of that, if somebody walks in and he's got a badge with his name on it, like Mohammed something, which is about a 50-50 guess, Mohammed something. They can tell the name. They can give you a serial number. We can see things you wouldn't believe, the quality of the stuff that we have. That's why we've been so successful. That's why our blockade will go down in the annals of history as being unbelievable. Nobody's ever seen a blockade like that. It's like a steel wall.
How patriotic are Americans feeling this morning? With us now, CNN chief data analyst.
We will
Harriet.
always remember Lexington and Concord, people. We will always remember it here on CNC.
Patriots Day versus the 4th. We know which one is more important, but the meaning of the 4th. When we ask voters about this, what do most of them say at this point?
This, to me, is one of the most stunning divides that we have seen. You know, we're talking about polarization in politics. It even comes down to what you believe July 4th actually is. Like, what does July 4th mean to you? Celebrate America, friends and family time. Among Republicans, what do you see? You see the clear majority say it's a time to celebrate America, 65%. Among Democrats, however, the plurality disagree. Look at that. What do you see? Friends and family time at 42% versus just 24% who say that what it means most of them is to celebrate America. So even on the basic question of what July 4th means to you, we have Republicans on one end saying celebrate America, more of them say that, and Democrats on the other end saying that it means more to them to have time with friends and family.
What do they say about the flag?
Yeah, okay, so what do they say about the flag? Even on the basic level of flag, look at this. Look at how we have an increasing polarization on this issue. We'll display the flag on July 4th, the American flag. Back in July of 2001, look at this. You had 68% of Republicans, 65% of Democrats saying that they would, in fact, display the flag on July 4th. You come over to this side of the screen, Republicans basically are where they were 25 years ago, right? 64%. But look at that Democratic percentage, absolutely plummeting. Just 27% of Democrats say they will, in fact, display the flag on July 4th. Democrats and Republicans in different camps, even on the simple question of displaying the flag on July 4th, a polarization, a split that simply put did not exist a generation ago.
What about the sloganeering about proud to be an American?
Okay, what about this idea? Are you proud to be an American? Extremely or very proud to be an American? Again, look at this divide, a growing divide on this question. Back in January of 2001, 90% of Republicans, 85% of Democrats. This was after a very contentious 2000 election, keep in mind, right, with George W. Bush coming into the White House. You come over to this side of the screen in 2026, look at this. Again, the Democratic percentage absolutely plummets to just 29% of Democrats say they're extremely or very proud to be an American. That Republican percentage, the exact same, 90 and 90. The Democratic percentage, what is that? That's basically a third of the level that it was just 25 years ago.
I think you're right to point out.
Good partner. Again, I think they could do better with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when two drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And frankly, they could do a better job. I love them as a partner. They were terrific. But they could do a much better job with Hezbollah. On that, I don't think they're doing well. And I feel very bad for Lebanon. Lebanon's been, it was a great culture. They had the professors, the doctors, the lawyers. It was an incredible culture, maybe the highest in the Middle East for years and years, centuries. And for the last 50, 60 years, they have been just trashed. They have been living in hell.
Is the text of the agreement now final, or are you still?
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs on their head.
When do you expect the wording?
If I don't like it, if they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head. Okay? Because they've misbehaved for 47 years. All right?
Does it include?
But nobody could have made this deal. I mean, the JCPOA done by Obama, he handed him $1.7 billion in cash, gave him hundreds of millions of dollars, gave him billions and billions of dollars, but he gave him $1.7 billion in cash, green cash from banks, into a Boeing 757 and flew it into Iran. And they stood at the plane. I have pictures of it, like, oh my God, look at this money he's giving us. He tried to bribe his way out. I didn't do that. Nobody mentions that. $1.7 billion and hundreds of millions of dollars. They tried to bribe their way out of it. And you know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and they said he's a stupid son of a bitch.
All right, Wednesday night, and we are live. Hope everybody's doing good. As always, be blessed in the mighty name of Jesus. Let me say hey to all my brothers and my sisters in the chat. Let me see here. Let me get down there. Okay, I'm at the bottom. All right, Agravain is on. K4. VMS is on. Auntie Mama's on. Guitar Glenn is on. Jules, 21 Hours is on. Robin Roney is on. Big Jim Go Blue is on. K4 VMS is on. Peg McGroin is on. Ever Eden is on. Let me see here. Scrolling down. Ever Eden is on. Captain Cliff is on. Granite 2468 is on. Patrina C is on. Luann 5 is on. Deb Powell 50 is on. Tim L. T-Bird is on. Let me see here. Auntie Mama is on. The one and only Release the Hog is on. Let me see. Les Cruz Brown is on. Gloyd Shaw is on. Uncle Wally is on. Scrolling down. Charlie 340 is on. USA. Abby Girl is on. Jeannie Malfeasy is on. Be well in Jesus' name. Be well in Jesus' name. Let me see here. Petey Frank is on. Biggie 926 is on. Arcadia Angel is on. Beat Shield is on. Keeper 1376 is on. Let me see. Douglas Tina is on. Let me see here. You guys give me names. It's like Magdalene DeMarco, something like that. Love you. Sorry if I butchered your name. Let me see. From Free Lumbee is on. Lisa Kinzer is on. Scrolling down. Let me see. Grab a couple more. Dana 50 is on. Let me see here. Graybeard is on. DC 941 is on. Confederate 1 is on. Steph Toms is on. Scrolling down. No, I can't get to the bottom. I started at the bottom. No, I can't get there. Here we go. Scrolling down here. Motorcycle is on. Let me grab one or two more and we'll get rolling here. Let me see here. One or two I haven't seen yet. Queen Isabel 1 is on. She announced Queen is on. All right. King. We got the Queen and King. We got Queen Isabel and King Slutsy McGroin is on. Awesome. All right. Let me see here. Anyone I haven't seen? Aphrodite's, there's one I haven't seen yet. All right. Want to congratulate Aaron and Will and everybody watching right now. Almost 300 people watching, 295 people watching right now. The 14-point memorandum of understanding with Iran has been released. Where's all the applause? All right. So it's been released. So let's go over it. All right. And everybody, all the people that Trump has been cozying up with over the last 111 days of the 4-day war. They're all now turning on him. People like me have already turned on him, but we've all turned on him for different reasons. Ben Shapiro has turned, I'm going to play his video next. Ben Shapiro has turned on him because Trump has stopped the war. I turned on him because he started the war. And then you have the sycophantic morons like Sean Ferris, and Jack Posobiec is actually calling for Trump to win a Nobel Peace Prize for this deal. So you have all these different camps. You've got MAGA split in half with people like me, probably people like you, and then you have the sycophantical morons like Cat Turd and Sean Farish and Gunther Eagleman and Benny Johnson, all the rest of them calling for Trump to win a Nobel Peace Prize for opening the Strait of Hormuz. You have Gunther Eagleman celebrating the Strait of Hormuz being opened that was already open before the war. All right, so it's literally like, again, celebrating. Somebody hands you $100, all right, that you a minute ago you lost $100. Someone hands you $100. You didn't gain $100. You just lost $100 and someone handed you $100. You didn't gain $100. It's nice that you got it back, but you didn't gain a freaking thing. And in a war, call me if I'm crazy. I got a former warrior in here. Somebody fought in a war. Will, call me crazy, but shouldn't you want to gain something if you're actually going to spend $2 billion a day on a war and lose 13 American soldiers in a war and countless civilians that have been basically flame-throwed into non-existence with our bombs? All right, so 14-point MOU with Iran. Key terms to include. This is from the Kabisi letter. The U.S., Iran, and their allies agree immediately and permanently to end military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon. How's that possible when Iran hasn't seen this yet? I mean, not Iran, Israel. They haven't seen this yet. So how can the U.S. and its allies? And that's rather a general statement, is it not? Because the only quote unquote ally in this war with us was Israel. So our allies, meaning who? So shouldn't that read the U.S., Iran, and their allies, and for us, ally? And we all know that Israel is not going to stop bombing Lebanon. They haven't even agreed to this. So how can we agree for Israel when they haven't agreed? Does everybody see how convoluted this crap is? I'm like, this is not what I voted for. This is not what I voted for. I did not vote for convoluted crap when you have Donald Trump and J.D. Vance prancing around saying that they've got a deal guaranteeing that Israel will no longer bomb Lebanon when Israel is publicly saying they haven't agreed to the deal. Does that make sense, sir? Yeah. Can you make that make sense?
No.
Okay. All right. The U.S. and Iran agreed, number 2. You're going to do all 14? Yep. The U.S. and Iran agreed to respect each other's sovereignty. What does that even freaking mean? And territorial integrity, and not interfere in each other's internal affairs. The U.S. and Iran commit to negotiating and reaching a final deal within 60 days unless mutually extended. All right, again, that's going to be for the nuclear material. Okay, so we went in there to get the nuclear material, and now we're ending the war without the nuclear material, but we're going to talk about it for 60 days. Will's laughing. Numero 4, quattro. The U.S. will begin removing its naval blockade immediately and fully end the blockade within 30 days. Iran will use its best efforts, Aaron, their best efforts.
Of course.
And you can always trust the mullahs, to ensure safe passage for commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz for 60 days with no change, with no charge for 60 days, no charge. All right. The U.S. and regional partners will develop, and here's the coup de grace. Coup de grace. The U.S. and regional partners will develop a mutually agreed upon plan of at least $300 billion for Iran's reconstruction and economic development.
Awesome.
So Hussein Obama, who I can't stand, and Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, Will, correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't vote for Hussein Obama, did we?
Nope.
All right, so how in the world are we getting a deal worse than Hussein Obama did in his agreement?
Right.
How's that possible? Because Hussein probably sent him 20, 30 billion. Joe Biden, we know, funneled 20 billion to them right after October 7th. We're sending them 300 billion. But it doesn't count, Tom, because it's not U.S. taxpayer dollars. Does anybody care whether it's taxpayer dollars or not? Which, by the way, if you believe that, got swampland for you to buy right in the back of the church here where there's no swamp. But anyway, so $300 billion. So we torched Iran for 80 to 100 billion, and now we're going to pay him 300 billion to rebuild from the 100 billion we spent destroying them. So we're going to pay over 3 times what it cost us to destroy them to rebuild them. How's that winning going? Man, this is a golden age.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you feel it? Can't you feel the love tonight? The U.S. will work towards. I thought this was the whole point of the war. We're gonna remember, and also I could have done a whole history, but you guys, you've been patient with me. Be redundant. I could put out a whole litany of Trump's Truth Social posts already claiming that some of this stuff was done, and we can all put out the sycophantic. J.D. Vance is doing the show circuit. He's on The View. He's on podcasts, on everything else, claiming, of course, that we're not. The $300 billion is a complete farce. It's not. There was a person on Piers Morgan arguing that that's not in the MOU, and Piers Morgan is reading it to her. And that's not in there. We're reading it to her, and she tries to backtrack. That's not taxpayer dollars. That's not what we said. It's not. She's saying that we're not giving them 300 billion. Yes, we are. Our agreement. We're the ones that are making this happen.
Right.
We are the one. We are the facilitator. And we are making sure that Iran gets $300 billion. That's on top of the $24 billion that they're already getting in unfrozen assets. And allegedly, they are going to be permanently charging a fee to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That's not outlined in this yet, but it's going to come out. And they'll make $10 billion a year on those fees. $10 billion. So, but don't worry, it won't be spent on armaments. Iran reaffirms. Oh, wait. The U.S. will work toward terminating all types of sanctions against Iran. So not only that, we're going to give them $24 billion by unfreezing their assets, pay them another $300 billion. Probably they're still going to be able to charge people in the Strait of Hormuz, even though Trump's denying it. But allegedly, under the people that I'm listening to, That's not true. They're actually still going to be charging ships going through the strait, and they're going to make $10 billion a year off of that alone, not to mention the $300 billion, not to mention the $24 billion, which is only the start of the unfrozen assets, because there's tens of billions more of frozen Iranian assets that we're going to give them also. But don't worry, we're going to work toward terminating all types of sanctions against Iran, including including UN, IAEA, primary and secondary sanctions. Iran reaffirms that it will not procure or develop nuclear weapons and agrees to address its enriched. They're going to address it. This is what we went to war for. We went to war so Iran can reaffirm, as they already did. By the way, I can pull all that up. They already said that before the war. Yeah. So why are we fighting for a reaffirmation of their original reaffirmation, which was another reaffirmation of their original affirmation? Sure. Why are we going to war for that? Oh, because we are Israel's dog to their tail. That's why. And people can get mad, and I know people come and go from watching this because you get fed up and you're like, you know what? I'm sick and tired of Tom bashing Trump. I'm not bashing Trump. This is what Trump's doing. Argue with it. Show me. This is the 14-page memo. The 14 point memo. This is it. There is nothing else to discuss. I mean, we're going to discuss other things on the podcast, but there's nothing to discuss here. There's no arguing here. There's nothing you can say about this. It is what it is. Iran reaffirms that it will not produce or develop nuclear weapons and agrees to address its enriched uranium material stockpile, which was already under the IAEA before that. Until a final deal is reached, Iran, we go to war so that we could get to the place of negotiating for a final deal over 60 days. Iran will maintain the status quo of its nuclear program, while the U.S. will not. So they're going to, until the final deal, which can be extended, and then, Aaron, extended again, and then extended again. Until the final deal is reached, Iran will maintain its current status quo of a nuclear program. So we went to war to negotiate with them while they continue to enrich uranium. Anybody explain this to me? Explain to me how this is a win? Jack Posobiec saying that Trump should win a Nobel Prize for this lump of human feces. Runny, nasty, smelly, warm human feces. That's what this agreement is. And by the way, you shouldn't have to. And by the way, don't even get an agreement. Just pull out of there. Just get out. Just get out. Claim you drunk. Do you know what? Just claim that you sunk their Navy and you incapacitated to some degree their nuclear program, and get the heck out of Dodge. Until the final deal is reached, Iran will maintain its current status quo of its nuclear program, while the U.S. will impose no new sanctions. So they're going to continue to enrich uranium while we no longer have any sanctions at all. Well, before the war, there were sanctions on them for enriching uranium. That's great. What a deal. So before the war, there were sanctions on Iran for enriching uranium. Now there's none for at least 60 days while they enrich uranium. It's a great deal, isn't it? Who won this war? This is because, folks, we lost. Okay? We lost because, as usual, we chose to lose. And by the way, there's no way to win the war. And all that we did was, you know what we did? People are like, was showing the might of the U.S. military. Do you really think it's the might of the U.S. military that we sunk an Iranian Navy? That really is nothing more than glorified paddle boats. I mean, really? The ships that were built in like 1948. Do you really think that it's like, do you think China is sitting back going, wow, that's quite the military performance? Right. Do you really think they are? We have about 1.2 million soldiers. Okay, we have no ability to take a country like Iran. None. No ability. 95 million people on the ground. Everyone will fight you to the death. And we have maybe we could put 300,000 soldiers on the ground there. Maybe. I know we have the strongest Air Force. We have the strongest and largest Air Force on the planet, and we have the number 2 strongest, largest Air Force on the planet. Our Air Force, and then our Navy Air Force. Those are the 2 largest Air Force on the planet, and they're great and they're mighty, and they will keep us safe. But we can't conquer countries with that, and we just proved that you can't. And it's not denigrating the great heroes of our military. My dad's career Navy. I'm sitting next to a military hero over here with Will. It's not downgrading the people or denigrating the people that fight in these wars. They fight, they're obeying orders. I get it, but I'm saying that we showed the world that we can't do anything. Iran stipulated all this stuff. We've gained nothing. The strait isn't open right now, folks. It's still not open. It's Wednesday, about to be Thursday. It's still not open. Do you really think it's ever going to open without Iran charging fees? Do you really believe that? Do you really believe that it's ever going to be that way again? That they're just going to walk away from it? What you have to do is you have to build infrastructure around the Strait of Hormuz, the pipelines. So you no longer need the Strait. That's 25 years away. All right, so anyway, here we go. Number 9, until a final deal is reached, Iran will maintain, I got read that, right? Number 10, the U.S. Treasury will issue waivers for Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, derivatives, and associated banking, insurance, and transportation services. So that's lifting off sanctions. So what did Iran lose? I'll bet you right now, you ever hear the statement, if I would, in football or whatever, you're playing against a great team. If I could be guaranteed that I could be within 3 points 5 minutes to go, I will take that. If Iran knew that they were going to get this deal pre-war, they would have let themselves get bombed. Their Navy may be worth $500 million. They're getting $300 billion. That's again on top. That's $10 billion worth of fees they're going to get in the future. Not to mention $24 billion of Iranian assets that have been frozen. The U.S. number 11. The U.S. will make frozen or restricted Iranian funds and assets. They love this, Aaron. Fully available for use. Yes. No constraints. Oh, but they're going to make. We don't even get the usual diatribe that we're going to make sure that it goes for humanitarian reasons, which the Biden administration dropped, which of course is ridiculous because all funds are fungible. So if you have the IRGC, they've got let's say a $4 billion budget per year, and you're like, we're not going to set a dime to them. Well, what they do. So they got the $4 billion going to the IRGC, and then you've got $1 billion going to humanitarian efforts. They just cut $1 billion off of the IRGC and send that into the humanitarian efforts. All funds are fungible, so they can redesignate funds as they see fit. They can just say they can take all of their IRGC money and give it to the humanitarian efforts, or take the humanitarian efforts and give it all to the IRGC, and then we pay for the humanitarian efforts. All funds are fungible, and we're not even playing the game that they're not now. So Iran wins again. Which one have we won on? Name one of these. We're on number 12 now. Name 1 out of 12. I'm losing viewers as I'm reading this. Because, again, people come on here and think I'm going to be all pro-Trump. I mean, I'll be pro-Trump when Trump does conservative things because I'm a conservative. So when Trump does non-conservative things, I say he's not being a conservative. And then I'm called a non-conservative for criticizing the fact that he's not being a conservative with his new wars and $2 billion a day and $3 trillion that he's spent in deficit spending so far as president. Let me see. Number 12, the U.S. and Iran will establish an executive mechanism, oh boy, to monitor implementation of the MOU and future compliance. So we're going to spend more money so we can monitor the MOU. Number 13, after signing the MOU and implementing key ceasefire, blockade, shipping, oil waiver, and asset release provisions, the U.S. and Iran will begin final deal negotiations. So you got number 5. Iran will use its best efforts to ensure safe passage for commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz for 60 days with no charge. So you got that negotiation. And then you got number 13, the U.S. and Iran will begin final negotiations later. This is one negotiation after another. This is Trump sticking his tail hard between his legs and scurrying off, which, by the way, you have no choice but to do that. You don't start a war with a mountainous country right next to a nuclear-powered Pakistan, with nuclear-powered Israel right there. You don't start a war with them when you've got a 95 million populous country that's fully mountainous and everybody's willing to die, and you have a whole bunch of countries like Japan and China that fully and completely depend on their oil. You don't, I mean, how stupid can you be to start this war that you cannot win? How are you going to win? How? You can nuke them. You still don't win if you nuke them. They're going to hide under the mountains. It doesn't do anything. What it is Afghanistan times 1,000,000. Then you go and start a war with them to degrade their nuclear ability that they don't have? Which you could easily watch from space. Trump is touting SpaceX today. We all know Elon has now become the first trillionaire because of SpaceX and everything else. You just monitor their enriched uranium from space. And if you decide, you know what, it's getting too close, you can bomb it. Why would you go in war with them? Because people are monetarily benefiting from it. That's why. And all of them are behind it. Trump, Netanyahu, and all the rest of them. The people who don't participate are the ones who aren't benefiting from it. They're benefiting off of the other war in Ukraine right now. Last one. The final deal. The final deal will be endorsed by a binding UN Security Council resolution. Oh, wow.
Goody.
That's why we went to war for 110 days, so 111 days so far. But I guess now it's over, right? All right, let's go to this one. Aaron Rupar video, Ben Shapiro. So Ben Shapiro is really mad now because we're no longer bombing girls' schools in Iran. So we're not bombing a girls' school in Iran. He's really upset because Israel, as Trump has been saying now for 2 days, credit Trump, greatness of Trump on this at the G7. Trump has been saying for days now, he's sick and tired of what Israel does in Lebanon, where they're going after Hezbollah, and there's one guy, so they take out an apartment building with 847 people living in it. He's getting sick and tired of it. We're all sick and tired of it. Why in the world are you leveling apocalyptic style, a Christian country, going after Hezbollah terrorists? Why would you level? We've shown you the videos. They level entire towns for what, 12 Hezbollah operatives inside the town? It's not that they're anti-Hezbollah, they're anti-Christian and anti-Hezbollah. It's simple as that. Of course they're anti-Christian. I mean, didn't they nail Jesus to the cross? Wouldn't that make you anti-Christian and have never repented of that? Aaron, show me all the videos of all the Israelis repenting of nailing Jesus to the cross.
Zero.
Okay, so how in the world, and I would love to present that to, go ahead, invite me to your church. If you have a pastor who waves the fake Star of David flag, invite me to your church because that's how I'll launch. Is it really already 9:30? Yeah. Holy crap. But anyway, I'll launch with that. I want everyone to explain to me why it is that churches bless Israel when they're the ones who nailed their Jesus to the cross and have never repented of it.
Yeah.
If, again, I'll just tell you this, and I know this is redundant for those of you that watch this podcast. If you have a Christian church that is partnering with another Christian church, you have Church A that partners with Church B, and Church B comes out and says, you know what, we're pro-trans now, we're pro that Jesus is a way but not the way, violating John 14:6. We are not like that. Church A would no longer partner with Church B. Well, that's what Israel does, so why are you partnering with them? How does that make sense to anybody? I didn't say we can't partner with them as the only quote-unquote democracy in the region. I don't really buy into that crap either, but I'm just saying you can do it that way. But to spiritually partner with them? Aren't we told in 2 Corinthians 6:14 to not be yoked together with what?
Unbelievers.
What? Unbelievers. Are they believers? Then why are you yoked with them, Mike Huckabee? Why are you yoked with them, Pastor so-and-so and Pastor so-and-so, and you can fill in the names? Why are you yoked together with them? Aren't we told to not be yoked together with unbelievers? For what do righteousness and wickedness have in common? Or what fellowship can light have with darkness? Isn't that 2 Corinthians 6:14? Is it not? Aren't we told 3 verses later to come out from among them and be separate, says the Lord? Aren't we? Or am I just misquoting the Bible? Again, I will never get these people. How are you, Mike Huckabee, allegedly a Baptist Christian? And he comes out and he even said recently the United States wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Israel.
Okay.
And that's what he just said. Recently, everyone's just tearing him a new one as he deserves. But anyway, Israel didn't even exist when the United States was formed. Who was laughing? 1776, there was no Israel. Why? And Aaron, I'm not going to put you on the spot again, but he knows the answer. Why was there no Israel in 1776? Because they were scattered due to their unrepentant nature.
Yep. Kicked out.
Yeah, they killed all the prophets. And then when the prophet of all prophets came, and I don't mean John the Baptist, he's the greatest of all prophets, but then the prophet of all prophets came, the ultimate purveyor of truth was Jesus came, right? And they nailed him to a cross. And everybody stood around and laughed. So they're scattered by God.
Yep.
Punished by God. And then the Christians come in and partner with the people God is actively punishing? Explain it to me. I mean, I would love to hear the theological explanation behind it. By the way, I never hear a theological explanation. All I ever hear is sycophantical talking points. Yeah. I was told that if you don't bless Israel, you won't be blessed. Okay, I want you to actually read Genesis 12. Please read it instead of just quoting it and not even knowing where it is. You need to quote the whole thing, by the way. And it's talking to Abram, not even Abraham yet. All right, back on task. Aaron Rupar video. Ben Shapiro, the MOU appears to be a disaster that does not achieve any of the signal goals. All right, now here's the thing. Can't stand Ben Shapiro. COVID caving, vax whore, sycophant. Okay, an operative for Mossad, he has to be. Okay, so, I mean, I can't stand Ben Shapiro. He is right in what he says here with the 5 points that he makes, but he's right for the wrong reasons. Play it for me.
Said this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. There were effectively 5 goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. One was ending the nuclear program, not just nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, zero enrichment. That is not in the deal. Ballistic missiles ended. That is not in the deal, and the president today suggested that ballistic missiles should actually continue to be held by the Iranians because the Saudis, our allies, also hold ballistic missiles. Then you have the support of terrorism. That is not part of the deal. Anything that looks like an attempt to end terrorism. A permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz toll-free. Not only is that not in the deal appears to have a provision allowing Iran and Oman to attempt to toll the strait after 60 days. And then finally, the idea that Iran would receive some sort of sanctions relief after all of those things happen. We are already seeing from day one relief in their ability to ship oil out of Iran. In my opinion, the Vice President of the United States, the chief negotiator on this particular project, has not well served the president.
So this is a complete and total disaster. Okay, the thing is, but there's no choice. I'm not even faulting Vance for this. It's a complete, here it is, the 14-point plan. It's a disaster. But this is what happens when you engage in wars that you cannot win. You're like, Tom, how dare you say that? Okay, the only way for us to quote unquote win is for us to drop nukes. Would everybody agree with that? How are you going to win? How are we going to go in and kill 95 million people? We have a total of 1.2 million soldiers. That's it, folks. I'm not talking about the size of the military with all of its ridiculous, stupid, sycophantic globalist advisors and Israel advisors embedded in the Pentagon. I'm talking about that's how many soldiers we have. How are you going to take Iran? Even if you nuke it, okay, and you put forces down, you can't even put forces down. You're going to get a retaliatory strike from China, Pakistan, Russia, and everybody else. So it's World War III. So again, you can't nuke it, but if you're going to try to use conventional weapons, we can maybe put a ground force on there of maybe 300,000 men against hundreds and hundreds of thousands, millions of IRGC or IRGC related civilians. How are you going to win? How? A war of attrition? How'd that work in Afghanistan? How'd it work in Iraq? Unless you really want to win, you're going to have to drop tactical nukes. You can't win now. And they're going to be getting all sorts of support from various other countries, including tactical nukes from Pakistan. So if you do tactical nukes and you land a ground force there, they're going to get drop tactical nukes on you from Pakistan. It's unwinnable war. So you end up giving them more than what they had pre-war. You know what? This is what Trump had to do. He had no choice. You know why? Because he walked into that meeting with all his posturing and all that crap, all his buffoonery. They grabbed him right by his freaking nutsack. Boom. We got you. Now, we all know as men, and all the men out there just shout hallelujah. You know it's true. You get grabbed by the nutsack. The person who's grabbed you by the nutsack is in charge.
Oh, yeah.
If they've got a clamp on you, ain't punching that person. You ain't doing nothing. They've got you by the nutsack. And they didn't just have him by the nutsack. They had him by the nutsack with pliers. With one testicle right there. Okay? And there's nothing he could do. They told him to dance. He danced. That is a fact. Because you cannot win this war. And then, by the way, how does Israel, they gain a couple miles every decade? They don't win nothing either. But there's all sorts of people out there that are profiting off of this war. The military-industrial complex, well, all these congressmen and women end up being their advisors from the Atlantic Council. And all the NGOs that come in and rebuild. Because this is fun too. Guess who's going to be doing a lot of this rebuilding?
Who?
American industries. Oh, like the military-industrial complex. So they get the money for bombing. And then the other parts of the military-industrial complex get the money for rebuilding. And Aaron,
yes.
I am going to put you on the spot. Who basically owns the military-industrial complex?
That would be BlackRock.
Correct.
Vanguard.
So Larry Fink, Israeli, he now gets all the money from the bombing, and he gets all the money from the rebuilding. Isn't this great?
Yes.
If you don't see this, you just don't know what you're talking about. You still want to believe, like I did 6 years ago, that there's white hats and black hats marching around? Go right ahead. Well, all it is is liars and truth tellers. That's all that there is. In the truth, of course, we know the truth comes from the gospel of Jesus Christ. That's the only truth.
Amen.
That's it. So that in order for even somebody to be a purveyor of truth, now I'm not saying that people who aren't saved can't tell the truth sometimes, but to be a purveyor of truth, where you are married to the truth, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. John 8:32. To be a purveyor of the truth, to live in the truth, where you're not Gunther Eagleman or Sean Farish or Cat Turd or Benny Johnson or Eric Doherty, where the truth was before that wars are bad, and then when Trump starts them, war's good. You are not married to the truth. That's why Second Thessalonians chapter 2, they will be all fooled by the great delusion. It's just, they'll believe anything. I've seen it. I thought there was a delineation between right and left. Boy, Aaron, I was wrong. I thought that, you know what? Right wingers will believe the truth. No, the right wingers will not believe the truth. They will believe anything a quote unquote right winger tells them, even if it's no longer right wing.
Yep.
Everybody in the village is watching Fox News right now. They're watching 40 minutes into Sean Hannity right now, believing all of that human sewage coming out of Sean's fat face. It's just true. And Ben Shapiro is right, but just for the wrong reasons. Ben Shapiro wants Israel to keep strangely bombing Lebanon since 1973 and gaining nothing. They go in, they bomb, they occupy, they retreat. He wants them to keep doing that, and he wants us to keep indiscriminately bombing Iran, calling them defensive strikes. For what? For what? If you're why did we not take Karg Island? If you really want to win this war, wouldn't you go in and take Karg Island? Which is where basically all the refineries are, or the refining is done. 90%, 50% of all the oil is refined there. Why would it's right there? It's right in the strait. Why wouldn't you take it? Because we didn't want to win this war. We wanted to go in there and get these 5, what Ben Shapiro calls signal goals. I don't know why he has to talk like that. Who talks like that? These 5 signal goals. Okay, we were told nukes are going to be out. Nukes are still there. And by the way, they're doing nothing with the nukes. And as Ben Shapiro said there, and I can't stand the man, I'm just saying, as Ben Shapiro said, didn't I tell you? The Strait, they've got a deal with Oman. It's going to be Iran and Oman running the Strait of Hormuz and tolling every ship that goes through. That wasn't there before the war, so that's what the war's given us.
Yep.
$10 billion more per year going to Iran. Those are all the facts, folks. This is fact. This is factual material. We were supposed to get rid of their nukes, get rid of their ballistic missiles. Trump is on the tarmac today saying, you know what? It's great that Iran still has ballistic missiles because the Saudis have them. And then Ben Shapiro calls this how, again, right for the wrong reasons. But here's where he's wrong. The Saudis are our allies. The majority of the people that blew up 9/11 were what? That blew up the Twin Towers and the Pentagon and everything else on 9/11 and took down the flight and all that stuff were Saudis, but they're our allies.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, it's all orchestrated by John Brennan, but other than that, and the Israelis. But that's just
move along.
Those are just little details. But anyway, all right, go to the next one for me. Thomas Massey tweet: $3 billion is 5 times as much as Congress spends, $300 billion, on roads and bridges annually. Iran gets, Will's going to love this. Iran gets $300 billion, and we get 5 times less than that for the entire year for our roads and bridges. Okay. I'm tired of winning. The USA undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive, mutually agreed upon plan with at least $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of Iran. There you go. But thank goodness we got rid of Thomas Massey, right? Thank goodness the Israeli lobby and AIPAC spent $32 million getting rid of Thomas Massey. Go to the next for me. Here's Jack. Best Iran deal that has ever been made. Nobel Peace Prize material for Donald Trump. You want to talk about somebody who receives the strap on. I mean, this is him. Donald Trump straps it on and Posobiec just bends over and spreads them. Donald Trump doesn't even have to take Posobiec by force. He just says, hey, Jackie, I'm here. I'm strapped in. Bend over and grab your ankles. And now I actually do mean that sexually. And that's what, how does Jack Posobiec go home to his wife and his children and say, I'm a man of integrity? How? How do you write this? I mean, it's Jack Goebbels Posobiec, Jack Tokyo Rose Posobiec, Jack Pravda Posobiec, Mockingbird Posobiec. What a pathetic human being he turned out to be. Speaking of pathetic human beings, go to the next for me. Here's another one. Gunther Eagleman, just in President Trump's team, and Iran just signed the deal to end the war. Yeah. Memorandum of Understanding locked in. Strait of Hormuz traffic resuming. Has it?
Nope.
No. Iran officially stays non-nuclear.
No.
Have they? No. Is America and America's back in control of the Middle East?
Oh my gosh. A retard.
Aaron can't help. Aaron doesn't usually chime in much. He can't help it. Feel free.
Yeah.
It helps me. I mean, Iran is officially non-nuclear. Number 5 of the MOU. Iran will use its best efforts to. No, that's not the right one. Let me see. Let me see. I'm fine. I know this is boring podcast crap, but I mean, I got to do it. Iran reaffirms that it will not procure or develop nuclear weapons and agrees to address its enriched material stockpile under an IAEA supervision. How are they non-nuclear? They're still nuclear. The materials are right there, and they're just looking to do what they've been doing with the IAEA for decades now, which is basically having pseudo inspections while they build enriched uranium under a mountain that nobody's inspecting.
Yep.
I gotta find that one part. I can't find it, but anyway, it certainly is not any of those things. But it's in there. Read it all. Read it all when you can. No more weakness. This is the entire 14 points are all weakness. No more endless wars. 110 days worth of war. Trump delivers peace through strength, like only he can. Again, Trump he must have a harem of these Trump sycophantic, hairy-butted, butt cheek spread morons that he's just railing. I mean, I don't know how you live like this. Is this any of what Gunther Eagleman said the truth? Anything of what I read to you, all 14 points of the MOU? Not one thing he says is true. Not one thing Posobiec says is true. All right, off of Iran. Let's change the subject. Let's have some fun. ABC News tweet. This is glorious. This is from today. The scientists have been right about climate change all along, says former Vice President Al Gore on the 20th anniversary of the release of The Inconvenient Truth. Everybody remember that? The Oscar-winning, so just spewing, regurgitating, vomiting pure lies. Put it, as Aaron would put it, diarrheaing pure lies. That gets you an Oscar.
Yeah.
It's just pure lies. About Gore's campaign to educate people about climate change that doesn't exist. So here's the thing, from I.O. on Twitter. Here, among the many claims Al Gore got wrong or grossly overstated were an imminent 20-foot sea level rise. Never happened. But yet, what does he say? And by the way, all these MAGA sycophants are no different. Yeah. They're no different. What does he say? The scientists have been right about climate change all along, says Al Gore. Iran, according to Gunther Eagleman, is non-nuclear, and Trump has put forth the greatest peace deal ever. The strait is open, none of which is true. No charge when you go through the strait, not true. None of it is true. Gunther Eagleman, I'm sure, and so is Sean Ferris and everybody else, I'm sure they've been, I don't know if they have or not, but I'm sure them or their ilk have been saying probably the entire time, there's no $300 billion going. $300 billion is going to Iran. So you're no different than Al Gore. You're no different. The only difference is you know that Al Gore's lying, and since he's a Democrat, you'll call him a liar. But when Trump lies and his MOU's a lie and Vance is lying because they're saying it, you will now espouse that a truth is a lie or a lie is the truth. You're disgusting. You're a repulsive human being. You stand on that which is true, period. Unequivocally, you stand on the truth. That's it. What's true. And if you don't know what the truth is, you be still and know that he's God, and God will reveal to you what's true. So here's Al Gore. The eminent, remember, again, just leave this up for me so I keep reading that line over and over again. The scientists have been right about climate change all along, says Vice President Al Gore on the 20th anniversary of The Inconvenient Truth. Here's what Al Gore got wrong. An eminent 20-foot sea level rise has never happened. He said that it was going to happen 20 years ago. It never happened. The disappearance of snow on Mount Kilimanjaro never happened. Polar bears drowning in significant numbers. They've never drowned in any numbers. Hurricane Katrina was a direct result of warming. It certainly was not, because hurricanes, we have the exact same amount of hurricanes as we do every year. Nothing's changed. Just like Aaron, this is a bold prediction.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sometime around, it's June right now, middle of June.
Yeah.
And so we got all of July, we got all of August, all of September. It's going to be hot as balls around here. Okay. But sometime in October, Will's going to go outside. He's going to be going back. He'll be teaching. He'll be going back to school. And he'll get out in his car. Aaron and I will still be sleeping, but Will has to get up early. So Will will go out because he's a teacher. And he'll get out and go in his car. And whoop, there's a nip in the air.
Yeah.
And suddenly there's a 68-degree day. Morning. And that's how it all starts. You know how often that's happened? Every freaking year I've lived in the state of Florida. And I've lived here since 1980.
Bold prediction.
It's a bold prediction. But sometime in October, that's what's going to happen. And it happened even after The Inconvenient Truth came out. Same year The Inconvenient Truth came out in 2006, that nip in the air came in October. And it came out the same in 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. And I can guarantee it'll happen in 27.
Wow.
See, I mean, Aaron, I'm a soothsaying
I
son of
know.
a gun, aren't I? I'm a prophet,
Yeah.
right? All right, here we go. Number 5, an influx of fresh meltwater from Greenland could completely halt the Gulf Stream, potentially plunging Northern Europe into a sudden ice age. That never happened.
I'm sure.
The drying of Lake Chad was entirely due to global warming. That had nothing to do with it. Rising carbon dioxide levels historically directly caused the Earth's temperature to rise in a cause and effect relationship. CO2 in the atmosphere, it's all been publicly revealed now, is 0.03% of the atmosphere, and it's never changed. Oh, and you know what it was in 2006? 0.03%. You know what it is now with all the increase of smoke going in the air? 0.03%. Because God knows how to build a planet. Glacier National Park, of which I visited in 2017, would lose all or nearly all its glaciers soon. Okay, now I visited it 11 years after it predicted. You know what I took a picture of? Its glacier. Still there.
Wow.
In the same size that it always is. As a matter of fact, they were trying to mark it to see where it would continue to decrease every year, and it never did. Arctic summer sea ice could disappear very soon. Never did. 20 years later, still the same or more. Low-lying Pacific atolls and islands were currently being inundated now, causing evacuations due to warming. That never happened, and it hasn't happened since. And imagine this guy still goes and makes money preaching this. It still makes money. This is the idiocy that we should be concentrating on. But instead of doing this, I have to concentrate on a 14-point sewage fest MOU put out by our alleged conservative president in a war that our conservative president waged when he said we're going to have no new wars. While we have no mass deportations, no wall being built, hyperinflation. We had all that during Biden, by the way, but he did secure the border. Greatness of Trump. All right, let me see. Last couple. Increased frequency and severity of floods, wildfires, tornadoes, and general extreme weather directly are tied to the warming and had nothing to do with the climate activists going around with blowtorches and lighting forests on fire.
Right.
Which they're documented over and over again doing. Or Gavin Newsom's and Karen Bass's extreme incompetence allowing dry foliage to lay against power poles that were built in 1951.
And no water.
And no water. And drain, make sure that the one lake that you need for fire prevention and to put out fires is emptied. Same thing with Lahaina, by the way. All their water sources was shut off too. And then they told everybody to go back into the town that was on fire. So people ended up having to go out to the beach and sit in the waves. All run by Democrats. And that's what we should be fighting. Because, by the way, Lahaina has never been rebuilt, neither has Palisades. Still burnt to the ground, nothing. 14,000 homes in the Palisades burnt to the ground. Like 10 maybe have been rebuilt. And I'm just making that number up, but it is along those lines. All right, last one. Himalayan glaciers melting rapidly and will soon lead to depletion of water supplies. How's our water supply doing? How's everybody's water supply doing? Perfectly fine.
Doing great.
Not one thing happened. All right, speaking of totalitarianism, let's go to the UK. Oh, side by side that. Let's go to this guy's UK. It actually doesn't address in what appears to be a 1970s sweatsuit. MJ Truth Ultra video. Tyranny, while foreign invaders he let in are raping, and then he covered it when he was in charge of the CPU Child Protection Unit. He covered his, Islamic rape gangs for decades. That's who Pierce Starmer is, refusing to prosecute Islamic
a Pakistani Islamic rapist who were raping UK underage girls. He refused to do anything about it, and they still are, by the way, because they're run by the Labour Party, and the Tories are about as useful as Lindsey Graham. All right, while foreign invaders he let in are raping and murdering children, the PM Keir Starmer announces the UK is restricting access to social media. So. For anyone under the age of 16. So he's not going to protect you from being anally raped by 14 Pakistani men, but he will keep you from joining Facebook. Play for me.
Every parent wants the best for their kids. And that's what being a parent means. And for me, for my 2 kids, all I've ever wanted, hand on heart, is for them to be safe and for them to be happy. And the rest is up to them. But you know, I think back to when I was growing up, and I have to say, I think we had it easier. These days, kids have to find their feet in a world that changes so quickly, where technology intrudes into every area of their lives. And we know that harms them. The response from parents in the consultation has been absolutely clear. Thousands of parents say their children are addicted to social media. It can leave them trapped in a cycle of endless scrolling that displaces play, sleep, and time with the family. It can harm their mental health. And frankly, parents need our support on this. That is why today, the government has decided to ban social media access for children under 16. It's a big step for our country. Now, it's not an easy thing to do. I'll be honest about that. We haven't rushed into it. We've looked carefully.
I can't take any more. But anyway, so it's hysterical. Parents are complaining that their kids are addicted to social media. Well, you know what I did? Didn't let my kids on social media.
Yep.
Aaron, when your son, when he turns 10, is he going to be addicted to Twitter?
No.
Okay, there you go. He's not even going to have a phone.
No.
Okay, that's how it is. I mean, if you want to give your kids, what do you call them, a flip phone, dial-up phone, whatever. Okay, for emergencies, fine. But no access to the internet? Okay, my kids weren't allowed to drive till they were 18. I had Christians tell me, you'll never be able to pull that off. How would I not pull it off?
Right.
Yeah, I looked at my son's name is Tommy. My daughter's name is Norma. Hey, Tommy, Norma, you're not driving until you're 18. Okay. And then by the time they got to 18, they weren't even interested in driving. They had forced them to go get their licenses. So I mean, again, this is all crap. So parents are complaining. Well, don't put your kid on the internet. So because you can't control your kid, you want totalitarian control of the internet. Tom, it's just an age requirement. There's age requirements going into bars too now. But here's the problem. Now you have to prove who you are. Me as a 57-year-old man, I have to prove who I am to go on the internet now. Again, you haven't said it for a while. It's been a couple weeks since I've said it. What is this all about? Every war that you see, the World Economic Forum, COVID, climate change is to leverage you into a one world commerce system with a singular access point controlled by people like Keir Starmer. Singular access into all commerce. What's happening now? Let me ask you this question. Those of you who are watching right now. How much do you order on the internet? I don't do anything. I order everything on the internet. I asked Aaron to do me a favor and set me up on Apple TV. I didn't even know that's what it was, but that's what Aaron knew what he had to do because I wanted to be able to project my stuff onto my TV in my office. So I needed what do you call it, Aaron? Apple TV?
Apple TV. Yeah.
Apple TV. Yeah, what do you call the device itself? An Apple TV.
That's what it is.
A monitor or something. But anyway, so he has to hook up Apple TV to my TV. And Aaron goes, I'll stop and get it at Walmart. I said, nah, order it. He says, it's on my way home. I'll just stop in a Walmart. I'm like, okay, well, you can order if you want. Well, yeah, I don't do anything. I order everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm bad. I mean, I'm maybe you can call. I don't think it's hypocritical. I don't know yet. But here's the problem: is eventually you will not be able to enter a store without being basically on the internet. All right, that's how it is. You will have to have a digital ID. So now what they do is this isn't for kids. This has got no. You think Keir Starmer? If he's so concerned about safety, why does he let all the UK kids get raped? Why does he import rapists that rape exclusively underage girls? Why? Why would he do that? If he's so concerned about their safety. He's not concerned about their safety at all. What he wants is for every UK citizen to now have to prove who they are. And then you have a digital ID, a digital footprint. And you will have to have a digital ID to enter into commerce. And by the way, eventually you're like, well, yeah, but that's just because you're ordering from Amazon. Eventually, understand, I want you to picture this. Please picture this correctly. Eventually, everything will be the internet, even things that you go into the store to get. You'll go in the store to get them, but you'll be using a digital ID that's run by data centers, which is all the internet. This is what this is all about. Even when you're not on the internet and you're going into Target to go buy something, it'll be on a rack. You don't need to go to a cashier anymore. You'll simply have your phone and you will swipe it. It's all internet. And then eventually, once it's all internet, that's a singular access point to all commerce. And Keir Starmer is now leveraging everybody into a one world commerce system with a singular access point. Well, you will have to have a digital ID to buy, sell, trade, or travel. Well, you're like, you know what? Thank goodness that's over at the UK. And this right now hurts me, what I'm about to show you. No, it's not, because we're doing the same thing here in the state of Florida. MJ Truth Ultra video. If Americans are upset with Keir Starmer, why aren't you upset with Florida AG James Uthmeyer? Because he's a Republican. We're a Republican good. Even when Republicans do bad, they're good. No. I like James Uthmeyer. I do. But now, because right-wingers can become totalitarian.
Yep.
They can become totalitarian, but it's like law and order, law and order. You end up with a Minority Report situation going on. So freedom is freedom. If a right-winger takes away freedom, it's still freedom that's being taken away. And here's an example of it. Play it for me.
Will you tell the parents to delete TikTok from their kids' phones?
Look, parents have tough decisions to make. I do think parents need to reevaluate what is the appropriate age to give your kid a cell phone where they have the internet at their fingertips. When I was 15, 16 years old, that didn't exist yet. So today, you see kids now, and I know, my 5-year-old daughter is so smart and so cute and so persuasive. It's hard for me to say no to her. I can only imagine what it's like when suddenly she's 13 or 14 and all the other kids have them. So that is a tough decision to make. I'll tell you this, she's not getting a phone at 14 or 15 years old. No way. TikTok, very, very dangerous. We see a lot of predatorial activity there, a lot of pornography that's still on the site. We're working to hold them accountable. We have a recently passed piece of legislation, SB 3, that says under 14, it's illegal for these social media sites to let them on. 14 to 16, you can have access, but only after explicit parental approval. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals recently upheld that law. It is the law of the land. We're giving companies, really until another 30 days from now to get straight with regard to the under 14, 60 days to ensure parental consent is in place, and then we will begin filing lawsuits as fast as you can.
And Aaron brought up a real good point, because what they did initially is they put the age, or this is the same age requirement that Keir Starmer's doing. But he's doing it, and all the Republicans, oh, how dare Keir Starmer? What about Uthmeyer? And by the way, you don't get much more conservative than James Uthmeyer. He's a really good AG. Yes. This is just a horrendous mistake. He is becoming a totalitarian as a right-winger. Because they'll do a right-wing thing, pseudo-right-wing thing, like, you have to have age verification to get onto porn. Okay, I can agree with that. Age verification to get onto porn. Okay. But now that doesn't catch enough fish. So now, and there's get enough people into the system. So now what you do is you make it age verification for every social media platform. Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, and now you have to have age verification. All right. Again, you can actually have a cognitive thought process. You can actually delineate. You can actually go case by case. You can actually do that, because you can say, you need to have age verification to get into porn. All right. But you don't have to have age verification to get on the entire internet. Or to order from Amazon. That's all coming, by the way. And it's not age verification. It's digitally IDing you. So what happens is, well, that's okay. I'll just shop and I'll use cash. How much longer do you think that's going to last?
Yeah.
How much longer? How many of you even use cash now very often? I don't use it very often. I'm not saying this because I'm not part of the system. I'm not part of the world system in that I agree with it. But I conduct business with it. Most of my banking is digital banking. It is. I mean, I rarely ever spend any cash, ever. Okay, so I mean, I get it. But I'm just saying, how much longer? I mean, again, the ultimate example is Australia. Well, they're saying right now they have a biometric ID. But again, I always like to use Aaron, but don't worry, Aaron.
Yeah.
It's voluntary.
Oh,
only problem is that once 100% of the companies require you to have it, it's no longer voluntary, but it is, you can voluntarily still not do it, but you'll just die of starvation.
Right.
Because you won't be able to buy food. And that's how it is, because now in Australia, you have to have a written explanation to withdraw $600 out of your bank account of cash. They're eliminating cash completely in Australia. So eventually it becomes where everything is digitized and you have to have a biometric ID to use all of the digital technology to access it, right? Well, that's exactly what's happening here. They get everybody to where, again, because everything will be the internet. People think that something in person is not the internet. That you go buy a drink at 7-Eleven. Eventually, it's all internet. There's no more cash. Then who's running the non-cash? The internet. All the internet banking systems, everything, it's all the internet. So eventually when it gets to that place where you just go to 7-Eleven, there's no clerk there, and you open up the cooler with a digital ID, and you pay for gas with a digital ID, it's not even a debit card anymore. They can just shut it off. And that's the point of all of this, to make it so it is impossible to conduct business without the approval of government. All right, go to the next one. Polymarket tweet. Just in, UK clarifies adults will still be able to use social media by verifying their identities.
There it is.
With digital IDs. Who just told you that? Big Tommy just told you that. Facial recognition, passports, or credit cards.
Oh my God.
That's the point of it all. You need to read the book of Revelation, chapter 13 and 14. He causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their forehead. And then no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark of the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 666. Revelation 13, 16, 17, and 18. And a third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if anyone worships the beast in his image and receives his mark on their forehead or on his hand, he himself shall also drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is being poured out full strength into the cup of his indignation. He shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels, in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascends forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night, whoever receives the mark of the beast and his image. There you go. This is what this is all about, folks. Leveraging you into one world commerce system. And you got Billy Gates working with Gavi MasterCard to create quantum dot tattoo technology. That is just a swipe on your skin. You just have a little innocent little tattoo.
Yeah.
Digitized tattoo on your hand.
Convenient.
Yeah, very convenient. It probably would go on your right hand or forehead. Right? Doesn't mean necessarily that it's visible. Yeah. You think the book of Revelation is not going to happen? And the smoke of their torment ascends forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night. Whoever receives the mark of the beast in his image. I mean, again, come on. That's what it's all about. All right, go to the next one. Top 10 countries by reported arrest for online social media posts. Number 1 on the planet, Great Britain, the democracy. So they're sending billions of their dollars to fight for democracy in Ukraine against Russia. Look at Russia on the list. Russia does 400 a year. I mean, you have to think of the galactic idiocy of it all, of all these people. And now, sadly, including Donald Trump. Everybody's going and fighting for democracy in Ukraine. We spent $350 billion in Ukraine. And now we're giving $300 billion to rebuild Iran after we spent $80 billion bombing it. So we're going to spend $380 to $400 billion bombing and rebuilding Iran. After we spent $350 billion sending munitions to Ukraine to fight for democracy with the UK as our partner, when the UK is not a democracy, Ukraine's not a democracy, and Russia only arrests 400 people per year for social media posts, and the UK arrests 12.1 thousand. Next up is Belarus. What the heck is going on with Belarus? Then Germany. Germany's horrible. They're terrible. They're full-scale Gestapo. You get arrested for posting about your rape in the UK, but you don't get arrested for the rape. You get sentenced to Harrow Gate in UK if you post about your rape, and you get an ankle monitor if you're the rapist and set free to rape again.
Yeah.
We don't even make the list, thank God. That's a good thing. Amen? Yeah, real good thing. All right. I can't get into the rest of this, otherwise I'm just going to go on. I'm just trying. I got like 2 minutes. Let's see, because I like to try to finish. But I'm trying to finish on something easy. If I get into the Bill Pulte stuff, it'll take me an hour. Yeah, it'll take me an hour. All right, 10:08. That's good. There's too many things. I've got stuff on the FDA. I've got stuff on the Pulte stuff. I've got Newsom versus the DOJ in California. Hey, we'll finish. Hey, Will, go all the way down to that Libs of TikTok tweet with the Julie Arnold thing. If you can find that's way there, you go. Post that up there. Here's where we'll finish. I just want to give you this good news. Breaking update: Julie Arnold, a male pretending to be a girl, this is from yesterday, stole the first place medal at the girls' state shot put championship in New York. He is now the top thrower in the girls' division in New York State. A male is now the #1 female thrower in New York State. This is the stuff we should be fighting. We should be fighting this stuff instead of having to regurgitate a 15-point MOU for a ridiculous war. We shouldn't be fighting the Iranians. We should be fighting this political war in the United States. Right here, right now. We got plenty of enemies here to fight. Plenty of them. Politically, not violently. All right, that'll be good. All right, what do we got for rants?
We got one.
We got one rant. It's got to be Jules.
Yep.
Jules, 21 hours. I can just go ahead. Jewel, you are now the matriarch of the rant. You are the queen of the rant. You can even rename yourself that. All right, what do we got?
Jules 21 ARs donated $10. Shout out to my brother Rob for taking on 29 Palms MC log command today. OOH raw.
Okay, that has to be a military thing. Will knows.
Yeah.
What do you got, Will?
California.
What does that
Military
mean?
base out there.
What does that mean, though? What does she? You know,
I think he's taking a command spot out there.
Oh, okay, taking a command spot. Well, congratulations to one of our heroes. Love the military. Raised in the military. I want us to win the war. Okay, the pure military, we did win the war. Okay, they could not compete with our military for sure. I love the military. It's just a sad thing when it gets misused at Israel's command. But anyway, all right, I love you guys. Back here tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Stick around for the post game. It's awesome. It's funny. I don't think there's any politics in it at all. It's just funny stuff. Well, there's a little politics at the end with JP Sears. But anyway, love you guys. Back here tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. God bless you.
Bradley Cooper co-wrote, produced, directed, and starred in A Star is Born.
Haven't seen it.
Are you hoping that will open doors for other hot idiots? Such a good question. So sorry.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
Let's take that one back.
And we had this young woman, heroic young woman, Malala, on the show. And known the world over, not big in North America. Now, I can tell by that look that you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Who?
Adam Carolla, is that who you said? That's why I have this look on my face.
Wow.
If you didn't have an accent, do you think people would be able to tell that you're not a very good actor? Please keep going. I read online that you're very private and decline to answer questions that make you feel uncomfortable. This is a two-parter. Is that true? And how old were you when you got your period? Do you ever go to the DMZ?
No.
It's a combination of TMZ and the DMV.
That's just a bunch of people sitting around talking about their driver's license.
Talking about celebrity driver's license. Oh my gosh, she's got a C class of hers.
Oh. James Franco wears corrective lenses.
You used to live in your car.
Yeah.
Is it as fun as it sounds, or is there a downside? Would you say that your work in La La Land really helped pave the way for white people to explain jazz to black people? All right, let me get that out. Sorry, you guys. We'll be right back with Who Gives a Shit. I mean, What did you read something last night and were so eager to come tell a bunch of young people about what you
Yes, I did. I did do a lot of reading.
When you and Woody Harrelson are acting in a scene together, are you sad that somewhere there's a sack not being hacked?
That's good. A sack not being hacked.
What was the marijuana budget on True Detective? And have you smoked a lot of that budget today?
Oh, shit.
You know a guy that has a Tesla?
Mm-hmm.
I won the EGOT.
Hmm?
You know what an EGOT is?
No. Oh, an EGOT. Stupid.
It's amazing that this is even a thing.
An EGOT? Or this thing?
This. I wasn't talking about the EGOT. I was talking about this. Exactly. There's a kid on the Disney Channel, Chad, Fart House. He's in one of the Wizards of Waverly Place. Your face.
How does anybody do this?
Your
Sorry.
face is not helping. Do you hear that?
No, I don't hear anything.
That is the sound of everybody talking about your performance in Big Little Lies. No one cares. So mean. Your parents got divorced when you were 7. Was that your fault? Guess why? They named their daughter after a fucking piece of cheese. Again, I'd like to thank Crystal Meth Santa Claus for being here.
Hey, up here. Ah! Ah! Yuki, here. Come on, up here. Good boy. Come up. Get up here. Good boy. Good boy, buddy. Holy fuck.
700, you're attempting DVI.
Shots fired! Jim, shots fired.
Copy, shots fired.
Shots fired.
247, 1345.
Shots fired! He shot at me! I don't know yet. Hey! Get him behind the car now! You okay? Yep.
Dude, we won the war. The war is over. Be still.
Yeah.
You were saying this war was stupid the whole time, but you can suck it because we won.
Oh, you think we won?
Yes, you Jew-hating numbskull.
Well, how'd we win?
We have a peace deal, bitch.
So, what did we win?
We won like the victory. Trump got us across the goal line.
Do you know the terms of the peace deal?
Yeah, like the Strait of Alex Hormozy. That's open again.
Did you know that was open before the war started?
So we got that open again. That's a big W right there.
And did you know that part of the peace deal is Iran can start charging a toll for ships to go through now?
They were probably doing that before the war.
No, they weren't. And this new toll revenue is estimated to generate $10 billion a year for them.
Who cares? Nobody cares.
Well, whatever made you want to start the war with Iran, now they'll have an additional $10 billion a year to fund that.
Dude, whatever. It's totally worth it for us to walk away the winners, because with this peace deal, Iran can't have nukes. Do you know they didn't have nukes before the war either? Nope. That's why we went to war. And them not being able to have nukes anymore, that makes the whole war worth it, just for that. The director of national intelligence reported that all of the intel agencies said Iran didn't have nukes. So yeah, now they don't have nukes for real. We won. So according to you, them not having nukes like they didn't have before the war, and the strait that was open before the war that only closed because of the war being open again constitutes us winning? Is that what you're saying? It's winning big time. It's full circle victory.
This podcast is all about. We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
Justified in questions. Justified in getting answers. Matt Palumbo and Booker Scott are justified. This is the PB&J Podcast.
Elon Musk hits trillionaire status thanks to SpaceX. There was a major crackdown on thousands for children being missing. These are the illegal immigrants that have been missing. John Bolton pleaded guilty. There was a baseball game in Washington, D.C. among lawmakers, and there are huge decisions coming from SCOTUS before the end of this month. I'm Booker Scott, and this is the PB&J Podcast, along with Matt Palumbo. Matt, welcome in. Let's get started.
Good to be back.
Where do we start here tonight? I think it's pretty simple that we have to start with the trillionaire Elon Musk. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's more money than I think you and I expect to make in our lifetimes. So certainly an achievement. Although I realized if you adjust for inflation, just back to the pre-Biden inflation, he actually only has around 500 billion. So he's still got quite a way to go.
Only 500. Okay.
Only 500.
Yeah.
Basically nothing. No, it is funny that people like Ro Khanna, whose net worth I think is around $250,000, Elizabeth Warren, who is in the tens of millions. And all these other people in Congress who themselves are are decamillionaires are complaining that someone else has too much money. So, America is the wealthiest country in the world when people that have hundreds of millions of dollars think other people are making too much.
The great story that is coming out of this are all the millionaires that Elon Musk has made with SpaceX. And I guess we should say that Elon Musk is worth now about $1.1 trillion. That's with Tesla and also SpaceX combined. It's $1.1 trillion. If you look back at the wealthiest people right now in the country, guess where Warren Buffett is? Do you have any idea?
He's just under 200. The numbers I saw was, I think it's the Larry Brin is number 2, around 300 billion, which means that his net worth is closer to ours than his is to Elon Musk, the second richest guy in the world, which is an insane stat. And I'm glad you mentioned all of his employees that made millions off this, because people on the left tend to view wealth as a zero-sum game. And listen, SpaceX was valued at $200 billion, obviously still a lot, just a year or two ago. Now it's at $2+ trillion. Did anyone get poor? Is there a single person who got poorer because of the implied valuation of a company went up? The answer obviously is no. And then the liberal rhetoric on billionaires, and I guess their ire is going to now turn to trillionaires, has been, well, no one makes $1 billion. That's something you have to steal or do something nefarious to earn. And Elon Musk proved that's quite literally not the case. He was sending people into space. He's building electric cars. He's kind of normalized them, made them a mass market thing. He's putting microchips in people's brains to help them. It's all good stuff, and it's not as implausible as the left thinks to have that kind of wealth. Obviously, it's extremely difficult, but is it possible to start a company that one day is worth $10 billion? Well, yeah, it's been done hundreds of times. Is it possible to start that company and retain 10% ownership of it, which makes you a billionaire? Well, yes, as long as you don't dilute yourself down below that. So, yeah, it's pretty straightforward to become a billionaire. It's just not easy, but it's not something you need to do all this evil, horrible stuff to do. And there's not a single person that's homeless because someone's a billionaire. In fact, the liberal rhetoric of, they want you to complain about the homeless so you don't complain about billionaires. I'm thinking, well, the homeless guy might attack me with a needle. Jeff Bezos is going to deliver socks to my front door. Like, one of them is quite obviously a bigger threat in my day-to-day life. So their whole rhetoric on this is all delusional. It's politics of envy, ultimately.
Well, Elon in one day created 4,400 millionaires.
Not bad.
400 of them are now worth $100 million. And as I was saying, and you echoed, it's a great thing, the employees of this company, that now it's changed their lives. And this is great American stories. Here's what it is. Juan Hernandez immigrated from Mexico, took a 28-hour job with them welding back in 2015. And he didn't even know what SpaceX was at the time. The company gave him a $10,000 equity grant. Today, it's worth $880,000.
Awesome.
Trevor Heiss's parents, they wanted him to take a stable job with General Electric, and he picked SpaceX instead. He stayed there 12 years, accumulated 100,000 shares at $135 at opening for the IPO there. He was worth $13.5 million. He's 37, semi-retired. I think stories like these are fantastic, and that's what Elon Musk did. But when you look at the wealthiest people in the world, Matt, as you were talking about, so many of them are tech. You have Bezos included. Many are in tech, and Warren Buffett now is way down that list at about $145 billion only. $145 billion. Is that a problem? Are we accumulating too much wealth in the tech sector as we watch this technology explosion take place in America and across the world right now?
Well, as long as it's not at the expense of anyone else, I think it's a fine thing. Now, obviously, if these people are going to start meddling in politics for crazy left-wing causes, then it's a problem. But Elon Musk, I guess, was probably the first tech billionaire ever to meddle for right-wing causes, and he saved the right in terms of he's aided us a lot in the narrative wars, and that. I think a lot of people who are not on X/Twitter don't realize that it's to quote the biggest cliche ever, it's where the sausage is made. In that when there's a narrative you see on MSNBC for left-wing narrative, MSNBC or CNN, it started somewhere on Twitter most of the time. It's someone found something, some journalist said something, and then it blew up from there. And before Elon Musk was in charge of it, the left were all the gatekeepers. So they could throttle stories they didn't want to get a lot of attention. And the most famous example of this was the Hunter Biden laptop story, where if you mentioned it, your account was frozen. And America you could not share links about it. And then Facebook did the same thing, but has actually since reversed course, kind of done a 180 on their censorship. But a lot of major stories simply never got attention because of that. And I guess to give an example, a more modern example, Nick Shirley's fraud story. There is a 100% chance that would have been throttled into oblivion. No, that would have never went viral. No one would have seen it through. I mean, it got tens of millions of views on X. No one would have seen it through that platform, at least. Maybe it would have gotten 1 million on YouTube, but 50 million is quite a bit more. And there's just tons of, It's nowadays when you see a left-wing journalist spread misinformation or a politician spread misinformation, they get corrected instantly and mocked into oblivion. That used to never happen before. And the thing, too, is he did not turn X into a right-wing website. It went from being 95% far-left progressives to about 50-50. Republican and Democrat, and then the actual far left defected to this site called Blue Sky, and so they're fortunately no longer an X. But it's basically an online insane asylum. If you just want to laugh whenever there's a right-wing victory, go to that website, and it's the most hysterical reactions ever. You'll feel like you're never going to lose again.
That investment by Elon Musk in Twitter was what, $43 billion?
Yeah.
Chump
And
change.
it's owned by SpaceX now. So if you own SpaceX stock, you technically
own some X.
Part of X.
Yeah, we're going to get into that story that you mentioned there with the fraud and J.D. Vance and Tim Walz. It's coming up a little bit later in this hour. Let me also say to everyone watching on AD American Facebook Live, thank you for finding us. We're reading the comments. If you want to leave a comment, please do that. TalkRed Live is on Getter. Thank you for watching there. And also you can catch us live on TalkRed.com on Rumble. That's TalkRed.com on Rumble. So thank you for watching wherever you are, and please leave comments. We'll go through there and read those. Let's stay into space. We were talking about SpaceX. Let's go to the UFO files. Matt, does this interest you at all in any way?
The UFO stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, if there are actual aliens, then yes. But
well, there may be.
I'm not sure what the point is. But I was surprised how little attention they got. And to be fair, I didn't give them much attention because I figured I'll wait for someone else to find the bombshell in the files and report on them. So I assume there's none unless I'm missing something.
Well, I'm not sure, but they came out. The third tranche of the UFO files from the government came out last week. They're up on the website, and a lot of people do care, Matt, because there have been 1.5 billion people that have gone to the website already and have checked it out. Let's listen to and watch Jesse Waters here talk about the UFO files.
And America can't stop looking. The site has over 1.5 billion views. We see why. These files are pretty juicy. Out west, UFOs were spotted near a sensitive national security site back in 2023. Eyewitnesses described seeing orange orbs like this. They called it a mother orb, and then Mother would launch smaller orbs, one after the other. In Colorado Springs, a former U.S. Army intel officer and 4 members of his unit
Looks like
saw a
AI to me.
UFO over the Cheyenne Mountains. They said it looked kind of like a potato.
Looks just like a potato.
And was somewhat translucent with a slight shimmer. And in 2008, the CIA sent assets to Zimbabwe. They were on high alert after a UFO was supposedly hovering right over their airport. The files say lights were rotating under the UFO. And when it was spotted, the lights changed colors and then quickly flew out of sight.
I don't care about any of this, Matt. Should I? I mean, I just don't care about aliens, UFOs, any of it.
Well, you noticed, and it was even evident in that report, but I was going to make this point regardless. It's near military bases and airports where you tend to see these UFO sightings. So what's more likely is that aliens just tend to go where our aircraft is anyway, or is someone like it just seems more likely to me that someone is misinterpreting what they're seeing or not understanding what they're seeing, as opposed to an alien appearing in a way where there's plausible deniability over whether or not it's an alien or a military plane that people haven't seen before or something like that.
Let's stay in space because apparently there were aliens at the White House with Donald Trump Friday.
I saw.
Have you seen this social media? It was going nuts. I think it's calmed down a little bit. But Friday night into Saturday, we have these pictures that start showing up. Here we have Donald Trump with what appears to be, I'm not sure what they appear to be. Maybe aliens, but the comments were really funny on social media. I'm going to start putting some of those up so you can see those. What did you think when you saw this? Was this a movie set or were these aliens? What was going through your mind?
I didn't understand the context because I saw it by someone who posted it and claimed this was posted and immediately deleted, like as if it was Trump accidentally shared proof of aliens, then went, oh no, I got to cover it up. And listen, if Trump discovered aliens, the first thing he would do is tell everyone about it and brag that he discovered aliens. So I don't think that's, I told you I was going to discover alien. He would report on it in Trumpian fashion. It would be very funny.
He would, yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah. I mean, it did not look like AI, although AI is getting better. I'm not sure. Was it just bizarrely dressed people?
Who dresses like that? Who dresses like that?
If there are aliens, I don't think they're going to look like us. So I guess we can.
Or dress like that. They're not going to dress like that either.
Yeah. So Unless they've studied our ways and morphed into it. We don't know.
Maybe. They could be doing that. They've obviously been watching us for a very long time. From the UFO files, we are learning that. It goes all the way back to Apollo 17, they said, in the UFO files. Let's move on to some serious news here. And this is what Todd Blanche had to say this week. I don't know, did you keep up with any of this? There was a press conference with Markwayne Mullen and the AG, Todd Blanche, who were talking about the children that are missing. There are 450,000 immigrant children that have been missing. Let's listen to AG Todd Blanche, acting AG now, but he is on his way to being confirmed.
More than 475,000 unaccompanied children entered the United States during the Biden administration. 475,000. Over 300,000 cannot be accounted for at the end of 2024. The way that this happened was typically because the criminals calling themselves sponsors trafficked these children to the border, usually committing fraud to do so. And oftentimes the children were abused, assaulted, and certainly exploited. In some cases, individuals would sponsor multiple children, which required them to lie to government personnel and on government forms, claiming they were close relatives when in fact they were not. They would use fake or stolen identities and make other false claims during the application process in order to obtain custody of the children.
That's how they went about doing their business. And we knew about this, I think it was 2023, Matt, when Tara Rodas, the DHS whistleblower that testified in a congressional hearing, that this was going on in an intake facility in Southern California. Mm-hmm. Nothing was done about it for years. And here we finally have some answers to what we knew was going on.
Yeah, I mean, the Biden narrative on the immigration crisis, which he obviously didn't consider it one, was, oh, it's just people who are looking to work harder, trying to cross the border for a better life, completely overlooking the roles that drug cartels and criminal organizations were playing in it. As you mentioned with human trafficking, there was a depressing statistic, and it was actually the Huffington Post that first reported this, that I think it was 70% of women that were being trafficked by the cartels were being raped at some point during their journey over. I mean, just really horrible stuff that no one was ever even acknowledging in discussing people coming here illegally. And listen, we seal the border. That's, I mean, by those numbers, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of fewer rapes that are going to occur simply by sealing off the border. So another major accomplishment from Trump. And I don't think that angle really ever gets covered, nor does the missing children one.
No, it shouldn't. It doesn't. And if you go back after the election in 2024, and I had asked anyone, in 1 year, if Donald Trump shuts down the border, would that be successful? Would you be happy? Everybody would, but all the noise of everything else that goes on, we lose sight of the fact that Donald Trump effectively shut down the border. He has, and that's great news, and it should be something that we continue to put out there because kids are no longer being raped like they were under Joe Biden. And when it comes to those 350,000 kids missing, they're not all just missing. They're not all being sex trafficked. They're just unaccounted for. And I think Todd Blanche mentioned that, and I'm glad he did, because that number, that 335,000 number, comes from two different HHS reports that came out in 2024 when Biden was the president. One of them was 35,000 of those children did not show up for their asylum hearing, so they counted them as missing. And then the 295,000 or so in the other report said that the Biden administration never even sent them an asylum hearing notice, so they couldn't find them to send a letter. So you combine those two numbers, and that's what you have. But here is DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullen in that same press conference talking about this.
And you start hearing the absolute horrific things that took place underneath the Biden administration, under true neglect at best and criminal at worst, to allow 450,000 kids to go missing throughout this country. President Trump has made it a point to go find these kids. And because of our partnership with HHS and DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, truly using the best of the best, which the Democrats sometimes want to demonize, because a lot of times this is ICE, this is HSI, this is CBP. These individuals that the Democrats seem to want to defund, but because of President Trump, we finally funded them for 3 years. We're able to push and go find these kids. We found 146,000 kids so far. 146,000 kids.
It's a start, Matt. It's a start there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the logistics of tracking down almost 150,000 people is pretty impressive. So good job to them on that.
Yeah,
and,
look,
I do wish we would, people would focus more on this than the sort of side issues like the Epstein stuff, which I totally get why people are upset about it. But this is just, obviously Epstein was involved in some trafficking, but this is an order of this is probably 1,000 to 2,000 times worse than that. So not like I'm trying to deflect from that or anything.
Yeah,
but
no,
we are making major.
Totally.
I think that they're arresting sex offenders at a rate far higher than any other administration. So the narrative, the pedophile protector narrative, is just absurd in the face of all these other achievements.
And Mullins mentioned there that the left wants to defund ICE. This is what ICE is doing. They're picking up these people, the Tren de Aragua, which, by the way, we have a story about that we're going to get to in a few minutes. We blew them up over, I guess it was last week. It was earlier in the week, but it didn't come out until Friday. We'll get to that in a few minutes. But here are the type of people that ICE is taking off the street. Listen to this story from a local television story. Watch this video of these two Tren de Aragua members, gang members from Guatemala that were arrested and what they did.
Palm Beach County grand jury has indicted 27-year-old Josue Mendez Salas and 23-year-old Pablo Cabon Mendez on multiple counts of sexual battery on a child under the age of 12. Both men, originally from Guatemala and living in West Palm Beach, were recently arrested after the 7-year-old's victim bravely came forward. Investigators say the abuse was not only frequent, but brutal. The child was reportedly sexually abused almost every day and beaten with a belt.
So, Matt, that is that's why they want to defund ICE there. And it doesn't really make any sense. They're really bad people that Joe Biden allowed into the country. How many? We really don't know. I have a video we'll get to here in a few minutes with Representative Brandon Gill asking questions about that. Yeah, he is great. He's from Texas. Dinesh D'Souza's son-in-law.
Yeah,
people didn't know that, but that's who he is. We've got a video of him asking questions about that. We really don't know how many people got into this country. 8 million, 12 million, 15 million. Does it really matter? Because none of them should have come in here. None of them should be able to rape young children or kill Laken Riley. That should have never happened, because not one of them should have been in this country, and we need to deport them all. That's the way I feel about it.
Yeah, and Laken Riley is, the face of the problem, but it's happening thousands of times per year. So it's not like it's so much, that horrific case has mobilized so many people, but it's even more bleak than just that. It's like for every, Laken Riley or Jacqueline
Nungaray.
That you see in the news, there's hundreds more that you don't even see about. So people really underestimate just how widespread it is, even of those who are aware of the problem. And with the Tren de Aragua, when you hear stories like that, it makes it so much more satisfying to watch those videos of Trump blowing up the narco boats.
Yeah,
that it's the same gang. Liberals somehow have a problem with that, but I love it.
And that happened earlier in the week, and we just heard about it on Friday. The leader of the Tren de Aragua, which has gone international. They're in Spain. They're all across America. If you remember back during the Biden administration, it was Tren de Aragua that went out to Colorado and had apartment complexes, were kicking the people that lived in their apartments out so they could take over. They were designated as a domestic terrorist or a terrorist organization, and that allowed for Donald Trump to do what he did with the military last week, and that was go in and kill Nino, what was his last name? Guerrero, I believe was his last name. It really doesn't matter. They literally blew up his house, and he is gone. Hopefully that makes a difference in the fight against these bad people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think "we will kill you" is a much more effective message than anything Biden was trotting out there.
Real quick, I want to go back to Tara Rodas. Do you remember her? She was working for the DHS. Do you remember her testimony in a congressional hearing? She was talking about how these children from Guatemala were coming in to Southern California. The representative from Congressional District 35 in California is Torres, Representative Torres, who happens to be from Guatemala. These children were coming in here, and they came from a specific village in Guatemala that spoke Spanish like none other in the world. Nobody could understand these kids. They were being given to, quote, hosts, unquote, which is kind of where we started here with all of this. And then they were just put on airplanes, and somebody would pick them up at the airport, and then those kids end up into sex trafficking. And that's happened with a lot of these kids, hasn't it, Matt?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't remember her testimony, but now that you described it, I can pretend that I remember it. So yeah, it was a really horrifying testimony.
Yeah, but nobody believed her. It didn't really matter at the time.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Some of us paid attention to it and tried to shine a light on it, and I know I did 3 years ago. Mike Cargile, a guy running for Congressional District 35 out in California, he has been shining that light brightly on that intake facility in Southern California for years, where all of these kids from Guatemala, they go and then they get disappeared. And where they go when that happens, who knows?
I mean, politics is ultimately the friend-enemy distinction. So are they against things like sex trafficking or sexual assault? Well, yes, I think everyone is, but they also like illegal aliens, and this is harmful to a pro-illegal alien narrative, so it gets ignored. So, but when it's, they, and I don't know if people remember this, but this is like around 2010 or so, the Obama administration played a role in fabricating a campus rape epidemic. And it was mainly to be able to go target white men and various ways, and so that's a case where they'll hallucinate a problem to go after people they don't like, but when there's a real problem, they'll ignore it because it involves some groups they do like.
Well, let's go to this Brandon Gill video and audio real quick and hear what he says when he's questioning someone about immigration in this country. Here is Representative Brandon Gill of Texas.
I'm asking if is it a good thing that our border is secure?
I think our border has been secure for quite some time.
Our border was secure during the Biden administration?
Yes, sir.
That is your testimony?
That's my belief, yeah. It's my opinion.
How many illegal aliens came into the country during the Biden administration?
Well, whatever it wasn't the number that Mark Krikorian just cited.
You don't think it was 10 million?
That came out of whole cloth.
It could have been quite a bit higher. So would you agree that there are fewer illegal aliens entering the country now than there were entering during the Biden administration?
That isn't an area of my expertise, so I wouldn't agree or disagree with that.
You spend a lot of time in the immigration space. You can't tell me whether there are fewer illegal aliens coming into the country now than there were during the Biden administration.
I mean, that is not something like that. That's an area of my expertise. I've been spending too much of my time defending civil rights of my neighbors.
You can say that there are fewer illegal aliens coming into the country right now.
I think that's true. The way he ended it up, we can tell. Everybody can tell. Yeah. There are less coming in now, and why people in congressional hearings can never be honest and tell the truth or just answer a simple question. And I don't know if you happen to see SPLC leader was questioned this week. She took the fifth repeatedly.
You see, I think she was asked her name, and she
did.
Put the fifth. The congressman's like, honestly, I wasn't expecting that one.
What do you say when you can't even say, yes, that's my name?
Yeah, which I guess she's committed to the bid at least. But
listen,
I think that, for a general person, if you have to speak to the police, you should have a lawyer with you and plead the fifth until you have legal representation, just so you don't say anything stupid that implicates you or accidentally gets you in trouble. And you have a right to remain silent. It does not mean you're doing anything wrong. That being said, it definitely makes it look like there's something to hide, even if there's nothing. And when you can't even answer certain questions like, what is my name? It does make you look guilty. Like if you can't break character for certain questions and go, okay, I know this, but I don't know these, or I won't speak on these until I have, X, Y, and Z happens, you just look guilty. And this is a case where, yes, I can say she is pleading the fifth because she's guilty. And
guilty. She's guilty. They wouldn't want me on the jury. They probably wouldn't let me on the jury.
Me neither. Yeah. I would lie and say I'm totally impartial.
I would not.
I shouldn't have said that. I just disqualified myself.
Yeah, well, this is now on tape. People can find it.
All right. I'm never serving on a jury.
Never, ever. They'll find this. And at least you don't have to serve on a jury. A lot of people don't want to serve on a jury. I think it's important. But I have never in all my years served on a jury.
I got jury duty, and where I live, they pay you $5 a day, and the way they got at that figure was in 1932 they started paying people $5 a day, and then they never indexed it to inflation. so it'd be like $250 today if they indexed it, but I guess they realized we can save 40 to 50 times the cost.
$250 a day if you indexed it to today's prices.
Something like $2 or $250 the last time when I checked it at the time. Yeah,
I would be on the jury every day if they did that.
That would be my full-time job.
It would be. I would too. What about the congressional baseball game? Did you catch that last week? They have been doing this since 1909. It is a fundraiser, and I would remind you, this is when Steve Scalise was shot by that nutbag Democrat years ago. But this is that same game. They do it every year, and the Republicans are on a roll.
They have 7 years in a row?
7 years in a row, maybe.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and let's. There was a fantastic catch, and I want to play this for you. This is Eric Schmidt. He's the former Attorney General from the state of Missouri. He is now the senator there, and this was just an incredible catch. Watch this Republican senator laying it all on the line for a congressional baseball game that means nothing.
Really a prime June night. One struck to left field, and what a dive!
Nice.
Oh, what a great Eric Schmidt. Amazing catch down the left field line. The Redbirds would be proud of a play like that. Look at the nose. Wow, and he roughed himself
Bloodied his
up
nose
here a little
back.
bit when he hit the warning track on the side there. Now, I wonder if Marionette Miller Meeks, the team doctor, might have to come out and bandage him up a little bit.
It's a meaningless game, Matt, but he bloodied his nose, had to have the team doctor come out there. And what a play. It made the top 10 on ESPN. Yeah, great play there by him.
I was actually impressed by the athleticism. It's, listen, I mean no offense to anyone, but it's, a demographic that's, not really involved in professional sports, generally speaking.
Yeah, you're right. Great catch. By the way, the World Cup is going on, Matt. I know you're not a big sports fan, but
I know nothing.
No, I know you don't, but the World Cup is going on. It's also something that I really care nothing about. I just don't. But it is happening, so I think we should mention it at least, even though we have no commentary about it, because neither one of us will pay attention to the World Cup while everybody else in the world is.
Go USA.
Well, they've never won a World Cup. Did you know that?
This is the year.
They are 0-4 ever on the World Cup. Let's move to John Bolton. John Bolton was charged, arrested, indicted for stealing classified documents, and he pled guilty last week to one charge, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if he went to trial, it would have been way worse for him unless he got a jury that was sympathetic. And was he charged in D.C.?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so unfortunately, it's I think 90 to 95% of DC's residents voted against Trump, whether it be for Harris or a third party or a different candidate. So the jury actually would be biased in favor of Bolton, and we have seen a number of cases where in left-wing cities, the Trump administration's charges are not sticking because there is jury nullification, and the left-wing jurors are smart enough to not admit, during the questioning about in the vetting process if they're biased or not, presumably. So I guess a plea deal was the best we were going to get. He's going to be at $2 million at the minimum, so that would, I guess, probably wipe
no prison though. We have no shackles. We have no prison time.
No,
it's a fine, is what it is. And I think when you compare this to what Joe Biden did when he took classified documents, they were in the Corvette, they were at UPenn Center, they were in his house, in the garage, they were all over the place. There was a special prosecutor, special investigation, and at the end of that, they said that he did things wrong. He shouldn't have had it. But he was also too old and too frail, and a jury would never find him guilty. So he gets off without even the $2 million fine that John Bolton got here. Bolton, he didn't really take classified information. He wrote down things in a diary that were classified and then took them. I guess it's the same thing. But that's what he got in trouble for. Cost him $2 million. Joe Biden does far worse and gets nothing. And I think that is the frustration with American people. There is no equal justice. There is no accountability. And when we get to Minnesota here in a few minutes, hopefully we can get some when it comes to the fraud in Minnesota. But I think this is a greater concern for the American people, Matt, is the fact that we are not seeing accountability for any of these people.
Yeah, if you're going to be a criminal, wait until you're 80. It's a loophole to get on a jail-free card, apparently.
Is that what you learned from this?
That was my main takeaway.
Good.
And I guess good on Biden for not giving Bolton some sort of preemptive pardon or something like that.
Yeah, well.
Maybe he probably didn't see this coming, nor would he care about Bolton anyway.
Bolton and Trump are not friendly, even though Bolton was in the first Trump administration. He wrote a book from the classified information that he wrote down in the diary, and that's where all of this is. The left says, well, the Trump administration and the DOJ, they're just weaponized going after Trump's enemies, and they say that John Bolton is one of those enemies. To me, it's disappointing that it's a $2 million fine. It's more disappointing that Joe Biden was never held responsible for any of the things that he did.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I guess we'll have to take it. We can get there, but hopefully they at least keep him coming. I know they're doubling down on like the James Comey indictment and all of that. So at least Blanche is making an effort, and I think he's been an improvement since over his predecessor, at least.
Well, let's go to Minnesota because J.D. Vance has referred Tim Walz and AG Keith Ellison to the Department of Justice to try to investigate them. Yeah, I don't know that he's referred them for prosecution, but he has said, let's look at it. We should at least look at what's going on in Minnesota. Billions of dollars potentially is what has gone missing through Medicaid, and it went on for a long time, Matt. This really started back in the late 2010s, and I guess Tim Walz was afraid to be called a racist, so when it was brought to his attention that this was going on by people within his administration, he said nothing, and he didn't stop it from happening. I don't know if it's criminal or not. Do you?
I mean, it's a way. It's basically vote buying is what he was doing, but it's not in a literal sense of I'll give you this cash and you go and vote for me. It's implied. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Can you be charged for aiding and abetting crime by just kind of knowing about it and letting it happen? I guess we're going to find out. But it is interesting how Walz's narrative has shifted on this in a relatively short period of time. In that when the Nick Shirley video came out, it was, oh, it's just right-wing propaganda, blah, blah, blah. He's a clown. We don't take this seriously. It's racially motivated. And then not that much time went by before it switched to, you know what? We actually were investigating this fraud the whole time, and we're going to keep investigating it. And I'm like, okay, so which is it? Does it not exist and it's a right-wing conspiracy, or it's something you knew about and were, I guess, pretending to have previously cared about and now care about even more? So it's just been very inconsistent there. I think he realized that it was just so many people had seen the Nick Shirley video and the counter narratives were just not working, and it was just lame. The kind of things I was seeing trying to discredit Nick Shirley, like one of the viral videos I saw was him during an interview where he briefly forgot what the word benevolent meant, and then it was like, and then realized what the word meant, and it's like, okay, he had a brain fart for 5 seconds. Like this is really the extent to which we're gonna try to discredit the guy. Is he forgot the definition of a word and then realized it was just very, very minor, grasping at straw stuff, and ultimately none of it really stuck. And the Nick, I mean, the thing is too about Nick Shirley, it's so easy to verify what he was going over. And you could really just walk down a block yourself and look up some place and uncover a fraud. Like it was omnipresent, the fraud. So, yeah. And then too, Walz, within a few weeks of Shirley's video going viral, decided to not run for re-election. Well, why would that be? So, not been something good's going to happen. So,
and Matt, this was being, investigated years ago, and the Democrats, when Kamala Harris picked Tim Walz, they were worried about it because of this being a noose around his neck, because these investigations go back to 2019, 2020. They knew this was happening with Medicare, Medicaid, and the other things with the Somalians that was going on there. Everybody in Minnesota knew it was happening, and they were afraid that if he became the running mate of Kamala Harris, that it was going to be a problem. So it was in the news years ago. The light is on it now, and hopefully we get some, accountability here. Let's listen to Vice President J.D. Vance here.
And he kept the money flowing because he didn't want to be called racist. That sounds like a crime to me. Is that a crime?
Well, I'm going to let the law determine what's a crime and what's not. We're certainly going to investigate this, Jesse, and I guess now I can make a bit of breaking news because I left the White House to come here to do this interview with you. And before I did, we actually referred this particular case to the Department of Justice for a full criminal investigation. We are not going to do what the Biden administration did and make judgments of the law before all the facts are in. But here's what's particularly troubling about this to me is Jesse, you had people within Governor Walz's office who were saying, you know what, this looks like fraud. It looks like these Somalian illegal immigrants are doing something that's very shady. And then you had people who shut them down, who shut these whistleblowers down and said, you know, you're a racist or you're a xenophobe for asking questions about where taxpayer money is going. What that means to me, Jesse, is that clearly people weren't taking fraud seriously. Whether it rises to the level of a criminal violation, we're going to investigate it. And of course, if it does rise to that level, we're going to prosecute it. We have to.
And Matt, it's not just Minnesota. It's California. We see what's going on with hospices and homelessness out there. There's a lot of fraud in every state. And even in the state of Florida, where I am, they are finding a lot of waste and corruption and trying to clean that up. And I think we talked about it last week. Can you imagine what could be done with all of that money if we put it into good resources like Social Security, healthcare, reducing healthcare, all of those things?
Lighting the money on fire. At least we get warmth out of it, you know? Like,
get some energy.
A higher purpose.
Yeah, we get some energy out of it.
And I think most of the fraud is disguised in that, you know, it's headline catching, the Nick Shirley stuff where money's being siphoned off. We have phantom daycares, phantom healthcare facilities. But a lot of it is almost like the sort of mafia tax type of corruption where a city, it costs $500,000 to build a toilet.
Yeah.
Do we really think it cost $500,000 or did it cost in the tens of thousands of dollars, still somehow a lot, and then the remaining hundreds of thousands was going to pay off all these different people and interests? I think that's the main way it's happening, probably. I mean, I get a lot of it too is regulation and you know, bureaucratic inefficiency, but that, again, a lot of it doesn't need to exist. So it's a siphon on productivity and wealth that is, you know, the money is still being wasted in either scenario.
Matt, the Supreme Court has a lot of decisions that are going to come out probably before the end of June. The session is going to be over. They have heard on these cases, and now we wait for an answer. There's some big ones. The first one I think everybody would be interested in is going to be birthright citizenship. First day back in the office in 2025, Donald Trump signed an executive order making birthright citizenship illegal. Of course, it has been challenged in court. We have heard the oral arguments earlier in the year, and now we wait for that decision. You and I both on the radio show, we think that it's probably not going to go in Donald Trump's favor, although most of the Supreme Court decisions do. The last time I looked, he has won 21 of the 25, but I think we both agreed on the radio show, this probably is not going to go the way that most conservatives would want it to go.
Yeah, and I think we both have the position of that you know, our legal reasoning and our understanding of the 14th Amendment was that it should be overturned, in that I think the main argument is it was intended for freed blacks, so their children would become American citizens automatically, and that Native Americans could not become citizens in this country or did not become citizens until 1924. So how could birthright citizenship apply to everyone when Native Americans, it didn't apply to them? That being said, the precedent in all these past cases has been that the 14th Amendment is birthright citizenship for everyone. So they are probably going to uphold the precedent, and the betting odds are like 90+% that the court goes against Trump. It's one of these cases where I don't understand how I'm wrong and why they would side that way, but it does seem that's how it's.
I think it's a precedent, Matt. I really do. You go back to 1897, 1898.
Precedent's wrong.
Well, it could be, and the Supreme Court has the authority to change it, and that's what we'll wait for before the end of June. Will they actually change it? I think I said on the radio show I thought it would be a 7-2 decision. I don't know if you gave it a number, but that's what I'm looking for. That's not what I want, but that's the way I believe this court is going to come down on it. There's also state laws banning transgender. Yeah, well, there's also another big answer coming out on state laws banning transgender athletes from girls in women's sports. 27 states have enacted laws in recent years that prohibit transgender athletes from competing on girls' and women's sports teams, and challenges to that made it to the Supreme Court, and that's another one. This has to do with Title IX, if you remember those oral arguments earlier in the year. This is one that really gets the conservatives, there's no reason for men to be, or boys to be in girls' sports. Biologically, they are not the same.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I could see guys and girls in the same sport in, I don't know, maybe darts and poker.
Yeah.
Besides that, no. I
You
don't
can play
think it's
pool.
Really,
Pool.
Yeah, and pool,
Yeah.
baby. But,
We're going to
everything
get in
else,
trouble.
no,
Matt, now we're going to get comments. Now we're going to get comments on the live stream on AD American Facebook and on TalkRed Live on Getter. Here come the comments, but please keep going. We'll get more comments.
But yeah, and I think it's important too when you were doing this. I don't like the term transgender woman. I just say man. I don't use the left's language. I don't even say biological male. I just say male. I just don't want to cede any ground. They've invented a delusion out of thin air, and I'm not gonna accommodate their language in any way. There's no man in women's sports. You're not a transgender woman. You're a man who has a mental disorder or wears a dress or lipstick, and it does not change anything about your identity. Yeah.
I agree, and I think the Supreme Court is. It seems like in the oral arguments that they will appear to uphold that those state laws that have made it illegal for that to happen. There was also another Supreme Court decision that will be coming, and that has to do with the firing of Rebecca Slaughter. Do you remember her, the Federal Trade Commission person Donald Trump fired? And she has sued, and it made its way to the Supreme Court, and now they wait for that decision. In September, the Supreme Court let Donald Trump, fire Slaughter back in 2025 and agreed to decide whether the removal protections for members of the Trade Commission violate the separation of powers. Also at issue in the case is whether to overrule the 1935 decision in the case of Humphrey's executor versus the United States. So that gets into legal things that you and I, neither one of us can really answer. But does the executive branch have the authority to fire someone like Slaughter when she has a 10-year appointment and she isn't finished with it? And I think ultimately they will rule that Donald Trump has that authority. Not just Donald Trump, but the executive branch, whether it's Joe Biden or whoever is next.
I mean, I was trying to think of a joke of like, her case will be slaughtered. It's too lame. But I mean, I would lean towards yes in that there's no such thing as a term appointment without exceptions, and that if you are a college professor with tenure, they can still fire you for certain reasons, even though tenure is supposed to be protection against getting fired forever. It's really just for like free speech reasons and all that. So I think, for the same reason here, if you can justify it, then yes.
Another one in this will be Lisa Cook, if you remember that name. She was a Fed governor, and Trump fired her in a similar fashion. And in the 112-year history of the Fed, the president really hasn't done this. I tend to think, and I think the court, whether it's Donald Trump or any other president, they really side with executive power more than they don't. And so this is another one that I believe they will side with Donald Trump on. So far, Donald Trump is on a roll, except for you and I both agree that birthright citizenship is probably not going to go his way.
Yeah.
Here's one of the most important, I believe, and this is late arriving mail-in ballots and the meeting of Election Day. That decision is coming. It could have a lot to do with what's going on in California. It could change things for the general election coming up in November, in the midterm, depending on what this decision is. 14 states and the District of Columbia allow late arriving mail-in ballots, which is what we're watching in California. 29 states and D.C. at least allow some military and overseas ballots to be received after Election Day. And I think that's normal. I think most states do. As I said, about 30 of them allow late arriving from overseas for military. This is a big decision by SCOTUS that will be coming out before the end of June.
Yeah, I'm fine with it for military, but to have it the California system, which by design makes elections takes weeks. And then again, too, you have to remember it's California. They're incapable of building anything. You look at their infrastructure projects; it's always over budget, under delivered. Like nothing is run correctly in California. So I guess to be fair, their elections wouldn't really run well, even with regardless of all of this. But it doesn't help, and it also. Even if there is no fraud, it can very much give the appearance of fraud, and that people who submit their ballots late tend to vote a certain way. We saw this in the Los Angeles election, where they went for the ramen noodles lady over by a pretty decent margin, and a lot of people, it gave them the appearance of fraud, even if there wasn't any. It just looks suspicious when Republicans are always leading and the mail-in ballots come in and they're left-leaning. A lot of people are going to say, listen, it only ever goes in one direction. And it demoralizes the base. And again, the asterisk is, even if there's no fraud, I think it still has a demoralizing effect. A lot of Republicans are going to conclude that their vote doesn't count and won't vote in the first place. So it's bad for us for both those reasons. And of course, it is obviously very susceptible to fraud as well, to point out the obvious.
Well, and I think in California and other states, they have legalized the fraud through laws that allow ballot harvesting. And so when we look at this and we look at California and all these things that are going on, we're like, this is illegal, this is fraud. But in reality, the state has made those their laws. And it's really just an incubator for the nation. If the Democrats and the left gets control of this country, they would want to do that all over the country. We would no longer have a voice in our vote if that happens. That's what they've done in the state of California, New York, New Jersey is getting close. That's by design. That's what they're wanting to do. And I would like to point out this, and I wrote a piece on that this week, is Spencer Pratt, in reality, I think he won the election. And he won it this way. He won Los Angeles, he won California, and he won America, because if this had not happened, no one in America would have cared about the mayoral race in Los Angeles. It's a foregone conclusion that it's going to be a Democrat. Look at the registration of voters. And, I predicted on the radio show, you went against me. I said Spencer Pratt wouldn't win. I said that 6 weeks ago, and you went the other way, just being a good guy, being a good conservative that you are.
The thing about being a contrarian is no one remembers when you're wrong, and when you're right, you look like a genius.
You hit it out of the park, like Eric Schmidt.
All these people that predicted the housing crash in 2008, like Michael Burry, Peter Schiff, they're both treated like geniuses. They have 400 predictions that never come true. For every big one that comes true, then people go, "Wow, how did they know?" It's crazy. So that's what I'm trying to do here. I failed this time, but next time, or maybe one of my next 40 predictions will look so good.
Well, and Steve Hilton is going on to the governor's race in California, so that's good news. But try to look at California in that light, that Spencer Pratt's loss was actually a win for the Republic. We have an opportunity now to, show people that this is where we're going. This is what they want to do with this country. And if they get it, and if they do it, none of us will ever have a voice again. And I think it's important that people understand that.
Yeah, for sure. And I know this is the lamest election analysis ever that everyone always makes, but it all comes down to turnout.
Yeah, it truly does.
As if it could come out to anything else besides that. But, the second round, whenever there's multi-round voting in an election, there usually is a massive drop-off in the second round. So, it depends. Do people who voted for candidates besides Hilton and Becerra, if I'm pronouncing that right, do they decide, all right, I'm going to redistribute my vote to one of the top two candidates, or do they just sit home?
Yeah.
And some amount are just going to sit home. So it becomes, do more Republicans who picked a different candidate sit home, or more Democrats? And let's hope the Democrats sit home.
But Matt, what you just said there about turnout, it is so important. I am giving a speech tomorrow night at a Republican club, and that's what I've been talking about locally and with clubs and speeches. You got to get out and vote. If you look at every election since last November, it's not been good for the Republicans. I point to May 19th in Pennsylvania and Georgia, where you had open primaries in both of those cases, meaning you go in, you pick the Democrat ballot or you pick the Republican ballot. And in Pennsylvania, you had Josh Shapiro running as an incumbent for governor there, got 1.1 million votes. The Republican is Stacey Garrity. She got 600,000, also running unopposed. That's 500,000 raw votes. Same day in Georgia, open primary again, 52% of the people grabbed the Democrat ballot, 48% grabbed a Republican. That's 4 points. That's what's in trouble. And if you don't want to have happen in California, to happen all over the country and in your state in the future, you have to go vote. And, the Republicans have to maintain power in the House and also in the Senate. That's how important this upcoming election is.
In my district is NJ11. It was actually formerly Mikey Sherrill's district, who is now the governor of New Jersey. And it got redistricted. It was formerly like a center-right district. After Sherrill won, there was redistricting, and now it's like a Democrat plus 4 or 5. But a woman named Ana Lilia Mejia won it in a special primary not too long ago, and she's like a Democratic socialist. Now, if you look at the sort of squad types who are all DSA members, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, etc., they're in districts where their PVI score is 20 points or higher in favor of Democrats, meaning there's 20 percentage points more Democrats in their district relative to the national average. So, you have to have a very far left district to get elected. But this is a major exception in that she's a Democratic socialist, and she won in a 60-40 victory in a Democrat plus 5 district. So does that mean the electorate is moving far left? Well, here's the thing. On election day, 18% of Republicans turned out. 30% of Democrats turned out. Independents voted Republican by a small margin. In other words, if Republicans just turned down equal amounts, he would have won.
Yeah.
So if she should have won by, if it was just Democrat versus Republican turnout, she would have won a 2-1 margin as opposed to a 60-40. If Republicans turned down equal amounts, he would have won by a small percentage. But it's it's just get off your butts and vote. And listen, I'm not a fan of mail-in voting, but if
it's there, use it.
If you don't, here's the thing, it's there. And I'm a hypocrite in that I actually registered for it and forgot to unregister. So, but it's like there have been times though where I get the ballot in the mail and it's for an election that I just forgot about.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think nationally we should get away with it, but there are a few elections that I would not have voted in if I did not get that ballot in the mail. For general elections, I still go in person, and you still can go in person even if you get a mail-in ballot. For those, I go in person. But for like these random off, season primaries here and there, like in the middle of May, it's okay. I'll it's good for me. So, if you're someone who does not turn out, if you're only going to like general elections, I would say register for mail-in voting. And for it takes an extra minute out of your day to vote in those off-season elections. And we're always saying, the Democrats are benefiting so much from it. Well, we can too. You just register for it. So again, I'm repeating myself. I wish we didn't have it at all. I'm not a fan of it, but if we're going to have it, you might as well take advantage of it while it's there.
And harvest ballots, too, in states where it's legal. Play the game.
There's a Republican in my town who got indicted for ballot harvesting, and I was proud of the young man. Actually, he wasn't young. He was proud of the man.
But when you look at those numbers that you just brought up, 18% Republican turnout there, that is one reason why Donald Trump's endorsements continue to win. It doesn't take much to shift that election. The problem is if you look at that raw vote, election after election from November through now, the Republican turnout is very weak. And if that continues, we're going to be looking at losing the House of Representatives without question. I think the Senate is safe. I think Iowa is the key to that. We'll keep an eye on Plattner as we get closer to that. But Matt, we are to the end of our time together, the sandwich of sanity in a politically chaotic world. It is the PB&J podcast. Thank you for watching. Matt, what do we look for next week?
I can't wait to read about Iran every single day.
Oh, yeah.
The deal is 5 minutes away as I speak.
For those of you watching, whether you're watching on AD American on Facebook Live, TalkRed on Getter, TalkRed.com on Rumble, thank you for doing that. And also, Matt and I, we kind of made a pledge with each other that on this episode, neither one of us was going to talk about Iran. And we successfully did that.
I can't. Broke it, kind of.
Well, no, you didn't. I don't,
mocking.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count. We're not talking about the ceasefire. We're not talking about the deal. We're not talking about any of that stuff. We made it through there, and we want to thank you for watching us tonight and every night. Other than Iran, what else do we look for next week? Anything on your radar?
I'll probably be obsessively refreshing SpaceX's stock price for a few days.
Did you buy some?
No, I hate to counter signal Elon. I don't think the company is worth $2 trillion.
Yeah.
If it was 80% lower, I'd probably buy shares, but how much more room for growth is there when you're buying a $2 trillion? You got to add $2 trillion in value for me to double my money. If it's a company worth $1 billion, it can run up way more, I guess. Although I guess
Well,
I'm not.
I don't know that.
Elon Musk is his companies have defied most like conventional wisdom on how stocks should be valued. So I'm probably wrong. I bet against Tesla like 7 years ago and was horribly wrong on that. So maybe this is a sign to do the opposite. Maybe I'm like Jim Cramer right now. I don't know.
I don't even want to talk about my history. I could have bought Bitcoin at 50 cents. I had that opportunity.
You would have sold it at $5 though and been
probably,
like, I'm a genius.
But I could have waited until it was 135,000. I could have bought $1 worth. And I would have had $700,000.
You could have bought SpaceX.
Don't ever come to me for financial advice as a result of that
Me neither.
Bitcoin 50-cent opportunity that I passed up a long time ago, probably 15 years ago. The guy says, well, it's, you can play computer games with it. I asked, what do you do with Bitcoin? Play computer games. I don't play computer games. This is stupid. A terrible idea.
Yeah.
$135,000.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's still basically useless, but at least it's worth something.
Everybody have a great week. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.